What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be wondering, Hassan, is it a very special day for what reason? What reason is it a very special day? Is it because it's 73 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California? Is it because you're leaving for New York and you're going to be in New York City for a little bit? Is that the special reason? No, that's not the special reason. Those are all good reasons, but that's not the only reason. The real reason is because it's Friday.
Oh, we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. It's freaky ass Friday. You already know what's up. You already know what's good. It's Friday already. It's freaky ass Friday. An opportunity to feel like a human being once again, a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life. Every week we celebrate the turning of the week so that we can potentially have a little bit of time for ourselves, something that our forefathers fought long and hard for, through labor, militancy, through blood, sweat, and tears. So remember, you are a human being. Remember, you do have autonomy. Remember, you can do things in your life. You can have some free time. That's what we celebrate here on Fridays, and we try to have an immaculate vibe on Fridays, regardless of how imminent the destruction of American democracy feels like. And for the people who work on the weekends, the wage cucks, the service sectors, ladies and gentlemen, well, sucks to suck. There's not really much I can say about that. You have a unique and flexible schedule, and therefore you can't potentially enjoy the Friday situation. Sucks to suck, but we're here regardless. Yes, I know Hakeem Jeffries has finally endorsed Mamdani. We're going to be talking about that. Before I get into that, however, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'ma do. But yeah, this is Hassan Abi Piker, the number one hunted enemy having political commentator on the internet, the most revealed, the most revered, the most respected, and the most hated at the same time. Anyway, so personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night. After the Crash Dummies boys were here, hung out with them for a little bit, and then after that I had a private meeting with a politician I will not be revealing because it was off the books, but it was an interesting conversation that I had, and discussing tactics, policies, where is the Democratic Party headed, that sort of thing. I will not be responding to who your speculations are. I will not be responding to who you speculated it is. But what is this? They made a Wemby headed after your coverage. Make the man out of you. Oh. Cheers.
Swift as the coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging.
That one is such a nasty block, dude. That is a disrespectful one. Like that is disrespectful. Like he just says, get that shit out of here. That's literally like, that is when you're playing against a kindergartner, okay? That is the exact thing that you do when you're playing against like a 3-foot kindergartner for funsies and you really want to show them a lesson, okay? Like, it's just messed up. And yet these are people at the top of their games. Yeah. Could you stop Wemby from scoring 10 in 5 minutes? No. The only way I would do it is if I just fouled him. I just went directly for his knees, and I feel like he's athletic enough and I'm chunky enough that I wouldn't even be able to get to his knees. He would probably jump over me. It's just not going to happen. Like, you can't do anything in that situation. You have to sweep the legs, I guess. There's no way. There's no way. I couldn't stop Wemby from scoring for 1 minute. I couldn't stop Wemby from scoring for 1 second. The only way that I could ever stop Wemby from scoring is if he somehow missed. I'm not big on sports, but my favorite part of these Wemby clips is where he dunks and it's not even the peak of his jump. Bro doesn't even need all that vert. He's just flexing. Yeah. The only problem with Wemby as it stands is the same problem that big men, especially at that size, have, which is career longevity, injury prone. And you know, that obviously creates a unique dynamic here that is a issue for career longevity. And as long as he is safe, he will be fine. Can you dunk? I used to be able to. I can't any longer. What? How? Why? I feel like Joker is the least, like, he's just a Balkan boy. And I guess Balkan aesthetics can go in either direction. There's no middle, you know? Balkan, if you're a Balkan boy, you're either a socialist or a fascist and nothing in between. But I don't think he's given any indication that he is a Marxist, Leninist, or remotely socialist. And he plays League, so think about that. Oh, this is funny. That's crazy. That's true. That's real. I want to believe it. That's true. Jokic Joestar reposted, of course. Wemby's pro Palestine, by the way, I saw his Instagram likes. Yeah, I think in my head canon, Wemby used to be kind of like a social democrat, like a bit of a lib. He's French. So automatically, if you're French and not like a dumbass, then you're probably going to be, you know, lib left, bare minimum, right? But my suspicion is over the years, because he says something about like France and Insoumise that made me think he was like a little bit of a centrist, you know, because he was like, oh, we do not need the extreme left or the extreme right or anything like that. And there are a lot of like French progressives who have that take, unfortunately. So that was a little bit. He was a big Le Pen guy. Wemby? Fuck no. No, he was never. What? First of all, he black, bro. What the hell? Anyway, but I think maybe China opened up his eyes a little bit. Like I want to believe that in my head canon, like going to Vegas blackpilled him and he saw dystopia in its truest form, right? It hit him like a bag of bricks in the face. And then he was like, this is a hellish nightmare, right? Like he said it famously. He talked about how, like, you know, Vegas is hell on earth and all this stuff. And then I think in my head canon, okay, he goes to Vegas, he sees capitalism in its purest form, and it destroys him. Okay, it destroys his mind, it destroys his consciousness. And then he goes to China, okay, and he sees the purest distillation of analyzing the existing material conditions and offering a Chinese version of an alternative that may have failed time and time again, obviously due to the externalities and due to pressure from imperialist forces of capital. And yet he sees China, he sees all of the prosperity, he sees the Chinese century of glory, Chinese century of prosperity with his own two eyes, and he thinks to himself, I think Maoism is the way. So now I think in my head canon, Wemby's like, my mistake. Actually, I'm still critical of France Unbowed because they are nowhere near as aggressive about centralization plans that are necessary to uplift the material conditions of all workers around the world in the way that China has been able to do, lifting up the peasant classes, lifting up 1 billion people almost out of extreme poverty, out of the grips of extreme poverty, out of the grips of extreme hyper exploitation at the behest of foreign capital. That's my headcanon for Wemby. Anyway, regardless, he's a freak. I mean, he is a true freak. He is also, I don't want to hear from people that say, oh my God, like, you're so stupid. Why are you thinking about these sorts of things? It's like, okay, you guys do Wattpad fanfic about, I don't know, your favorite content creators or whatever. Like, let me also do my own fanfic about the the political evolution of basketball players. How about that? Can I do that? And it's not even political fanfic. Like, I'm actually tying things that he really did see. You know what I mean? He experienced, like, talking about the black pill that he saw on when he saw the worst aspects of capitalism and human decay in Las Vegas. Okay. And then he saw how humans can thrive, how human beings can how human beings can remove their chains. The chains brought about the oppressive forces of capital and uplift themselves. That's what I believe. Vegas resident here, thanks a lot. I mean, if you live in Vegas, you already know this, right? Like, it is a devastating environment to live in, unfortunately. It's just like I always say, like, 3 days plus in Las Vegas, and I'm just like, I want to die. It sucks. It is what it is. You have to do what you have to do to survive. Like, I understand it, but I would say that it's a bit soulless. There's beauty in everything, but unfortunately, I feel like Las Vegas is so plastic. Anyway, this is a Wendy's drive-through. No, this is a Wemby drive-through. This is a Wemby drive-by. Okay, so where was I? So yeah, personal news-wise, hit the waist this morning. You already know what it is. I'm feeling pretty good for that reason. Had a little bit of touch grass session. You already know. You already know how it is. Kaya also got her touch grass session. When will the abuse end? I mean, look at this. Look at this. I just bring her out and they just beat on her, and she loves it. She loves it so much. It's actually her favorite thing on the planet. But yeah, oh my gosh, she's dying. And yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at that. The boy is moving 225 pounds on the barbell on the incline, and it's butter. Okay, it's lightweight. That's for reps. I mean, we haven't hit 10 yet, but that's for reps, boys and girls. That's for reps, the emperors. That's pretty good. Yep. Good job. You're catching up. Yeah, I got you. It's been a minute. I used to have a serious issue with barbell in general, because like my shoulder mobility was so dusted that I regularly would injure myself when I even touched a barbell. And now for me to be able to like hit 225 again like this is pretty good for me. Now, of course, for those of you who are unfamiliar, I would say 225 for 8 on the 225 for 8 on the incline. It's a low incline, to be fair. I wouldn't say it's like light work. It's not entry level at all, but it's like, for someone of my size, it's not that spectacular. Right? It's not that crazy, but it's good for me. And the reason why I'm explaining this is because it's important to match yourself to the standards that you set for yourself, right? Because people that have been in the gym for as long as I have, especially at my height, especially at my weight, I'm sure they can hit 225 for 8 pretty easily. Now, obviously, some people are a little bit base boosted, medically enhanced. I'm not, right? Is rare as fuck, dog? I don't think so. Maybe it's because I'm constantly surrounded by like people with a lot of experience. So that's the reason why I think 225 for 8 on an incline is all right. I don't think it's like that crazy. Yes, I am double jointed hypermobile. Yes. Steroids is just equity for being jacked. Benching 205 at 135 makes me feel better about being a short king. Yeah. You are not a 22-year-old at the NFL Combine. 225 for 8 is great for a non-athlete, but I am an athlete. You know, come on now. So you are base boosted? No, I'm not. You would know. if I was doing steroids, you would know, because I would openly admit it. There is no reason not to. I've been pretty open about like not having issues with medical enhancements of that sort at all. As a matter of fact, I've openly stated that I'm going to do TRT when I notice that my testosterone levels are diminishing. Do you ever wish you were athletic? Yes, all the time. It's one of my biggest gripes. Is test and HGH not base boosted? Yes, it is. I factor in even TRT, any sort of medical enhancement, any sort of testosterone replacement therapy. A lot of people think, oh, that's not real steroids, because it's like much weaker than like Anavar or whatever. But like, I still think it's you're getting a medical enhancement, even if it's legal or illegal, and I don't have an issue with it. I've been pretty open about it. I've been pretty open about not having an issue with that at all, as a matter of fact, and have stated time and time again that I will most likely do it if I notice that my T levels were diminishing. No, TRT is way stronger than Anavar. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, it depends on. Wait, what? No, it depends on how much you're. No, TRT is way stronger than Anavar. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, it depends on. Wait, what? No, it depends on how much testosterone you're getting. Like, when doctors give you medically prescribed testosterone replacement therapy, it's oftentimes nowhere near the same level of like people who are dosing themselves the fuck up. How do you manage heavy lifting routine being hypermobile, or does it not bother you? Yeah, you have to be very careful, and you have to always make sure that you're working out the complementary muscles that are stabilizers. I don't get why people get touchy about roids. Motherfucker, if modern medicine allows me to become Hercules, why the fuck is that a bad thing? I agree. Does your body get easily cold? No. TRT makes a big diff. I'm 36. I'm jacked, but I am on TRT. I don't have the opportunity to work out like you do, but maintain similar physique as a working dad. For me, it's whether TRT puts you above the natural range. If not, then it's not performance enhancing. It's just compensation for a deficiency. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I probably would do it a little bit above too if I'm getting it, you know? I'd be like, come on, doc. Hit me with the double gain. Hit me with the just keep the needle in for a little bit longer, doc. Give it to me. Have you ever had a wrist injury from weightlifting? Not really. I mean, I've had like some wrist pain in the past, but never. Do you ever plan on going like, I'm done, I've worked out enough when you're like 50 or whatever? No, never. I have never thought that, and I don't foresee it. I mean, hopefully I'll never stop, because one, I love working out. It's a part of my daily it's a part of my daily schedule, you know? It's like, it's me time. I need it. I need it for my mental sanity. I need it for my physical health. I need it for health overall. I don't foresee myself ever stopping unless I somehow have to. And the reason why I don't, like, I'll just adjust it to whatever. I'm not over the hump yet, is my point, which is crazy to even talk about because I'm 34, but like, I am getting to a point where I'm not going to be able to see gains. I'm getting to a point where, you know, I will be more injury prone. I'm getting to a point where I have to be more careful. I have to make sure that I am being extra attentive. Because like when I was 18, I could play basketball in fucking flip-flops, dude, you know? That's it. And I could eat like a whole pizza and play basketball for like 8 hours and it wouldn't even do anything. I could play basketball in my slippers. But when you get to like your mid-20s, you go, okay, maybe I need to take it a little bit easier. Maybe I don't eat a big meal before I play ball. Maybe I can't play basketball for 6 hours now, you know? And then when you get into your 30s, which is where I'm at, when you get into your 30s, I'm 34, then you have to be even more careful. You have to start thinking like, should I even continue playing outdoors? You know? It's just a normal part of life. You just work within your own, you work within the confines of what you can get away with, what works for you. It really matters how much you take care of yourself in your 20s though. I agree, for sure. I'm 40. I can backpedal faster than many folks can in full sprint. I mean, I at the age of 34, I'm more active than most of the chatters in here that are like in their 20s. So I don't have an issue with that at all. Yeah, I'm talking like I'm 50 years old, but I'm not that old. And also for my age, I'm still obviously very active, very, very active, in spite of the fact that I am constantly, ironically enough, I'm constantly sitting down when you see me. But it turns out not everything you see on here is what takes place in the real world, you know? Something to consider, boys and girls. I got the playlist Amacius. Thank you for that. Anyway, let's I forgot that I didn't blast off yet. Bro, I was not an athletic kid, and the value of being able to have a healthy lifting and conditioning routine in my mid-late 20s has been super valuable. Yeah, I was never athletic. And you can tell because I can't dance. Because I feel like athleticism and dancing are kind of hand in hand. It's my biggest insecurity. It's my biggest insecurity for sure. It's just like my biggest weakness. You don't dance enough is what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is like you can get good at anything. Okay? If I wanted to work really hard and become a better dancer, I would be able to. I would just have to put a lot of time and a lot of effort into it. And I don't do that. I don't do that nearly enough. I don't see it as like an important thing. But maybe that's the next thing that I need to move on. That's the next thing I need to focus on, you know? Anyway, snap cuts incoming. Latin American aircraft carrier, newer main pole dropped. I know, we'll talk about that. Latin American aircraft carrier, Zoran on flagrant, government shutdown, plus Islamophobia. Government shutdown, ice raids, Freaky Friday, New York City tomorrow. Get in now. It's time you become a real theater kid. Twitch.tv/Hasanavi. I think your biggest weakness is how you treat your dog. You spoil her way too much. It's true. I do spoil her quite a bit, but she deserves it. Hakeem forced to endorse Zoran. Okay. How important would you say cardio is for your routine? Very important. Okay. Chat, this space is not a safe space for black folks here. When Hassan says normies and appealing to average people, he means white people. Normalcy is white supremacy. Hassan does not care about making this a safe space for black folks. What? I can't tell if you're baiting or if you're being serious, cuz. But I would say that the first part of your statement is not that this is not a safe space for black people, but the first part of the middle part of your sentiment is true. When I say normies and appealing to average people, I do mean white people. Is a white supremacist country that we live in. So this isn't to say that you should be open to white supremacist values or anything like that. But yeah, a lot of normies hold on, regardless of their background, to white supremacist values. It's not a joke. That is true. This is a real thing. I don't think it's unfair. I mean, it's unfair to assume that I am it's unfair to assume that I think it's appropriate or like white supremacy is appropriate, or that I don't make sure that there is like some level of moderation and regulation surrounding issues that pertain to black people and like people getting away with saying crazy stuff. But yeah, America is a white supremacist country. America is in its foundation a white supremacist nation, and those values are reflected all over the United States of America. Why do I feel the hate train against you has been extra harsh these days? They're digging up old clips as gotchas so hard. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. Anyway, blast off. I think that's an accusation of you trying to uphold white supremacy. Yeah, I don't try to. I'm not trying to do that. And if I am trying to do that, I feel like I'm doing a pretty bad job at it. But, you know, it is what it is. It's because of the election stuff, probably. Is there any shot this TikTok thing? I don't know. I don't know if it's like the new TikTok timeline that has put me in the fucking crosshairs pretty aggressively. I think it's just kismet. It's a continuation of the previous Hassan Bad narratives with like additional qualifiers. You're saying white supremacy is ingrained in everybody's mind since childhood in the U.S.? Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. This is something that I always talk about. Like, people, you want to know what the irony is? The irony is that I looked at the Sudan clip that people were pointing to, and it was me trying to explain that black people were not voting for Eric Adams in the New York mayoral race. Okay, it's from a couple months ago. And a chatter was like, I'm black. They absolutely are going to vote for Eric Adams. You don't know black people. You should stop talking about black issues. And then he accused me of refusing to cover Sudan and that I only talk about black people in the confines of like an election. All of these are incorrect and, dare I say, cynical accusations. And it's not only a cynical accusation, but it's also one that literally uses an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Sudan that I have covered, not as extensively as Gaza, of course, but I have covered as a talking point, as a punchline. It's ridiculous. Well, you do not cover Sudan law? How is that incorrect? Oh my God. Guys, I have talked about Sudan, okay? My For You page is entirely Hassan is anti-black, and I don't watch you on TikTok, and I'm not black. I don't know why it's hitting the algorithm so hard. Christian Divine's video was funny, though. Yes. The argument that they're clipping, I think. Also, you boost people who consistently attack you and never defend you. I don't know what you mean by that. All your black clips are you reading chatters is true. I mean, I've thought about this quite a bit, and not just on this issue, but it's just in general. It's a byproduct of the medium. Okay. It's a byproduct of the medium that I'm in. It's not something that people understand. And that's also understandable. Why the fuck would you know what it's like to be live for 8 hours while you're talking about politics and you're constantly, you constantly have a fucking wave of people that are waiting for anything that they can clip to make people question whether or not you are sincere about your beliefs. Okay. That's it. The irony is, the person that I was short with was unironically saying, no, you don't understand black people. They love Eric Adams. And I was saying, black people are not monolithic in the way that they vote, and they're not going to go and vote for Eric Adams just because he's black. So the person that was cynically claiming that I am that I don't understand black issues and I should shut the fuck up about black issues, or that I only talk about black people within the limited confines of a election or as a voting block, all of those things are incorrect. All of it. And I think people constantly want, even in those sorts of clips where I'm like, obviously angry, frustrated, responding with anger, they want apologies. They want me to say, I'm sorry. Okay. They want me to say, you're wrong, you should apologize, and I don't know. It's just like, you should just behave in a way where you've hurt my feelings. You've hurt my feelings because I saw this clip, and I don't know your background. I don't know the full scope of your political perspectives. And in that moment, you're angry at a person, and you're treating that person as you would treat any other person. You're just short with them because they are cynically coming in to bait you. Okay? And that's what it is. When you engage with baits, you keep in mind that you are being recorded and clipped to an audience that don't know you. I do think about that. It's just that, like, how do you explain to people that, yeah, if you're getting baited 1,000 times, if you're getting baited 1,000 times a day when you're trying to deliver political commentary on hot button issues, of course, you're going to be short. Okay? You're going to be short at times. I'm not perfect. Most of the clips I've seen are to do with the way you said black folks as a fan. It would be nice to see more black women on your stream. I do appreciate your coverage in general, though. It's safer than many others, but it would be nice to see different perspectives. Do you mean short or curt? What do you mean? What is curt? No, short, like angry, hair trigger. I think it's a genuine concern from POC. They're absent from the space, so when they have concerns, they shouldn't be treated with any less shareability. Why is that when black people speak out, they're enemies of the state? Bro, I think they just want shareability. Black people do not make up this community. Why aren't you making an effort to get them in this tent? That's what they are seeing from the outside. No, there is some truth to this, I think. But I also, like, I don't know what the demand is. Like, do we do a black content creator hour once a week? Like, I'm not saying that as like as an insincere response. Like, I genuinely mean it. Like, I'm white. I'm a white dude. You know, this is, I'm guided by my own lived experiences. I will never personally understand exactly what it's like to be a black person in America. This is something that I'm pretty open about, right? As a black man in this community, chatters are fatiguing me. They do not remember your 2018 to 2021 protest coverage. I mean, it's not even just that. It's like I've always talked about black issues, always, like, and forever. This is not something that I'm doing. This is not something that I'm doing as like checking a box, right? It is an ongoing injustice, and therefore it deserves coverage. And at most, what I can do is talk about my own personal experiences with.
All right.
Talk about my own personal experiences with marginalization as someone who is white, but also at the same time is not necessarily always perceived as white. As FD Signifier would say, not white, not black, somewhere in between, spicy white, right? FD Black, spicy white, somewhere in between. Because you have black people, you have white people, you have white people, and then you have spicy white people, right? So I saw a TikTok of some haters saying you're racist and looks like you struggle to not say the N-word. Meanwhile, go to your stream and you're chilling and having fun with the Crash Dummies boys. These guys try to make up shit constantly about you. So obvious they're hard to reach. No, this is like I said, this is one of the limitations of the medium, because no matter what something looks like, if you were to see it all the time, if you were in here, okay, if you were to spend a decent amount of time in here, you get a pretty good understanding of what I'm about. You get a pretty good understanding of what I believe. You get a pretty good understanding of what I advocate for, right? But most people are not going to do that. Who the fuck is going to go on Twitch and watch for 8 hours or 7, okay, with the hopes that maybe they arrive organically at a time when I am sincerely talking about white supremacy, racism, issues that pertain to black people, right? I think the most valid points that come from not only just black chatters in general, but just like all chatters that come from a POC background, is that there is, in predominantly white spaces like this one, there is an attitude overall that anytime a black or brown person says something that is like, I don't feel safe here, even if it is a little bit, even if it is a little bit, what is the word? Not overbearing, but like exaggerated, right? It's real to you, and people in the chat automatically go, this is woke radlib shit, okay? And it is partially because of how I respond at times, including in the Sudan clip, because I do think someone trying to slam in standpoint theory and then cynically using the ethnic cleansing of Sudan as a own in an argument is cynical, okay? That is cynical. But not all of the concerns are coming from a ridiculous place where people are simply crying, okay? That's it. That's what it is. There are a lot of people, and this is, like I said, a predominantly white space, right? There are a lot of people in here that hear me say that and then think that it fits every single issue. If there are people in this community, including longtime fans like Sean the Black, or moderators of mine that are black themselves, like Nice Bathroom, and they also are highlighting the problems that a lot of prominent black chatters are highlighting, then that means that there is a real issue, okay? It is. There is. And I think a lot of people are, they're not as like clip baited, like, but people do come in here and they spend a little bit of time in here, and maybe they hear me go, dude, stop with this woke nonsense or whatever in a moment. And that's their takeaway, where they're like, oh yeah, this is how we handle anytime a black person brings up a concern, and that's not appropriate. Okay. And this is an important issue to solve because while on the one hand, there are people who cynically weaponize identity to derail conversations, there are also instances where the concerns are valid. Okay. And you have to go through it on an individual basis. And unfortunately, a lot of white people are very, no pun intended, black or white on this, where they just go, nope, I'm done. They sometimes go in the opposite direction as well, and they do the most annoying thing possible, even though sometimes it's valid, which is like the whole aesthetic, almost fetishized, otherized version of like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my ancestors and their contributions to chattel slavery. It's like, you're going overboard. Calm the fuck down. There are a lot of white people who do that as well, right? That's why I always say, be fucking normal. Be fucking normal. All right? Nice bathroom. You still the only black in general. Okay, Gizmo, calm down. That was the first comment I saw from the mod team. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yes, I have a bunch of black moderators. Of course, this is a fairly diverse community, even though it's overwhelmingly white. America's overwhelmingly white. I find it frustrating because if you talk about black issues, people will say stay out of black business. If you spend more time on other issues, you get yelled at for not caring enough. I, as a black woman, appreciate the variety because it doesn't feel disingenuous. No, of course, I'm not going to change the dynamic of my coverage. I don't ever do that. As a matter of fact, this entire problem began because I treat everyone with the same smoke that I have. You, Hassan Ivy Piker, are overwhelmingly white as well. Exactly. Of course. Of course. Yes. I am white, guys. I agree with the crash dummies. You open yourself to being clipped because of the way you use sarcasm and the way you respond to certain things. You are sure sometimes which can look bad to people who don't know you. As a black chatter, I do believe you are an ally of the black community, but you have to do better messaging, and having more black people on the stream would help. But I understand. What you want? Hold on. Oh, as a black chatter, I do believe you're an ally of the black community, but you have to get better messaging, and having more black people on stream would help. I understand you. You don't want to come off as pandering. Okay. Curious if you talked about CASB? No. Do all Turks see themselves as white? I mean, depends. If you're a Turkish person living in Europe, you probably don't see yourself as white because whiteness is a social construct as well. Anyway, the conversations that pertain to like the frustrations that people have, okay, about the broader community not being more responsive to demands being made by chatters who are POC, by chatters who are black, by chatters who are brown, by chatters that come from marginalized backgrounds is valid. Okay? It is valid. This is one of the difficult aspects of building a broad coalition and building a broad community. Okay? That's it. And I think for a lot of people, for a lot of white people, they go, well, I got issues too. Why the fuck aren't you talking about me? In many instances when black issues come up, right? Also, I feel like there's a thing about there is a issue with the way I say black. Apparently, I didn't know that was a thing. Like apparently, I was overemphasizing that I didn't know was a thing at all. You said it was some stink. That's what people were saying. I mean, I definitely did say it was some stink, but I didn't say it was some stink in that way, if you know what I mean. But I can see how the way people are covering it, I can understand why some people thought it. Now, of course, that's a little crazy because I saw people being like, oh, he just wanted to say the N-word. It's like, no, it's fucking ridiculous. I was matching the energy of the chatter. Brother, you hit the hard B black. I don't know what that means. Am I doing it right now? You definitely got to watch your tone, bro. Sometimes you don't got enough black friends to be acting like that. I just never want to be like in the same boat as like Andrew Schultz. Because one of the things that I have noticed throughout my last 10 years, 12 years of being a political commentator who is very woke, okay, is that black people broadly get very mad at a quirked up white boy who feels a little too comfortable. Okay, that's another version of annoying guy who thinks they know everything about black existence in this country. It's true, and I get it. There are some people who do get very comfortable. There are moments where I have felt like I'm very comfortable as well. Is Kyle comfortable around black people? Yes. I've actually ironically talked about that as well. You have to socialize your dog with black and brown people when they're puppies. A lot of white people don't do that because they're just never around black or brown people. And then unironically, that's how you get racist ass dogs. Your accent kind of sounds racist when you say black. Okay, but do you see what we're doing? Do you see what we're doing now? Like we're literally, it's not even like tone policing at that point. It's like you're like, my point is, in this day and age, okay, I'm sorry, but in this day and age, if someone wants to be racist, they'll just be racist. Like, I don't know why people think this is, I don't know why people, you know, make it seem as though there's like a person out there who's just, who spent the last 12 years very openly writing for black issues, writing for all issues in general, who is like who lets it out on a whim in that moment. It's like, oops, my secret's out. You know, I spent this entire time trying to educate white people about white supremacy, only to throw it all away. You know,
because I think this is objectively funny. Now, here's the thing. Here's my most.
Oh yeah, I talked to Christian about this too, because I was like, what the, I didn't even know exactly which clip people were talking about, and he sent me the clip and I saw it. The camo hat makes you talk different. You're getting baited again. First of all, I love Christian. Okay, everybody calm down. You know, let's listen to what he has to say.
All right, as a black person who's been on his stream, okay, Hasan didn't do anything wrong politically. The point that he was making was correct. He's talked about Sudan before. He was making an overall point. It's a big thing on stream when you get pissed off and somebody is trying to like derail what you're talking about. However, and the big however is the clip of Hasan has the same energy of that RDC clip where they're like, hold on, Tom. Hold on, Tom. We know you Spider-Man now, but hold on. Does that make sense to anybody? Hasan and I.
Yeah, I think is you're not being baited by Christian. You're being baited by people who are going to clip this. Hasan, please. Wait, what? I haven't said anything bad, have I? I don't think so. I'm being super. You guys need to calm down. If I'm going to get baited, I'm going to get baited. You know, it's all good. It is what it is. You know, it's not gonna necessarily change a lot for people who want to cynically continue this conversation and draw some sort of like I told you so narrative out of it, to be like, no, I've known that Hasan was always this way. He's always been racist. Like I'm clarifying it for the members of my community, okay? Because one of the things I see all the time is when people say Hasan is much more understanding of people who were formerly white supremacists or people who exhibited like racist tendencies than he is with his black and brown chatters when they chirp at him, okay? And that's not true. I think I get why you feel that way, but I think we have already established that white supremacy is so fucking unacceptable that like you don't think about all of the people that were either immediately blocking, immediately banning, or that I'm yelling at all the time because it turns into fucking background noise because we all agree that those guys are fucking stupid, okay? But another part of community building absolutely revolves around making sure that we are being normal and that we are engaging in emotional labor in general, right? And I think for that reason, moments like this get highlighted when I am treating a chatter that is cynically engaging with me, okay? Cynically engaging with me in a way where they're saying like, well, as a black person, I feel like I don't have a place in this community, or that as a black person, you should stop talking about black issues. As a black person, you don't know every black person actually wants to vote for Eric Adams, like, which was literally the argument that chatter was presenting, you know? But the reality of the matter is, I have my blind spots, okay? I have my blind spots. This is certainly always going to be a blind spot of mine. Okay. At most, I can only compare it to my own personal experiences of marginalization that I have faced over the course of the past 2 years. Because a lot of these people that are yelling at me on TikTok don't know what my perspective on this issue is, don't know what my perspective or advocacy is on white supremacy, don't know all of the tens of thousands of hours that I have contributed to it. Christian is not one of those people, obviously. He knows. He knows what my background is. He knows what my worldview is. We've hung out in person. So, you know, that's a little different. But a lot of people don't know that. So they just see a white guy who thinks he's the king of woke, who knows better than black people. And he's just like speaking over black people. And it reminds them of different points of marginalization that they've fucking experienced. And ironically, exactly what I explained to people yesterday about my own personal experiences with like Islamophobia. When people just like say you're a fucking terrorist and no one actually speaks out and no one actually says, hey, that sounds kind of fucking weird that you're calling a prominent Muslim critic of Israel an anti-Semitic terrorist. Doesn't that sound a little racialized? Like, it's a little weird. No one does that because you're of the mindset that it's like doubly fucked up, as I've explained time and time again, that you know that not only is that person engaging in Islamophobia, but you have to make that mental calculation on whether or not you can even address it because you know the broader population also probably agrees with him. And you don't know if you want to go through that stress of realizing that the people that you like or the people that you admire, the people that you've actually appreciated for the longest fucking time, also kind of are, you know, racist in the same way. This is important to address because I'm saying that like that is a personal point of marginalization that I've experienced over the course of the last fucking 2 years, especially so. And that is the only way that I can compare it to the ways in which I think black content creators on TikTok and elsewhere are looking at it from the outside and thinking, oh, it's the same thing that's happening, where I'm a white guy and I'm refusing to listen to black chatters and community members that have been in here. Okay, it's important to have this conversation. Okay, it's important to have this conversation, especially because, yes, white chatters in this community also need to hear this, okay? Because, once again, you're anonymous. You don't have the 12-year background that I have, where people that are tuning in kind of have a little bit more charitability towards what I'm saying because they know what my perspective is. They don't know what your perspective is. They just see you as a random dot in the chat. And if they hear it over and over again, if black chatters come in here and they see a bunch of other chatters over and over again being like, your concerns are invalid, you're just crashing out, you're just doing drama, you're being sensitive, they think, okay, this is a community comprised entirely of out-of-touch white people who don't want to fucking listen to demands and concerns being made by black and brown people. There's a limit to it, is what I'm saying. Okay, there is validity to those concerns. It's true. Okay, it's true. We got to be a little bit more. All of us, myself included, have to be a little bit more open-minded. You can't be an entirely white community that says, well, I'm doing my part, I'm speaking out against white supremacy. And if black people in the chat are saying like, this feels a little strange anytime we chirp about anything, everybody fucking starts piling on and says, yo, you're just chirping. Sometimes it's not chirps. Sometimes it's valid. Okay. That's it. You feel me? Not everyone is trying to make drama out of it. Not everyone that comes in here and is saying like, this is, how did you make it this about us? No, this is my responsibility. This is my responsibility. I'm literally in the process of going through reshaping the community. Of course, it's ultimately it is my responsibility. That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm having this conversation. That's why I'm not saying it's just like simple drama. Okay? It's not simple drama. We have to be more careful with the way that we respond to people. Okay? And it is upon me to be more open-minded and kinder to the best of my ability. Obviously, I have my fucking weak moments, okay? When I have my weak moments, I'm going to be chirping at people. And sometimes if those things get posterized, it's going to look to the rest of the internet that don't know what my perspective is, what I believe, what I advocate for. They're going to think, nah, this is yet another white guy who, doesn't want to sit his white ass down and listen. Okay? The reality of the matter is, there are instances like what that one chatter was doing where people will be cynically approaching the subject matter. Like, I'm sorry, if you are, if you think that, if your advocacy revolves around, you don't understand black people, all black people want to vote for is Eric Adams. And I respond with, no, that's not the case. And then you respond with, well, what about Sudan? You never cover Sudan. You should shut the fuck up about black issues. You only care about black people when you talk about elections. Well, that's a little crazy. That's an invalid comment. Heated moment. Invalid comment. I receive it 1,000 times a day. And then I, boom, pop off. And then a bunch of dudes with N-word compilations that are, 30 minutes long will cynically use that to be like, see, he hates black people. And then other people who are black see that and they go, you know what? Fuck this Hassan guy. I agree. He is racist. They don't even think where this is coming from or what the point is. They just see a clip and they respond. And then there's a take economy. And then it explodes into a much larger point of contention. Okay? But it is valid. There are concerns in there that are valid, even if the clip itself is, being negatively perceived by a lot of people because I'm popping off at another person that is derailing the stream and using their own personal background as a way to make like a stupid fucking take, right?
Aiming towards the same goal politically, legally. You cannot say black with that much hate in your voice. That shit is crazy, dog. What? I'm taking down the videos on my side account, but it would be like if if I was sitting here and I was on stream, because I'd be getting pissed at people on stream and be telling them to suck it from the back, right? I'd be saying all sorts of out-of-pocket shit. But
as a black woman, I can say that black people do not like being corrected by people outside of our community, even when they're right. I can't understand their thought process seeing you yell at a black man like that. I can understand their thought process seeing you yell at a black man like that. I didn't like that either. And I also don't agree with all your takes, but I also agree with you about bringing up Sudan as a gotcha when you're talking about something unrelated. Also, you yell at everyone like that and you're definitely not racist. Yeah, I do. I do yell at everybody like that. The difference is that chatter said black folk, and I repeated it back to him when responding to the chatter. And when people don't understand that that's me, that's just how I respond to anyone that would be like, if I was talking about like trans issues or something, and then a trans chatter was like, you need to stop talking about trans issues or whatever. You don't know anything you're fucking saying. And it was like, it was a similar situation. I would respond exactly in the same way, which is ironic because there are clips out there where I've done that, which is why a lot of people also say Hassan is transphobic. Look at that one trans chatter he responded to. They do. There's also another famous one. This is the smoke I offer everybody is equal rights and equal lefts. Okay. Is equal opportunity smoke. But of course, sometimes it makes people outside of the community look at that and go, ooh, what the fuck? That's crazy. And sometimes it even makes people inside of the community go, ooh, what the fuck? Why leftists always try to hold other leftists back as purity contest? No, I mean, once again, you see, Demi Charm is in here. Is my favorite. She is my favorite. I am in the community. I watch every day, and I have had issues. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, Demi's in here. It's time. W Demi. Shut the fuck up, nice bathroom. God damn it. Don't give her courage. Why are you guys giving? Stop. No, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. We are not encouraging Demi, especially right now, because anytime I respond to Demi, especially in this very sensitive moment, people do not know the back and forth that we have. For example, People cannot comprehend that in a community that has 30,000 concurrent viewers live every fucking day, that I single out chatters and know their background and know their perspective and constantly have chatters that I argue with. Okay? Yeah, the black folk grabbed me by the neck and I was transported back to 2004 East Texas. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I will say this. Okay. I apologize to the chatters that heard me say black folk like that and put the emphasis. I didn't even know that that was like a thing, but I will try to be more careful in the future when I'm responding to someone. I will, however, say, okay, that there's probably going to be instances in the future as well where someone comes in and says something really fucking stupid, like, you don't understand black people, they love Eric Adams, okay? And I will try to be more careful with the way that I respond, but it's definitely like, that's a crazy take. Like, I had to go and search what people were yelling at me over, and I could not believe it. Use the lowercase B dog. I don't know. You sound sarcastic and you're laughing, and now you're saying you'll do it again. How is that an apology? I'm saying that I'm an imperfect vessel. Okay, I'm an imperfect vessel. If we're tuning into like how I'm emphasizing certain words at that point, like especially in 2025, I don't think people are spending most of their life talking and trying to educate white people on white supremacy, only to then secretly let it slip out. Okay, that's what I mean. I think, guys, especially if you're a black person living in the United States of America, I think you know this better than anybody else, but like, we're kind of in a weird situation right now where it's no longer inappropriate. It's no longer considered inappropriate to just like be openly racist, right? Like, we all recognize it, right? If you have any point of marginalization, if you're a woman, you know it's not even remotely considered inappropriate to behave in a misogynistic way or behave in an openly violent way towards women. If you're a black person, you know it's not considered even remotely inappropriate at this point to just like straight up be racist as hell. It's rewarded. My point is, I don't think I'm doing a good enough job if I'm secretly a white supremacist. I don't know what they want you to do to fix their feelings being hurt, though. No matter what you do, someone will complain. Some don't want you to speak on us. Some want you to bring awareness. Just be yourself, and the black fans that want you to be here will be here. Yeah, that's how I always operate, and that's how I always will operate. This is not the first time that people have said Hasan demonstrates a lot of anti-blackness or whatnot. But there is obviously, it gets harder and harder to parse through what is valid concerns from the community and invalid cynical attacks. And sometimes even valid concerns are weaponized. In many instances, as a matter of fact, valid concerns are also weaponized by bad faith actors and highlighted, and then it turns into this massive thing, right? That's the reason why I wanted to address this, partially because I want to make sure that black people don't feel uncomfortable in this community, and that they don't, and black and brown chatters don't feel like this is a space where if they bring up any concerns, they get fucking dogpiled. It's not that different from me accidentally popping off on a chatter and then quickly apologizing, right? Sometimes I will misread what they're saying and I yell at them, and then chat immediately starts dogpiling, and then I go, oh my God, I misread that, I'm sorry, and we move on, right? It's not that different, but those moments, especially if those moments are representative of the exact same kind of marginalization that black and brown people have experienced elsewhere, it makes people think, oh my God, this is yet another space that I thought was safe for people like myself, and it's not. Okay? You say valid concerns are good, but you spent 200 times addressing invalid concerns, which doesn't make sense. Wait, what? This is not an invalid concern. I think we have to be a little bit better about dogpiling. I have to be a little bit better about like addressing dogpiling in general, and that I have to be more considerate. I have to be more considerate of there are valid concerns in this conversation Foreign is going to be uploading a good video regarding this entire thing. It was very insightfully a great analysis. The community will likely use it as evidence to further push their agenda of why this topic should be avoided, but it's truly well put. Obviously, an off-stream watch. But I will say, like, if someone is using an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign as a simple gotcha, like, please, I know it's hard to decipher that. It's hard to decipher that as like a cynical line of attack, because it is a point of concern that many black people who do care about this issue have felt from white content creators, where they are saying like, oh, you have not nearly spent enough time on Sudan. Having said that, I don't fault you if you, like I said, if you see clips and you feel like it makes you think like, oh, this guy's an enemy. I don't fault you for it. There's nothing I can do about that, right? That's the case. It is what it is. What is this? You will never be white to them, Hassan. I mean, look, I'm in a unique predicament here because, one, I say I'm white, okay? And I think I look white, but to white people, they, depending on the argument, they don't think I'm white, okay? That's it. That's just, you know, it is what it is, right? And I've also noticed, depending on who is like how receptive they are or how much they know about my background, I also am a race chameleon amongst racial chameleon amongst black people as well. If black people don't fuck with me, then I'm white. If they do fuck with me, then I'm not white. If that makes sense. It's almost the reversal of the way that white people see it. If white people fuck with me, I'm white. If white people don't fuck with me, I'm not white. It is what it is. As a Sudanese, I genuinely think this community, the crisis in Sudan, has been reduced to a bad faith talking point, and people in this community only frame the network that is Sudan as a distraction with no care for the humanity of Sudanese or knowledge about the solidarity between Sudan and Palestine. More news coverage will be dope. Yes. I will do more coverage on Sudan. I have covered it, never to the same extent as Gaza, of course, and partially because like it's not because of the metric ton of violence that the people of Sudan are experiencing, or not because it's like inconsequential or anything like that. Of course, I think it's massively consequential. Part of the reason why is because I'm nowhere near as well read on Sudan. Okay, nowhere near as well read on Sudan, which is once again my inability to have knowledge over everything that's happening around the world. But also the other reason why it's like been turned into this almost meme is because of how people have cynically used that as a talking point so much, all the way down to Cory Booker, right? Like there are so many people that always go, why don't you talk about this? Why don't you talk about that? And the real reason why they're saying it is because they're like, shut the fuck up about Israel, right? Same with Congo as well. Sometimes people will also bring that up as well. I mean, it's the most like extreme version of that was Andrew Cuomo literally going up on the debate stage and being like, you want to do BDS on Israel, but why not Uganda? Like that is the most extreme version of this, right? That's the most cynical, extreme version of this. So that's what that's why it comes across like it's been reduced to that. Okay. So, as far as like community building and as far as like harboring a safer space, not to sound like Israel doing safe zones versus partially safe zones, but like this is not a fully safe space because there's going to be people who are engaging in the conversation with microaggressions. They're going to be hateful people, right? Of course, because this is open for everybody. This is a public space where anyone from any background can come in. There's a lot of shit ton of fucking Nazis that come in here as well and constantly derail the conversation. There's shit ton of racist right-wingers that come in here to present themselves as they try to do like, I'm a black man and I think you need to stop talking about black people. All this stuff like that happens all the time as well. And obviously going through that dynamic, going like this. This is a great example. For everything you've done for the black community, they just betray you like this. That's a stupid ass fucking take, man. What do you mean they just betray you like this? Like you can't say shit like that. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Okay? First of all, allyship is not transactional. I say this all the fucking time, and I think a lot of people need to understand that. Okay? What have I said time and time again? I don't do this so that black people think I'm fucking cool, okay? I do this because it's right. Like, and you should remember that, okay? Black people don't owe me shit. No one owes me anything, okay? All I can expect is charitability. That's it. And all you should expect is charitability. And even if you don't receive it, you should not say shit like this. Okay, hold on. Murat, geldi. Doors open. Yok dışarıda dış kapıda galiba. Git aç. Okay. Anyway, I wish black people thought I was cool and stuff like this gets unnoticed in the community. No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like I recognize that. That is what makes black and brown chatters feel like this is a hostile space. Okay? That's it. We can't be talking like that in the chat. And I don't want that kind of, I personally take responsibility over it. It is the vibes that I put out that that allow people to feel comfortable talking like that. Okay? You can't be doing that. But you haven't done anything wrong to black people, so why are they launching a hate campaign against you? How many times do I have to go through this? The reason why people do this is because of what they see. They see one video. It's just they don't know the medium. They don't understand that they don't have the same fucking information that you've downloaded about what Twitch streaming looks like. Christian, on the other hand, does know this. He's been on the stream. Sean the Black also knows exactly what that looks like. Okay. So if they're all saying that, you know, the clip looks bad and they understand why people feel the way that they do, yeah, you got to address it. Okay. Because these aren't random people that don't understand what streaming looks like. They are streamers themselves. They do live streaming and they do political commentary as well. So obviously they deal with a bunch of shitheads themselves. Okay. And yes, this is not like the entirety of black people. There's no monolith there. Okay. It's just black people on TikTok that saw the clip and went, oh my God, this guy is yet another out of touch white guy who is just simply using us and using our community and our participation in culture as a way to uplift himself cynically. And the reason why a lot of people see that and think that instantly is not only because they don't understand the dynamic on stream and the back and forth that goes on, or you know, Sudan being a common deflection point against my coverage on Gaza, but also because they have seen that a million times over. Okay, here, I'll give you a great example of this. How many fucking white rappers come out and they're like, I'm a rapper, I love rap music, and then they just like immediately heel turn and go, I actually want to do country music, as a matter of fact, and also, you know, I'm gonna line up with a bunch of stars and musicians that have actually said a bunch of heinous shit about black people all of a sudden. That's just one example, right? That's just one example that happens in the music space all the fucking time, which is why I'm using that as an example. Okay. But it happens everywhere. So obviously, if it's a pattern that black people have seen over and over again, they think I'm also doing that as well. That's why I always say, be charitable. If you see something that just, you know, feels off or feels wrong, be charitable. You can make up your own mind. Anyway. And just because it was a racist white dude that started this cynical campaign doesn't mean that like black people didn't see it and then immediately mash it up with their own personal experiences. Okay, that's why it's an important issue to also address. If people don't owe you anything, then why are you acting like you owe them something? Serious question, by the way. That seems like a way to just take advantage of charitable people. No, the reason why I'm addressing this is not because of all the fucking outside people that are fucking chirping. The reason why I'm addressing it is because this is a community-wide issue, okay? That's why I'm addressing it. The way I react to chirpers and my inability to sift through constructive criticism versus cynical derailers, because oftentimes cynical derailers and people who want to attack me and derail the conversation will use the mask of constructive criticism, okay, to derail the conversation, has created an environment where people also respond in the same short tone to Black and brown community members that have grievances that are valid. Okay, that's it. I don't want Black and brown people to feel unsafe when they come into this chat. Of course, I don't want that. I don't want trans people to feel unsafe when they come into this chat. There is a level of safety that I promise when I'm managing this community. You should spend time explaining how you are anti-racist instead. No, that's stupid. Because only time will show that to people. Okay, this is a separate issue. This is a separate issue where, you know, we do need to be a little bit more careful with the way that we present ourselves, myself included, and I take full responsibility over it. Okay, that's it. That's it. Not every single person that comes in here is always coming in here with like bullshit. Okay. Anyway,
if I was on stream and someone, and once again, apologies to the Asian community, okay? If I was on stream and I was talking about Black issues or something, and then someone came in and was like, Christian, you're always talking about Black issues, but you never talk about Stop Asian Hate. And I was like, well, if any of you fucking Asians, you'd be like, whoa, hey, whoa, bring it down a notch, brother. That's it, really. Like, the politics of it all, like, you had a good point, but there's an energy you gotta bring when you say Black people.
Smear campaigns these days will happen. Relax, it's on, you're being targeted. Oh my God, guys, you think I don't know? You think I don't know that there are cynical chirpers in this? Okay. Yes, there are. Christian knows that too. Like, I talked to him about it. He knows that like a big part of the pylon is because it's coming off the heels of like Hassan is a dog abuser. Okay.
So Hassan, I watched that clip where you got on that chatter for telling you to talk about Sudan. And honestly, to me, it's like, when are folks going to realize that as a non-Black person, you can't be out here using an uppercase B when you say Black. Like, it makes you sound like Bull Connor. You sound like you're from Rome, Georgia. You sound like Martin Taylor Greene. You sound racist as shit. It's because y'all niggas be using that uppercase B. You be like, Black. It's like, whoa. Calm down.
This, brother, everyone here knows you're not racist. This won't change their minds. Having to apologize for saying Black folk in a racist tone is the reason why normies are weirded out by leftist bases and only fuels the Hassan is scared of his audience narrative and none of his opinions are his own. Being a leftist fucking sucks. It's a new shitstorm every day. I don't care because I'm not doing this. I don't do anything because I'm worried about the way that I'm going to be perceived by people who are on the outside. If I'm doing something or if I'm addressing something, it's because I think it is important to address. Okay? Yes. A lot of people are also who are knowledgeable of my background or knowledgeable of my my opinions are just saying that, like, yeah, this looks bad to outsiders. Okay? But ultimately, the real reason why I'm doing this is because it's not like it comes across as an insincere grievance because you're like, if you're white, okay, if you're white and you come in here and you're like, dude, what are you talking about? You literally spend all day, every day talking about white supremacy and are even oftentimes victim to it as well. Okay. Like, what the fuck are these people chirping about? If that's your attitude, if it's like automatically dismissive, and you think that everyone is being cynical when they bring this up, you're not wrong. There's a valid grievance, especially because what I say and what I do does have the capacity to influence people in this chat. And after a certain point, I think it's important to address it. That's it. You know, I'm not saying that people are valid for fucking saying I'm a white supremacist because of my tone or some shit. Okay, I'm not doing that either. I've even gone as far as explaining that, like, if someone like myself had that kind of attitude, if I believed in that, if I thought that, like, if I had white supremacist values, like, I don't think I would be sheltering it. I think it's we are now living in a unique time frame where it's you can be overt with your white supremacist opinions and values. It wouldn't be like as hidden. Okay, but in any case.
Who you feeling like? This isn't just for a song. So
my take usually isn't what these people are talking about, but rather what I'm missing in the situation. Like, what am I seeing?
Like, whoa, relax, twin.
Part of this is when white people say the word black, it always brings tension in the minds of black and brown communities. The word just catches attention of white mouths. I mean, sure. Where is it? There was another person that brought up Stephen Miller, but I think that's a good point to address as well. I forget where it is. Oh, here. Recognize how you got some people throwing up question marks to these TikToks talking about tone, but when some racist fuck Stephen Miller does the same shit, Chatter's immediately go, you hear how he said that? Yeah, of course. For the record, Chatter. Yeah, of course, people. That's not just someone being and white and throwing up question marks. That's because I'm not Stephen Miller. Like there's degrees to this, right? Yeah, that's the difference between someone. That's the difference between someone who is like very openly has to follow your loser ass for 24 hours, guys, to say stop abusing dogs, little bro. Okay, man, this says a lot about you. You could have just subscribed, by the way, if you wanted to avoid the 24-hour wait limit.
Who are you feeling like? Like, come down with that, Hassan. All these non-black folks, come down with that shit. I'm crying. Just say black. you see all that lowercase letter black. You don't gotta come like black. No. Just black, not black. Black. like calm the fuck down. What are you feeling like? So Hassan, I watched that.
Yeah. Maybe it's just my whiteness here, but since when is tone policing something that's worth considering? Like, understand the issue. See, this is the other side of the story. Okay, for a lot of white people, I think they see this, and they see content creators that are calling me out for the tone that I use, and they go, "The fuck, this guy who I've been tuning into on and off for the past 10 years, who never shuts the fuck up about white supremacy and black issues, is getting blistered, getting daggered on even the tone of how he said the word black, then I'm fucked." Okay, so that's the other side of the story as well. So a lot of people see this kind of stuff and they go, oh shit, we're all fucked. Like, we're all like, because most white people probably have, done infinitely worse racialized crimes overall than simply saying black people with a hard B, as people are saying I was doing. Okay. And they go, people are being overly sensitive. There is, like, I understand the concerns coming from everyone. I mean, this person is just like jokingly referencing it. He's not like, I'm showing people who are fans, who are in this community, who are knowledgeable of the streaming space or knowledgeable of my background. I'm not showing you the videos of people being like, I got it. It's his dad is a billionaire, and finally the billionaire secret capitalist has shown his true nature about how much of a white supremacist he is. Like, they're not, they're just chirping into the wind. Just let them fucking chirp. Who cares? And if people are fans of those people and they think that, there's not really much I can do about it. There's not really much I can do about it beyond just, continuing to do my advocacy in the way that I do. Okay. Just because there is a bad faith outrage campaign designed around an issue doesn't mean that there isn't a valid concern. Okay. So it's important. It's important to be more careful, and it's important for chatters to also reflect on that. Okay. Especially because even if black community members know I'm not racist, they don't know if you're not racist. You're just anonymous. Okay. And if you're coming in and you're immediately fucking stamping out black and brown chatters for addressing any concerns that they have, right? Even if they might be more charitable to me because they know what my background is, they know what they know what my advocacy is. They don't know your background. They don't know your advocacy. And if they see it over and over again, then they're going to start thinking, well, this is not a safe enough space. And I take ownership of, oh my God, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? She came in and was like, nah, enough. She came in and was like, enough of this bullshit, Dad. God damn. You do be getting mad though? Yeah, and I will continue to get mad. And there's going to be moments where, there's going to be more clips in the future. It's just, I can't guarantee that. Okay. But what I will try to do to the best of my ability, as I always have, and will continue to do so, is try to make sure that there's not unnecessary hostility towards people, or that this community is another place that black and brown people thought that they could go to without having to experience the same bullshit that they have to go through in many other spaces that are entirely comprised of white people, where they have to also somehow advocate for their humanity every day. Okay? One thing that I have to address once again, over and over again, is that no matter what people say, okay, no matter what people say, you cannot just go, oh, I'm out. Okay? Why would I do this? Why would I advocate for black issues if black people are going to treat even Hassan like this? I've seen him advocate for black issues for years and years, and even then they're shitting on him, and they're saying he's a white supremacist, blah blah blah, all this stuff, even off of a tone like, what the fuck? Remember, it's not conditional. You're not weak, okay? You have a moral compass. And you can't be one of those bitch-made motherfuckers out there who go, oh, people got too woke, and then I decided, fuck this, I'm out. You can't do that, okay? Allyship or advocacy is not transactional. It's just not. You do it because it's right. You do it because you want to uplift people. You don't do it because you want whatever group that you are advocating for to have your back, or to always be charitable to you, or to like you, or to think you're fucking cool. That's not why I do it. Okay? And that's not why you should do it either. You do it because it's right. Okay? This is for the white people in the chat. And a part of that is also listening to the concerns that come from black and brown people as well. I'm not doing this in a way where it's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm genuflecting. I apologize for my Yakubian activities. I apologize for my caucasity. I'm not like doing this for an optics play or whatever. If you personally think I'm a white supremacist, secret racist, stick around and you'll probably figure out that that's not correct. Okay? If you don't want to do that and you've made up your mind, well, it is what it is. Not much I can do about that. All right? Nobody seriously thinks you're a white supremacist? Oh, chatter. There are definitely people who think I'm a white supremacist. As a white minority in my own country, what is this? What bothers me no fucking end is that Innocent constantly shitting on Hassan is not even able to apply the same standards to his own small stream, and they demand out of Hassan, like, get the fuck out, unserious and dishonest. What is this? As a white minority in my own country, black Americans need to learn to put their money where their mouth is. You can't be part of a country violating our sovereignty and play victim to people who are on the wrong end of your baton. What? I don't know what country you're coming in from, but this is what I mean. Okay? This is what I mean. Now we've leveled up to now we leveled up to another point of contention, but this kind of is an example of what I mean. When black people in this community see someone say shit like that, they go, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay? You can't be talking like that. But this is it. It happens a lot. It happens in a lot of instances like this. He's Norwegian. Like, this is the reason why when people say stuff like this, they don't know your background. They don't know where you're at. They don't know what you're saying. They don't understand it. I'm talking about Americans hammering everyone, even though they are on the receiving end of American violence. I know. Now you brought up a different point, which is like, black people play a formative role in American imperialism by joining the military, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into this shit, okay? But you can't, while we're having a conversation about like why black people, black chatters and brown chatters sometimes come into this community and think that this is like not a very safe space, this is the reason. And they're not being super sensitive about this, okay? They're not. That's not like them being sensitive. That's us being insensitive, okay? Be a little bit more considerate, please. In the end, you got to remember what you stand for while simultaneously expect controversies. All matters is to listen to, be honest, and clear misunderstandings. Yeah. All right. Spend so much time on this. Yes, it's important. It's important for community development. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Another thing that I'm gonna bring up or talk about also is sometimes time heals all wounds. And time addresses all concerns, okay? This is something that I feel like a lot of people don't recognize on the internet, especially, where they see something even if it's from like a while back and then they immediately relitigate it. I'm not even talking about myself at this point. Like, it's just how the internet operates in general, right? And you just have to wait things out. And sometimes people will surprise you, okay? Not changing the way you talk about people when asked is kind of like refusing to use proper pronouns for reference. Sure, I think that's a decent analog. All right, let's get into it. Early voting is starting in New York. Black guy here. I started watching you right when you came on the platform because you spoke to black issues on Facebook. And I was like, why is this white guy so interested in black issues? I haven't seen the clip at issue, but it sounds like bullshit to me given everything I've seen watching you since your start on Twitch and before. I mean, yeah, if you are aware of my advocacy and my background, like, yeah, you're gonna be like, I don't know why the fuck people are chirping at you, but I think I've done a decent job of addressing everything. Oh, Jesus Christ, black guy here? No. That's come on, dude. It's not just all rage bait. You have to parse through. You have to parse through the rage bait and address the actual shit as well, okay? That's why I did it. All right, let's continue. How are you still talking about this, Jesus Christ? All right, shut the fuck up. We're moving on.
For endorsements.
Andrew Cuomo received the backing of Mayor Adams yesterday, but now he's under fire for some controversial comments about Zohran Mamdani.
Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg here now with more as we are hearing from Mamdani and Curtis Sliwa today.
That's right. And if you're following Curtis Sliwa, you know that he's at a subway station every day. He was again at a subway station this morning campaigning, as he does every day, reiterating that he is not bowing out of the race despite pressure from Andrew Cuomo and others who say he is a spoiler. And Sliwa plans to participate in early voting, which starts tomorrow.
I'll be voting for myself and straight down the Republican line. Now, I know that probably won't end this nonsensical discussion of dropping out, but if you can't realize by then...
I don't know why he takes the beanie off when he's doing the debates. Like, I genuinely thought if Curtis is a real one, he keeps that shit on while he's fucking, okay? If you take the beret off while you're piping, okay, you're fake. You're phony. If you take the beret off when you go on that debate stage, you're fake. You're phony. I think it's fucked up that he does that. And it's not like when you take it off, you're actually taking it off. You still got the tan line. So you carry it on stage with you. You know what I mean? Like, we know you got the beret on, brother. You got it on when you even have it off because of the fucking tan line. So just keep it on. This is a genuine concern that I have with Curtis Sliwa. A real concern that I have with his campaign. If I was his campaign manager, I'd be like, dude, you have to keep it on at all times. Okay? Happy to explain. It's old person. Hats are not inappropriate. Indoor culture norms. You think that's what it is? It's disrespectful to keep but he keeps the beret on inside too, right? Like in other circumstances, I feel like I'm sure there's like images of him indoors with the beret on, right? Like there must be.
That have actually voted, exercised the right that people have died in battle to preserve along with free speech. Well, then you're never going to realize it.
And while Sliwa is staying in the race, Andrew Cuomo is hoping his endorsement from the current mayor gives him some traction as he trails Zohran Mamdani. Mamdani today plans to further lash Cuomo for an exchange on WABC radio yesterday morning in which the host, Sid Rosenberg, suggested Mamdani would celebrate a 9/11 style terrorist attack, and Cuomo failed to shut him down.
Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
Mamdani calls the incident disgusting and Islamophobic. Cuomo said he wasn't the one to say the remark. Today,
yeah. What's so crazy about the way that he's packaging this and the way that he is like defending it is he has the fucking audacity. Cuomo has the audacity to say, oh, that wasn't me. That was Sid Rosenberg who said it, right? But you agreed with it. That's number one. It was yesterday. That's number two. It is in line with your campaign messaging. That's number three, including the fucking racialized ad campaigns that he's put out. And your fucking counter to it is, well, Zohran went on a podcast 4 months ago with another Muslim dude who once said America deserved 9/11 6 years ago, and they didn't even talk about 9/11 on the podcast, and Zoran didn't agree with that sentiment in any case, but I'm still using it as a deflection. How can you have these two opinions at the same time? So Zoran getting boosted by me is a major point of contention in your campaign that you have decided is like the most significant line of attack. But you going on fucking Sid Rosenberg's radio show yesterday and being like, ha ha, right, Zoran would love another 9/11 to happen. He would cheer it on. You agreeing with that sentiment is not a problem? Are you fucking insane? This is the dynamic at play, the asymmetry at play. This is so fucking frustrating. The equivalence would be if Zoran and I did a podcast today and I was like, dude, 9/11 was awesome, don't you think? And then Zoran was like, yeah, I do think it was awesome. We should have more. That is the equivalence of what Andrew Cuomo did. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane, okay? The mosque that platform Cuomo condemned him today. The leader of the Bronx mosque that hosted Cuomo last month said his remarks yesterday suggested Mamdani would cheer 9/11 if it happened. Again, evoke painful memories of anti-Muslim backlash. We condemn his remarks completely. It is very hurtful to hear. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing? Also, this is why white supremacy and white supremacist values are a united struggle, even if someone is white, okay? For all the other chatters who are tuning in, okay? I understand this because guess what? Any point of marginalization, no matter how inconsequential or insignificant it may seem in the grand scheme of things, is oftentimes utilized by right-wing assholes and reactionaries as a weapon that they wield, okay? Like, look no further than this shit. You're getting closer to Rush Limbaugh status, listener reach every day. Former governors bring you up during debates. I know. It's so dumb, but that's the reality that we live in, I guess. I eat it every fucking day, okay? Trust me. No matter how white I am, and no matter how much I say I'm white, I can't dance, look at me, I got the cracker pass or whatever, obviously, it's still, obviously I'm not white enough for a lot of people, okay? Because this would not be a relevant point of contention. This would not be a relevant fucking point of contention if I was named Hank, okay? It would not. And anyone that fucking says that that's not the case, oh, you're just using the race card, is just reinforcing that same fucking bullshit over and over again. The example I gave you is clear. It's like if Zoran went on Bill Maher's show and Bill Maher says something about 9/11 right after 9/11 that I have never said, okay? He went extra hard. Do you think Andrew Cuomo would be using that as a line of attack against Zoran Mamdani? Bill Maher, after 9/11, a week after 9/11, Bill Maher literally went on national television and he said, those attackers were brave. They actually flew the planes into the fucking towers. Okay? You know what's not brave? Lobbing Tomahawk missiles from thousands of miles away. That's not brave. You can like it, you can hate it, but it doesn't matter. You can't deny that that was brave. That's what he said about the 9/11 attackers 2 weeks after 9/11. He got obviously canceled for it. He lost his show over it. Do you think if Zoran went on his show in the build-up to this election, they didn't even talk about 9/11 at all, do you think Andrew Cuomo would be like, Zoran went on the show of Bill Maher, who once famously said that 9/11 attackers were brave people? Clearly, Zoran agrees with this sentiment and wants another 9/11 to happen. Do you think that argument would hold? No, of course not. Because Bill Maher's fucking white. That's it. Why won't he condemn Bill Maher? Yeah, he's white. He's pro-Israel. It don't matter. Okay? And Sid Rosenberg's been losing his fucking mind on the timeline over and over again. He's like, no, he didn't make the comment I made. Democrats are shameful. I made the comment, and I think I'm right. Leave Cuomo out of it. You got to use tuchus in a sentence. True. Yeah, and then he goes, of course he agreed with me because I'm right. Yeah, that's the problem, big dog. The problem is you and the homies are far more racist than the average person on this issue. Now, society might move in that direction eventually, but It's not there right now. And that's the reason why you're frustrated, because you're like, well, why isn't society as racist as I am? Okay, that's what the problem is for you. Hold on. What the fuck? The frick? Oh shit. Zoran Mamdani tears up while talking about the Islamophobic attacks on the campaign. Oh shit. They made him tear up, dude. Oh no. Oh no. I thought Sid Rosenberg did a sports show on AM radio. I'm so confused. I mean, he's conservative. He's conservative. He's a conservative talk show host. And you can just get away with heinous fucking lines of attack, dude. You could just get away with so much unlimited, unrestrained racism against certain topics and certain subjects. This is something that I've actually talked about with respect to like anti-black sentiment. America is primarily anti-indigenous and anti-black. Okay, that's the fundamentals. The fundamentals are there, but because of that, because of how formative of a part of American culture anti-blackness is and white supremacy is, over the years it has evolved to be insidious. It has evolved to be almost invisible, right? Even though it's very visible if you're black, obviously. Sometimes even when a white political commentator uses a specific tone when referring to black people. So, but for that reason, like there are certain things, because it's such a passive thing that everyone, without even considering, engages in, there is a certain level of anti-blackness that is not allowed, right? The level of anti-blackness that is not allowed is like if you make the common tropes, if you point to, if you say the N-word, for example, or if you make references to certain animals or certain types of food that is stereotypically attributed, right? Like if you do stuff like that, most people understand what you're doing, right? And they don't like it. There is a permission structure around permissible bigotry, as I always like to talk about, right? And the thing with Islamophobia is that because it's newer than white supremacist anti-blackness, and because it ties so perfectly into America's war on terror, it's very heavy-handed, and therefore there is no institutional backlash to overt Islamophobia in the same way. This doesn't mean that like anti-blackness is not a constant. Like I said, it's literally an ever-present part of everyday existence. But because it has been so pervasive throughout American history, especially, that like throughout time, throughout civil rights struggle, throughout all of these different historical evolutions, anti-blackness has had to evolve and in some ways even embed itself as a core part of the American identity. But because of that, you can't get away with being overtly anti-black in the same way that you can being Islamophobic, but only because it's like a newer form of bigotry that hasn't evolved to be a core part of the American identity. It's like how a lot of the Jim Crow laws didn't even mention race, but it was still obviously racialized and anti-black. Exactly. Anti-blackness has always been here, but your recent rhetoric around Sudan and Congo has been disappointing. What is happening? Chatter, rewind, please. Rewind. I addressed all of it. I promise you. I've addressed your concerns. Rewind. You can rewind now on the Piker Broadcasting Service if you subscribe on the desktop. There's a rewind button right there. If you are watching on your desktop and you are a subscriber, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. I talked about it 2 hours. For 2 hours, I'm sure it's already uploaded on the YouTube by a fan channel anyway. You can watch it, you can hear it, you can hear me out, you can hear and listen to me addressing these concerns. Okay? Like I said, you can finally rewind as long as you are a subscriber on the broadcast. If you got lucky enough and you got gifted us up from Open Presents with a 25 gifted, or you subscribed on your own with your Twitch Prime, which is free, or with a $6 month subscription, you can do so. Okay? You can now rewind. Anti-blackness is a constitutive element of civil society, operates on a different ontological plane than anti-Muslim rhetoric. Anti-blackness is a question of subject-object relations. Anti-Muslim sentiment is Orientalism is predicated on negotiating access to hegemony, which anti-blackness theory would argue black folks don't have access to. Okay, that bricked me. God damn. Beacon rewind. Yeah. I don't even know what to respond to that with. All right. Let's finish solving Look at Zoran's response.
Democrats are shameful. I made the comment. I think I'm right. Leave Cuomo out of it. Religion has long been an undercurrent of this mayoral race, with accusations that Mamdani is anti-Semitic and that Cuomo and his campaign have been Islamophobic.
Cuomo's message is to smear and slander the first Muslim.
Like, I know people don't want to hear this, especially a lot of people who are not like tuned into this stuff, but accusing a Muslim dude who has never said anything anti-Semitic of anti-Semitism is also a little Islamophobic, okay? It's racist as fuck. The notion that like we're constantly talking about Jewish safety and Jewish fears in the campaign or what it would look like, it's no different than white Christian safety and white Christian fears in the South if miscegenation took place. You know what I mean? If miscegenation was allowed, oh my God, white people are going to be fearful. If black people can actually use the same water fountains as black people, then this is actually destroying my Christian white Christian nationalist safe space. Like, people understand that. People, when you bring this up, if you were to bring this counter, if you were to say like, you know, if a racist white supremacist Christian guy in the South was saying, well, I'm really fearful of a black politician being elected in my state, everyone would know exactly what the fuck is going on when that person says that, okay? But we don't have the capacity to understand that, like, this can still be cynical, okay? Like, when a lot of people talk about Jewish safety in this way, most people do not understand that this can be cynical as well. This is being weaponized against a Muslim candidate. It is racialized. It is racist. It is Islamophobic. It's fucking ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous, okay? And the very fact that absolutely no one gives a fuck about the unrestrained Islamophobia and the unrestrained racism against all Muslim New Yorkers in this fucking campaign cycle is also a part of that asymmetry. It's a blind spot that many people have. They don't realize that this shit is insane. New York City has what, like 1 million plus Muslims living in it? It's like 1 out of every 10 New Yorkers is Muslim. Okay, a lot of black and brown people in that group. And you're just saying like, well, you know, all Muslims are a little bit scary. Jews are terrified of Muslims being in charge because they're going to do Sharia law. They're going to force halal food down our throats. They're going to fucking do 9/11 again. Yeah, 1 out of 8. That's crazy. 1 out of 8. You're saying 1 out of 8 people in your vicinity is secretly plotting another fucking 9/11. What the fuck? Are you insane? That's an insanely racist thing to say. Hello?
Candidate on the verge of leading this city. To look at a city where 1 in 8 New Yorkers are Muslim and say that by virtue of your faith, you are worthy of suspicion.
Meanwhile, the Knicks are calling foul on a political ad for Mamdani. The team has issued a cease and desist letter saying that we'll take a look at this image, that it is misleading to the public. There we go. And that the Knicks do not endorse Mamdani for mayor. Mamdani will be speaking outside of a mosque later in the Bronx today to address what he is calling a renewed wave of Islamophobic rhetoric.
Yeah, Zohran Mamdani's powerful, defiant speech shakes New York City mayoral race. No more shadows. Jalen Brunson, you can do something amazing right now. Yeah, Jalen Brunson, come out. Jalen Brunson, come out and say, you are riding with Zohran. Do it.
6 years ago, shortly after I'd announced I was running for state assembly, a well-meaning Muslim uncle pulled me aside. He smiled softly and looked at me with care. In a quiet voice, he told me I did not have to tell people I was Muslim.
Oh my God, bro. This is literally 1-to-1 the same convo that I had with my grandfather. 1-to-1. I've told you guys this before. My grandfather was like, dude, nobody knows your name is Hassan. If you want, just use Dogan. Your last name already sounds westernized. Piker. Nobody will know any better. Don't ever fucking tell a single person that you're Muslim. What are you, stupid? Either change your name, make it about you. Oh my God! Of course I'm going to use my own personal experience. I've talked about it before, you dumb fuck. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? He said, go ahead, make it about you. The fuck? Do you guys not understand how Islamophobia works? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Do you not understand how this works? Yeah, it's a commonly shared Muslim experience in the fucking Western world. You've been in here long enough. God damn. I'm validating his fucking experience, saying, oh shit, verbatim happened to me as well, and something that I've talked about in the past.
His eyes kind, his beard proud, and his face heavy with the implications of the unsaid. I had not learned the lesson that he had been taught time and again. It is the lesson that safety could only be found in the shadows of our city. That it is in those shadows alone where Muslims could embrace their full identities. And that if we were to emerge from those shadows,
yeah, this is like
in those shadows
version.
That we must leave our faith.
This is the talk version that like black parents have with their kids, but for Muslims, I think. You know, this is like hey, maybe I mean, for Zoran, it's especially difficult because he's brown too. You know what I mean? Like, at least I got the white shield on me, you know, so I could get away with like really fucking really being like, I don't know what you're talking about. But I chose not to do that.
These are lessons that so many Muslim New Yorkers have been taught again and again. And over these last few days, these lessons have become the closing messages of Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and Eric Adams. Yesterday, Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio host said that I would cheer another 9/11. Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe. He compared me to violent extremists. And he lied again and again when he said that our movement seeks to burn churches and destroy communities. The day before that, Curtis Sliwa slandered me from the debate stage when he claimed that I support global jihad. And every day, Super PAC ads imply that I am a terrorist or mock the way I eat.
Yeah, also, one other thing about the global jihad thing is that it's a double bind, as I've described before. It's the same with like intifada, right? Global jihad or jihad as a term or martyrdom as a term means something very different in Muslim culture and in Arabic in general, right? But jihad in and of itself, in the way that Americans understand it, in the way that Westerners understand it, implies you're going to fucking kill a bunch of non-believers or whatever, right? But Muslims, by and large, do this calculation every time they have to address shit like this, because jihad means struggle, right? Like working out is jihad, right? It's just like, but describing that to people is going to make you come across as like insincere. A lot of people are just going to look at that and be like, oh, here we go. This guy is just really trying to dupe me into believing this, right? So in many circumstances, people don't even fucking bring it up. Muslims don't even bring this shit up. They don't even choose to address it, and they simply address what people think jihad means, right? There's a reason why it's a common unisex name in the Arab world, but that's it. And the same goes for intifada. Like, he chose to once describe that it is the Arabic word for uprising, and that even the Holocaust Museum uses Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, right? So when people say globalize the Intifada, they're simply talking about globalizing an uprising, okay? And it doesn't matter how people perceive it. Like, what it actually means is having a revolution, committing to a revolution, to uplift people, to engage in emancipation for all people. So, like, he explained it once, but people didn't give a shit about it. They were like, shut the fuck up. You just want all Jews to be murdered, and that's what I'm going to go with. So then he had to make this calculation in his mind as a visible Muslim dude to literally drop it, to be like, oh, it was really hurtful to Jewish New Yorkers. That's insincere. I can say it openly, okay? When he says that, that's actually the insincere part, okay? He was being honest initially when he first responded to the globalize the intifada narratives, okay? He was right the first time, and then people kept hammering him over and over and over and over again, so we had to just suck it the fuck up Okay? He had to suck it the fuck up because he's running for mayor and he knows how these narratives can take root and become an issue. I didn't think that he was he should have done that. I think that like when your opposition is framing things in an insincere manner, you don't have to actually lean into their framework, and he did, and they never stopped. It's not like they stopped. It's not like he actually ended up soothing the collective fears that people had, because those collective fears were not born out of like anything real. Those collective fears were not born out of a sincere belief that he is going to somehow commit harm to Jewish New Yorkers. Those collective fears were born out of racism. If you look at a guy like Zohran Mamdani and you think he is a dangerous anti-Semite that is going to hurt Jewish New Yorkers, you're an irrational racist person, okay? And I don't care how much you believe that genuinely, okay? Because you can genuinely believe something because you're fucking racist. I think a lot of white people in the South that opposed desegregation were sincere. They literally did think that it would be a racialized jungle if the black children were learning alongside white children. That doesn't mean it's a valid concern. Sometimes you got to shut the fuck up. Sometimes you got to tell people, okay, dog, you need to calm down, all right? That's not how this works. You feel me? Just because someone's concerns are coming from a real place doesn't mean that real place is just really racist, all right? Yeah, you're sincere. You're sincerely racist. That's your problem. You gotta work with that, okay? You gotta work on that on your fucking own. Yeah, as you easily predicted, they moved on to he doesn't condemn globalized intifada. All the while, where was this energy an hour ago? Wait, what? About what? Do you think that people are being racist towards me because I'm white when they have concern? Okay, I'm not doing this again. I'm getting baited. Shut up. Stop it. We're not doing that again.
Polls that ask New Yorkers questions like whether they support invented proposals to make halal food mandatory, or political cartoons that represent my candidacy as an airplane hurtling towards the World Trade Center. But I do not want to use this moment to speak to them any further. I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt, who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab. I want to speak to the Muslim who works for our city, whether they teach in our schools or walk the beat for the NYPD, New Yorkers who all make daily sacrifices for the city they call home, only to see their leaders spit in their face. I want to speak to every child who grows up here, marked as the other, who is randomly selected in a way that never quite feels random, who feels that they carry a stain that can never be cleaned. Growing up in the shadow of 9/11, I have known what it means to live with an undercurrent of suspicion in this city. I will always remember the disdain that I faced, the way that my name could immediately become Muhammad, and how I could return to my city only to be asked in a double-mirrored room at the airport if I had any plan on attacking it. And since I was very young, I've also known that I was spared the worst of it. I was never pressured to be an informant, like a classmate of mine. I've never had the word terrorist spray painted on my garage, as one of my staff had to endure. My mosque has never been set on fire. To be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity. But indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. Since I announced my candidacy for mayor 1 year ago yesterday, I ought to be the candidate fighting for every single New Yorker, not simply the Muslim candidate. I've carried these indignities with me each moment of this race, doing so all the while as the first major Muslim candidate in the history of our city. I thought that if I could...
This is what I mean when I say you just got to eat it. You eat it every fucking day. And this is something that everyone who has experienced some point of marginalization knows exactly what this is, okay? If you're a woman, even if you're a white woman at your workplace, okay, you've been talked down to and you've heard misogynistic statements, right? And you've made that mental calculation of, do I talk about this? Do I bring this up? And if I do bring this up, what will be the reaction? If you're a black person, you've experienced this when people are engaging with you and they say something anti-black. Do I bring this up? Will I be treated as a nuisance if I bring this valid concern up? What will the people around me think? Will they also agree with me? Will they understand my concern as valid and sincere? Or will they agree with the offending party? Is it even better to just keep quiet and eat it in an effort not to look like a spoiler, in an effort not to look like someone who can't get along with everybody else? Do you even want to find out that your coworkers are also in agreement with that? It's a constant state of suspicion that most people are probably not going to agree with you in that moment. Okay? Is it worth it? This doesn't mean that, like, white men are evil or something, straight white men are evil or whatever the fuck. That's not what I'm saying at all. But, like, it is the one group that often doesn't understand this, because it is the one group that does not have any historic association with having to deal with something like this. It just doesn't work. There is no real way. And I say this as a person who is perceived as a straight white guy all the fucking time, okay? Let's be real. There's no intrinsic point of marginalization in that regard, so it's a lot harder, I think, for straight white dudes to kind of understand what this looks like. Because unless you're a gamer, yeah, or if you're disabled. That's why I'm also forgiving, for the record, as someone who does experience this quite a bit on as the racial chameleon that I am. I am more understanding and more forgiving, given my personal privilege as well in this regard, when straight white men do actually demonstrate the unconscious biases that they might have, or engage in microaggressions and whatnot. Okay?
Build a campaign of universality. I could define myself as the leader I aspire to be, one representing every New Yorker, no matter their skin color or religion, no matter where they were born. I thought that if I worked hard enough, it would allow me to be that leader. And I thought that if I behaved well enough, or bit my tongue enough in the face of racist, baseless attacks, all while returning back to my central message, it would allow me to be more than just my faith. I was wrong. No amount of redirection is ever enough. In doing this, I have told the wide-eyed young child in Jackson Heights or the first-time voter in Parkchester that they too should remain in the shadows. In many ways, I have become that same uncle who pulled me aside 6 years ago. No more. The dream of every Muslim is simply be treated the same as any other New Yorker. And yet for too long, we have been told to ask for less than that and to be satisfied with whatever little we receive. No more. For as long as we have lived, we have known that no matter what anyone says, there are still certain forms of hate that are acceptable in this city. Islamophobia is not seen as inexcusable. One can incite violence against our mosques and know that condemnation will never come. Elected officials in this city can sell T-shirts calling for my deportation without any fear of accountability. The consequences amidst this inaction are stark. More than 1 million Muslims in this city existing all while being made to feel as if we are guests in our own home. No more. We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor and our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger than either of these two men. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat. We know only that it was spoken in the language of politics of this city. In an era of ever diminishing bipartisanship, it seems that Islamophobia has emerged as one of the few areas of agreement. And while I appreciate
this is the unfortunate consequence of eating. This is what I was talking about. You eat it for months and months and months, right? And you say, enough. The fuck are we doing? You keep presenting me as like a barbaric Muslim that is going to do 9/11, okay? And it's not just about me. It's 1 in 8 New Yorkers that are also Muslim that you're attacking like this. And enough is enough. And immediately motherfuckers go, wow, what is he, trying to be the mayor of all Muslims, dude? This is what I was talking about, okay? This is what I was talking about. This is why you fucking eat it, okay? You're like, do I just keep my head down and let this continue? And if I'm keeping my head down and letting this continue, what kind of harm is that bringing upon people like myself, people from the same background? That's the double bind that you're always in. If you ever address shitty behavior from others, okay? If you ever address your own marginalization, if you ever address the experience that you have, there are always going to be people that go, the fuck, dude? Why are you bringing this up? You're really fucking up the vibes. You know, this was a joyful candidacy. Like, it doesn't feel good, is my point. Okay. This is also part of the reason why I spent the last 2 hours explaining my own personal experience with this stuff as a person who is the recipient of it for the last 2 years, with all of my fucking colleagues standing idly by and not even letting out a peep, okay? Not even once letting out a fucking peep for a position that I maintained, a position that is now the majority position, a position that colleagues of mine that were silent about out of fear that they would be yelled at, that they now can openly declare they're in support of, okay? Not once did a single motherfucker turn around and go, Twitch or terrorist? That seems like a little crazy that you just have a bunch of Arab Muslim content creators and you're comparing them to terrorists. This doesn't seem like a fun game. This seems pretty fucking racist, as a matter of fact. Okay? And not a single fucking person spoke out on it. And to this day, they do not. And they never will. And I just ate it every fucking day, knowing full well that if you bring it up and you say, hey, this is kind of fucked up, they'll make a larger conversation about it. Okay? Other content creators have called for my deportation, consistently called me a fucking terrorist, laughed about it like it's fucking jokes. Not a fucking peep from anybody. Okay? Not a peep from anyone. This is how racist attitudes continue to thrive. Okay? And at a certain point, you got to stand up for yourself. So I'm proud that Zoran's doing this. Because if you don't do it, everyone's going to think it's totally fine. 26% of adults, like, look. Oh my God. 26% of adults in the New York City metro area identify as religiously unaffiliated. Call them bigots, idiots, and publicly and publicize your politics. Otherwise, you're playing into identity politics. Also, don't insult me. I insulted nobody. Brother, that's the problem. You don't think that this is insulting. No one should be able to stand up for themselves after constantly being on the receiving end of racialized attacks over and over again. Do you not understand? I mean, you don't. Clearly, you don't understand it. Address the issue. Address the argument. Should a Muslim candidate say, hey, 1 out of 8 New Yorkers is Muslim, we're getting a little out of hand with this Islamophobic line of attack, don't you think? Because, like, if Zoran was Jewish, okay, let's use that as an example. Zoran is running for mayor of New York. Let's say he's not Zoran. He's a Jewish guy running for mayor of New York. Okay. And they keep saying, like, oh, here we go again. Jews control the media. Jews control politics. Here we go again with Jewish degeneracy. He has his tentacles in everything. And he came out and was like, yo, we got to stop with this fucking anti-Semitism. Like, there are a lot of Jewish New Yorkers who feel unsafe. Everybody would fucking understand what's going on there. Okay? The fuck? Not everything is Paul, is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's all right to just, like, take a back seat and be like, okay, maybe there is a valid concern here. All right? Especially if this person has already presented a vision that you abide by, a vision that you like, you know, even if you don't fully comprehend it. Yeah. Sometimes it's not identity politics if you're getting called a jihadist who wants to do 9/11 to Electric Boogaloo every fucking day of the week. Okay? It's all right that you can be like, this is irredeemable shit that people are engaging in. The problem is, and I'm sure Zoran knows this very well, as do I, from my own personal experiences, the moment that you do stand up for yourself, a lot of people do check out. Okay? A lot of people check out. So you just kind of have to eat it. So what do? Like, especially in the field of politics, like I'm sure, maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I'm far too cynical on this, but I do think that, you know, I mean, this motherfucker still keeps bringing my name up as well on this. Okay. Notably, Cuomo doesn't give the same grace that Hassan Piker, whose America Deserved 9/11 comment was made in the same kind of freewheeling, shock jock, satirical tone of Rosenberg. Yeah. And not even literally, a week before the elections, and not even with Zoran. Okay. I feel like in this circumstance, you don't address it and you keep going, but then all of that unsafe attitude remains, and it manifests and it festers, right? And people think it's appropriate, they can get away with it without any sort of social pressure or social pushback. Okay. But then you win by a wider margin. But you do address it and you win by a smaller margin. But hopefully some people who like you understand that this is inappropriate and they also join in on fighting back. And yeah, the reason why this tweet is this is a Politico reporter asked again about this exchange. Cuomo says today, yes, I can see where if you took it serious, I was offensive. I didn't take it seriously at the time period, but that's not the point. About 9/11 too. Notably, Cuomo doesn't give the same grace to Hassan Piker, whose 2019 America Deserved 9/11 comment was made in the same kind of freewheeling, shock jock, satirical tone of Rosenberg. He thinks this gives him carte blanche. Okay, he thinks this is like Andrew Cuomo is flailing. He wants to associate Zoran with 9/11, and he thinks this is a valid line of attack. For most people, they don't know who the fuck I am, so they don't think this is a valid line of attack. And even people who do know who the fuck I am know what I meant when I said it. Okay? So the largest majority of New Yorkers who are going to go out and vote, they don't know who the fuck I am. Right? So they don't give a shit. They're like, what? What are you saying? Some Twitch streamer? Some podcaster? I don't give a fuck about this. Okay? But then the ones that do either already despise me because of my anti-Israel position to begin with, or my progressive values to begin with, and they were never going to vote for Zoran anyway. Right? Or out of the people that do know me, the overwhelming majority like what I have to say. They understand what I was talking about, and they understand that it's not, a consequential aspect in this race. Okay, can you contrast with the last national election, where, if I recall correctly, you said multiple times it was good that Harris didn't lean into being black or a woman? I think it would help people understand, Jen. Exactly. And Zoran didn't lean into that either, for the record. But it got to a point where, like, this is the only line of attack. This is the only fucking line of attack. They can't get him on anything, so they just keep hammering the fucking... At least with Kamala Harris, you could be like, oh, the trans stuff or this or that. You know what I mean? Kamala Harris had, like, multiple different lines of attack, partially because she didn't have policies that you could tie her to, that she was a ride or die advocate of, and that was a major weakness for Kamala Harris. And they certainly did shit on her for being black and a woman, right? Being a black woman. They did that all the fucking time. But she did not even spend any moment addressing that, because she knew that if you do address that, people are going to go, oh, here we go again. And it's the same thing with Zoran here as well. It's just that this is the only line of attack. So he sees this as an opportunity to try and neutralize. And it's not necessarily just for him. It's not a cynical ploy to, like, win the election or anything. He's already winning the election. If anything, this might even hurt his chances, because people will go idpol, identity politics. The implication here from Andrew Cuomo is that standing for the rights of Muslim New Yorkers is in contradiction with standing for the same rights for Jewish New Yorkers. I cannot imagine a worse or more divisive closing message for an already disgraced candidate. All right, let's finish the Zoran speech and then we'll continue.
All who have rushed to my defense over these past few days. I think of those Muslims in this city who do not have the luxury of being the Democratic nominee, who do not have the luxury of being deemed worthy of solidarity. While my opponents in this race...
If Islamophobia is seen as acceptable at worst by many Americans in New York, should Mamdani just be normal and abide by the sentiment by hiding the fact that he's Muslim, or or even putting down the Muslim community. I thought being normal and appealing to the current broad sentiment is the only way to be taken seriously politically. I don't think you understand what I mean when I say be normal, okay? If Zoran came out of the gates swinging, talking about Islamophobia, or like, what do you mean hiding his background? Okay, he can't really hide it. Okay, he's brown. You're trying to tie this back to how I also abide by some kind of white supremacist values when I tell people to be normal, but that's not. There's a difference. Okay, especially for example, if this level of attack against a black candidate was happening in the same vein, okay? This is an angry black man. This is a violent black man, just like all black men are angry, violent. If that was happening, obviously, a black candidate would understandably address that at a certain point, despite the fact that there is most likely going to be a negative backlash associated with it from white people that go, ugh, I don't want to hear this, okay? You said just be normal about Plattner and pro-military sentiments. No, not even about Plattner, but the notion, yes, the notion of saying every veteran is a baby murderer that must be hanged is an abnormal statement if you are trying to engage in coalition building. What the fuck? Yes, that is a psychotic way to approach a massive group of people. You also have to understand, like, while white supremacy is the normative position, okay, and bigotry of all sorts is the normative position, there is a level where it reaches beyond the permission structure, okay, beyond the permissible bigotry. You're being so dishonest right now, Hassan. Shame. You hate IPOL in most contexts. Oh my God. Chatter. If someone were to call a black person the N-word and then that black person said, hey, can you stop that? That's racist. Would you say this is identity politics? What is happening? Wait, no. Okay, then shut the fuck up.
Have brought hatred to the forefront. This is just a glimpse of what so many have to endure every day across this city. And while it would be easy for us to say that this is not who we are, as a city we know the truth. This is who we have allowed ourselves to become. And a question lies before each of us. Will we continue to accept a narrow definition of what it means to be a New Yorker that makes smaller every day the number of those guaranteed a life of dignity? Will we remain in the shadows, or will we together step into the light? There are 12 days remaining until Election Day. I will be a Muslim man in New York City each of those 12 days and every day that follows after that. I will not change who I am, how I eat, or the faith that I am proud to call my own. But there is one thing that I will change. I will no longer look for myself in the shadows. I will find myself in the light. Thank you very much.
Cuomo apologize.
Like, the funniest part about all this is that, like, white supremacy is a fairly universal experience, a universal institution. So, like, Andrew Cuomo isn't just shitting on Muslims in general, even though he's been hitting that line pretty hard. He's been shitting on black and brown people in the process as well. Like, that fucking ad that he dropped was so psychotic, bro, with the AI Idris Elba. Like, that was insane. He's like, well, you know how these black people are. They love stealing from grocery stores while wearing a keffiyeh and a mask. Like, that was so unhinged. That wasn't just like Andrew Cuomo. If we were being real, okay, he needed to apologize to basically every minority group for that ad, for that AI ad. It's psychotic. Yeah, he shit on every group in that, bro. He shit on every fucking group. He shit on white ladies too.
Breaking news: House Minority Leader.
He said white ladies love drinking and driving. White grandmothers. Cuomo's response to the speech. Just spoke to Cuomo by phone. Here's his response. I think Mamdani has created great fear among the Jewish community and many other communities. He's affirmatively offensive. It has nothing to do with his being Muslim. It has to do with what he says. Oh my God, how many times have I fucking heard that? Weren't you just talking about how the U.S. doesn't have Euro-style racism and now this happens? No, this is the reason why it's not working is because the broader New York audience, the broader New York population, the broader New Yorker base of voters don't harbor that same level of resentment in the ways that that Europeans have. That's the reason why it's not working. But we can't even get this motherfucker to look past it or apologize for it, you know? Yeah. In the wake of this, no one will suggest that a Muslim-hating candidate like Cuomo is a threat to the well-being of Muslim New Yorkers. No one will consider their fears about him becoming mayor. No one will claim that his views on Gaza violate the sensitivities of Arabs and Muslims. Or anyone with a fucking conscience, really. Because remember, I said this yesterday, and obviously this is an issue that's a little personal for me as well, because, you know, I've been the recipient of this kind of dog shit nonstop, including, but not limited to this. XQC almost passes out laughing at Aiden Ross calling Hassan a terrorist and ban him and deport him. 155,000 views. How many hype points can you get? Like, these are my coworkers, dog. The fuck? And not a single person at any point is like, hey, that's kind of weird, you know? Don't you feel like that's a little insensitive? Like, maybe we should dial it back a little bit. Nope. Anyway, fucking lunacy, but that doesn't matter. The point I was making with Zoran, especially as like the Jewish fears being used as a weapon to get away with saying whatever kind of fucking Islamophobic shit that you want to say about a visibly Muslim candidate is so tired and so racist. Because like it's just, I said this on the debate night where I said, bro, this New York Jews are terrified of the Muslim mayor who has the majority opinion on Israel's genocide shit is so goddamn tired and frankly racist. Because remember, what is getting lost in this conversation is that we're having this moment, and what has Zoran said or done? Oh, he has the majority opinion, the majority New Yorkers' opinion on Israel. How is that any different than any average fucking New Yorker that you encounter? This is exactly what they did during the primaries, and it fucking failed. Are we for real? Are we for fucking real? It's fucking bullshit. Because the argument ultimately comes down to, yeah, okay, I don't like what you're saying. Okay, everyone is saying what you're saying, but I don't like that you are saying it. So one must question why it's a big problem when Zoran is saying the same shit that overwhelming majority of New Yorkers are saying it. New York Jews are saying it. Why is it any different when Zoran is saying it? Think. Mamdani, this was the heart of the message, by the way. I thought that if I behaved well enough or bit my tongue enough in the face of racist, baseless attacks, all while returning back to my central message, it would allow me to be more than just my faith. I was wrong, you know, because they're not going for the mayor position. Wait, what? Okay. What if it was not Zoran, but a Jewish candidate that was up there saying the majority position and taking an anti-Zionist stance? Do you think they would be able to call him a terrorist every day in the same way that they are for Zoran? Don't be fucking obtuse, man. This is how stereotypes work. That's it. Then he'd be a self-hating Jew. Yeah. Do you think that the self-hating Jew narratives work in the United States of America? They tried to pull that shit with Bernie Sanders. How many fucking people believe that? They laughed it off. When Bernie was running in 2016 and he said, we got to cut weapons to Israel, they tried to pull that shit with him. Did it work? No. Obviously not. Don't be stupid. Anyway, the implication here for Zoran's response, Andrew Cuomo's response to Zoran is standing for the rights of Muslim New Yorkers is in contradiction with standing for the same rights for Jewish New Yorkers. I cannot imagine a worse or more divisive closing message for an already disgraced candidate. The implication here is also false. Muslims and Jews both have the right to safely live in the 5 boroughs. Zoran is smeared as an anti-Semite for being a Muslim who stands against Israeli occupation and genocide and still makes consistent appeals that he will be a mayor for all. Cuomo makes no such appeals. Every day he wakes up and tries to twist the knife as far as possible into the Muslim community. His closing message has been as Islamophobic as anything I've seen in my life. Everyone involved in this campaign should be banished from public life. I feel like I'm going insane. Why doesn't any reporter ever make him answer for any of his vile statements? It's fucking crazy. If you're running around saying, you know, all Muslims are responsible for 9/11, you're out of your fucking mind. That shit needs to be called out at some point. Yeah, just wait. Just wait until the anti-black and brown rhetoric gets tuned up even higher. It's already started with the immigration enforcement stuff, but wait till we go to fucking war in Latin America, you know?
race for the.
It's already fucking exploding. But this will give just cause to Donald Trump to do the concentration camps completely. Oh, all brown people are a threat. They already say it. All brown people are enemy from within. They're going to do Dearborn-style mass surveillance on every fucking Mexican, Guatemalan, Venezuelan, Argentinian, every single community. Because what if they're actually secretly working in service of Venezuela or any number of different Latin American countries that we seek to destroy?
New York City Mayor Andrew Cuomo is stirring up fears about his rival Zohran Mamdani by seeming to suggest that the frontrunner would cheer on another terrorist attack on New York City.
Any given morning, there's a crisis, and people's lives are at stake. God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem. But can you imagine that?
No.
Listen. Mamdani was in the seat on 9/11. What would have happened in the seat?
The Democratic Socialist candidate was quick to denounce his opponent's remarks.
We're speaking about a former governor who, in his final moments in public life, is engaging in rhetoric that is not only Islamophobic, not only racist, is also disgusting, and is his final closing argument with less than 2 weeks before Election Day.
His final moments in public life. That was quite the dig, Ashley. But, I mean, look, this is getting predictably very nasty, and specifically along these lines of Mamdani's faith.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. Actually, I'm really disappointed that it wasn't like, okay, that's a bridge too far. It's similar to like when John McCain, when the person was like, he's not a citizen. It's like at some point you have to have the integrity to say, stop. Especially in this moment that we find ourselves, we're talking about taking the temperature down. Look, if Cuomo's probably going to lose this race. Like, I don't see how he doesn't. And if he wants to attack Mamdani for not having experience for some of his positions, that's fine. But to engage in now he didn't say it, but he didn't say it was unacceptable. To engage in that is disgusting. And I say it as Cuomo, even though he's running as an independent, as him being a Democrat.
Well, he was talking about his experience. I mean, if you watch the debate last night, most of Cuomo's best moments were about Mamdani's experience. In this particular case, I think he was making 2 points, actually. One is, if you did, God forbid, have a massive emergency like that, would you really want someone in the mayor's seat who has never had a job, never run anything, certainly never run anything at this level?
Yeah.
And that's been his entire argument, number one. Number two, it is true that Mamdani was taking a picture with an unindicted co-conspirator from the World Trade Center bombing the other day and called him a pillar of the community. Cuomo didn't make him take that picture. Mamdani took that picture.
Yeah, unindicted co-conspirator means he had nothing to do with it, man. What is this fucking argument? Like what is happening right now? Word Misha, no, watch out. Wait, oh no. Oh my God, Kaya, up, no, Kaya, move. Oh my God, she loves sitting on my mic cable. I don't know why. It's her favorite thing to do is to come in here and just like crawl under the desk to sit on the mic cable. What are you looking at? Huh? He's like, why won't you let me sit on top of the mic cable, please? Of course, you're trying to be closer. Really common behavior for abused dogs. I know. Buy some mic cables for her bed. Duh. You know what it is? You're right. She's addicted to the electricity from all the times that she's been abused. She's like, I want it. So she's trying to rip apart the mic cable so she can feel the shock again. She can be zapped again. That's what it is. Oh my God, why are you forcing her in the camera from? Oh my God, I know. A chatter had a really good take on this. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, Zohran took a picture with someone the U.S. government couldn't fabricate enough evidence to jail, not post 9/11, pre 9/11. This is the first World Trade Center bombing in 93. Okay, Zohran, much like every other New York mayoral candidate and every other New York mayor, because remember, this is how Islamophobia works. It wasn't a problem when Michael Bloomberg took a photo with this imam. It wasn't a problem when Bill de Blasio took a photo with this imam. It's only a problem when Zoran took a photo with this imam. Why is that the issue? Why, I wonder, this is a big line of attack against Zoran. Okay? I wonder why. Let's think. Again, not related to the first. Why are people saying this imam is problematic? They're saying it because he, the first bomber of the World Trade Center in 93 visited his mosque, but there wasn't enough evidence for the fucking federal government to tie him to the World Trade Center bombing in 93. I'm sure they tried. Like, do you guys honestly think that pre 9/11, post 9/11, a prominent imam in New York City is allowed to roam free after participating in a terror attack? Are we fucking for real right now? And every single person that has run for mayor, that has become mayor, has collaborated with this guy because he's obviously like a important figure for the Muslim community of New York, a community leader. What are we doing? It's so fucking obvious. The very fact that Scott Jennings, that dipshit, can just sit there and do this over and over and over again is fucking crazy. Michael Bloomberg took a hit in the tabloid study for including a controversial imam in his meeting with Muslim leaders yesterday. Today, Bloomberg, with purposeful calm, told reporters he probably wouldn't have visited Siraj Wahhaj had he known the imam's background, which includes being identified by the FBI as an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993. Yeah, Michael Bloomberg was a racist fucking piece of shit. But the important thing Bloomberg told reporters at City Hall this afternoon is, I'm going to keep the city open to everyone. He went on to say that the Muslim man is accused of the Fort Hood shooting, which prompted the mayor's meeting yesterday, doesn't represent that community. Well, Bloomberg seemed to defend the concept of inviting Wahhaj, saying, incidentally, he's the leader of a large mosque, and we're going to reach out to everybody. I don't care what their background is. We do not want to have people in the city who feel that they are so estranged from the community that they start fighting the community. Oh, my God, that is the most racist way to justify meeting with a religious leader in New York. That is insane. Mr. Stop and Frisk, still somehow less racist than Andrew Cuomo. Still somehow less racist than Andrew Cuomo, but still very racist regardless, being like, well, if we don't meet him, they're going to do 9/11. Our job here is to bring people together, to listen to people, to make sure that everybody's protected, regardless of whether there are things in the background that I don't agree with, or are unacceptable, or whatever the case may be. My job is to reach out to everybody. That is exactly what we did and what we'll continue to do, he said. Bloomberg's ties to the Muslim community may be among the least covered aspects of his mayoralty. No charges against the imam means he's guilty, but drop charges against Cuomo means he was innocent. Makes sense? No, it's not even no charge. Like an unindicted conspirator means, okay, that a dude that did a crime was in your vicinity at some point. Okay, I know the point that you're trying to make, but it's even worse than that because Andrew Cuomo clearly buried the fucking litigation with $20 million out of New York's very own coffers. Okay, that means that they couldn't charge him with anything. Like they couldn't even build a case around him. That just means he was in the vicinity and happened to be Muslim. Okay, and it's especially worse when you think about like, it's especially crazy because it's like it's very clearly being weaponized here against Zoran in a way that it never stuck with anybody else that visited the same imam in the same mosque because Zoran is Muslim, and it's already an insane fucking thing to bring up because the statement itself, a lot of people don't understand it, but the statement itself, unindicted conspirator, means he didn't do anything. Like, he didn't do anything.
And seems to be pretty proud of it. That's a legitimate thing to debate. But I think in this case of the radio show, the core issue was Mamdani literally has no experience. And if you had a 9/11 scale event, would you want somebody who can't prove that they can do anything in the chair? Legit.
Is it fair to say that he would cheer on 9/11?
He's taking pictures with unindicted co-conspirators from the World Trade Center bombing.
I mean, are you willing to say that? You really think that he would cheer on 9/11?
He's taking pictures with unindicted co-conspirators from the World Trade Center bombing.
I mean, I'm just saying. Hey, look,
I'm just saying. It wasn't Cuomo. It was the radio.
But I'm asking Scott because Scott seems to think that's like a totally above board line of attack. Do you think that that's true?
I can only tell you what I see on my phone. I see a picture of Mamdani with a guy who was an unindicted co-conspirator from a terrorist attack.
Like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine if like a famous white supremacist, okay, a famous white supremacist terrorist like went in and attended a church, and then they brought the priest in, okay, and they brought the priest in, and they were like, okay, like, are you involved with this mass shooting that took place? And they found out that, you know, for one reason or another, no, he wasn't fucking involved at all. He wasn't involved at all. And then people kept constantly being like, I can't believe Donald Trump met with a pastor, a priest from a church that this white supremacist had attended. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all. It would never work in that way. I'll give you another example of this, but like Donald Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein is far more consequential than anything else. And even then, he doesn't get in his own base, especially where they don't even hit him on anything. I'll give you another example. Donald Trump's own fucking pastor, for example, outed as a pedophile. I hate to break it to you, but that's not what it means at all. Feds routinely don't indict snitches who rat on their co-conspirators to get immunity. I know it's not the point of this, but unindicted co-conspirator doesn't always mean that someone did nothing wrong. I know, but do you think, given the racialized element of this case, the first World Trade Center bombing, that the feds would let a person who was responsible for it get away with it if they were genuinely involved with it? Because the reason why I bring this up is because they lock motherfuckers up for not doing anything at all. They lock Muslim dudes up under the suspicion or even with like familial ties. They kill people for simply having familial ties. Obama did it as well. The reason why I'm saying that he's done nothing wrong in this case is because if he had done even a fraction, if he was even a fraction responsible for it, they wouldn't have fucking given him the unindicted co-conspirator status. He would have been in jail. He would have at least gotten minor charges that were, even if he had a fraction of guilt in this situation, they probably would have punished him a little bit more than just simply unindicted co-conspirator status. So yes, well, what you're saying is correct. There could have been a different deal in this situation. It is unimaginably unlikely given the racialized component of these sorts of prosecutions. They don't just like let Muslims get away with shit like that. And by and large, is the like here. I'll give you another example. Okay, the Holy Land 5. Okay, which was another point of contention because Zoran had like rapped about it or some shit, and people were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe like he rapped about Holy Land 5." Those dudes did go to fucking prison, and it is a case that still gets brought up as a severe injustice in this country, that like people who were fundraising for Palestinians were literally sent to prison because the government decided, oh, well, the distribution of those resources are going to local groups and local charities, some of which we are now designating as a terror group. It's the same principle behind like UNRWA, despite having no evidence whatsoever or no affiliations whatsoever with Hamas, with no evidence whatsoever. Israel considers UNRWA to be a Hamas affiliate group, and then America also goes along with it, and then America decides UNRWA is no longer allowed to work within the confines of Gaza. It's like literally designed to work for the Palestinians. Siraj Wahaj was one of the 200 people included on a list of people who had ties to people accused in the World Trade Center bombing. The list was labeled as persons who may be alleged as co-conspirators, but there was never any suggestion that they actually participated in the conspiracy. In the former case where the feds alleged that a co-conspirator actually did something but don't name them, you can somewhat reasonably call them unindicted co-conspirator. But if there's no allegation they did anything, I'd be wary of putting that in a headline. Terrorist apologist is projected opinion, but 93 World Trade Center bombing co-conspirator is arguably defamatory. Sometimes the government will put an indictment defendant in person A met in furtherance of the conspiracy, and person A will be an unindicted co-conspirator. But that is not what happened in this particular case. He just happened to be on a list. It's pretty nutty. I think one of the best points of evidence of this is also that he is like a fucking respected religious leader in New York still, right? It's fucking crazy. Kaya, watch out. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there, little lady. If Wahaj was Jewish and had once been considered a co-conspirator in a terrorist attack, for example, anyone involved with Beitar, there would be no condemnation whatsoever. This is rank Islamophobia. The negative reaction to this is ridiculous. I cannot find any clear connection to the 1993 bombing for Mr. Wahaj, the first imam to offer invocation at the House of Representatives, who was met with previous mayors like Republican Michael Bloomberg. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Oh, you want to get up? You want uppies? You're so fat. She doesn't understand what streaming is. She just wants pets.
New York City.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think that was a good picture?
Listen, he is an unindicted co-conspirator in that case, but it's just worth noting for context. In 2009, Bloomberg met with that same imam. The last mayor who just endorsed Eric Adams awarded him apparently an award fairly recently. So I mean, your criticism is taken, but I also think that's a different point.
Yeah, you don't understand. Eric Adams was awarding him for being awesome at terrorism. That's what the award was, actually.
Somebody would cheer on a terror attack that killed thousands
But
of
is
people.
this the time to be taking pictures with this controversial imam? I mean,
Fuck,
when
what
people
the
have
fuck?
such
What do
deep
you fucking mean? Is this a time to be taking pictures with this? Shut the fuck up. It's not a problem.
questions, my Jewish family is petrified as to what the future holds in New York City with Mamdani as the mayor. Why? They don't think that he's a terrorist, but there is a feeling that he won't protect the Jewish community, or he hasn't sufficiently unequivocally condemned anti-Semitism in a way that could give comfort to Jewish people. And some of my best friends are Muslim. My driver from Afghanistan is my neighbor in Cleveland. You know, we love Muslim people. Muslim people and Jewish people have a lot in common, but this is a point of extreme sensitivity where people worry with everything that's gone on, all the violence in the Middle East.
As I told you, the argument revolves around.
When you have
Muslim
you don't
man
have
scares me.
clear denunciation
It's bullshit.
of hate
Oh, fuck.
speech that surrounds you, and I think he is guilty. Mamdani is guilty of that. He has not condemned it. Could Andrew have more forcefully condemned Sid Rosenberg, the DJ who made the offensive comment? Yeah, I guess so. But I was glad that Cuomo woke up finally. He's been asleep in this race. And it was the first time he had a pulse.
Let me just play what Eric Adams said today, also about Mamdani. And again, Eric Adams has endorsed Cuomo in this race.
The one taking down Zoran, the socialist and the communist. You're darn right I am. New York can't be Europe, folks. I don't know what is wrong with people. You see what's playing out in other countries because of Islamic extremism. We're fighting against a snake oil salesman that has sold us a bill of goods.
See, here's what I don't like, is that you talked about how your Jewish friends and how they feel as if they're fearful.
My Jewish mother-in-law.
Yes.
And my wife and me.
Yes, your family, your friends, they're fearful. This is all rooted in sort of...
They won't say it, so I will. Okay? And I will say it with my chest. Your Jewish mother-in-law, if you're not cynically just using this as a talking point and throwing her under the bus, your Jewish mother-in-law is a fucking racist. Okay? She is racist. I don't give a shit. Okay? There is no evidence that this dude has engaged in any sort of anti-Semitic statements whatsoever. Okay? Your Jewish mother-in-law that you're so shamelessly using here as a fucking human shield in this conversation is racist. That's it. She's afraid of a Muslim man who shares the majority opinion on Israel. The majority of New Yorkers feel the same way as Zoran does. Your Jewish mother-in-law has to deal with that on her own. It can't be everybody else's problem. And this goes for everybody. Okay? The fuck are we doing? And no one wants to say it. No one wants to say this. People are so afraid to say this. Okay? We all understand it when someone says, oh, they're attacking Christianity. Oh, as a white Christian, I'm fearful of what might happen if we get a black person in charge. Everybody knows that's racist as fuck. They're like, shut the fuck up. What are you, a Klansman? Get the fuck out of here. Imagine if this shit was said during the Black Lives Matter protest. It was said during the Black Lives Matter protest, and people laughed at them. Stop pinpointing yourself as a Muslim man. Wait, what? I don't even know what you mean by that. I'm not doing
perception, and I think a very comfortable bigotry that's happening when we discuss Mamdani. It's like, why is he always put in the position where he has to answer for every Muslim person that commits an
extreme? Historic. He's historic. He's a historic
But that only happens to him because of his faith. It's like when black people are asked to answer for things that other black people do, and we have nothing to do with it. But suddenly we're all lumped in together, and we have
He has refused to condemn the global jihad.
He never said that. You're a fucking piece of shit. He never said that. You're a piece of shit. Why won't Zoran address my freak ass, completely racialized, completely made up fears is not a valid argument. You are not presenting a valid argument. You're a fucking piece of shit.
He did eventually condemn it.
He did condemn that.
Eventually. That's the best way I can.
Eventually is a long time.
Yes, I mean, when he was recently asked about it, he did.
And so that's my larger issue with this. Is like Andrew Cuomo isn't stupid. He knows that he's weaponizing his faith at a time where there is a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with someone who is Jewish being in this position in one of the most one of the biggest cities in the world.
The biggest news is that so many Jews are voting for Mamdani. That's the big news. All the kids are voting for Mamdani.
We'll see.
That is interesting and notable. I mean, look, this is a very diverse city, as you know, Geraldo, and a lot of people of different faiths, a lot of different, ethnic backgrounds, racial backgrounds live here, and he is winning the race in this state. And I actually question this strategy of Cuomo's. I mean, let me show you guys. This is a AI video that was posted very briefly on Wednesday night and was deleted very quickly after that. It shows a lot of different things, including some things that people have described, frankly, as being racist. There he is eating rice. There's a black man who was later shown with a pro-Palestinian scarf, shoplifting, et cetera, et cetera. The Cuomo campaign says the video was a draft proposal that was neither finished nor approved, did not go through the normal legal process, and was inadvertently posted by a junior staffer, which is why it was taken down 5 minutes later. And Peter, I'm sure you're familiar with this political tactic, which is like, oh, some intern just posted that. And the point is, this is New York City. It seems like a really high chance that stuff like this can backfire.
Well, how often have we been sitting around the table thinking, oh, golly.
Why is there only Republicans on this table? What is happening? There's like one person on the table that's like, there's like one fucking person here that's like, yeah, I don't think what you're saying is appropriate.
I think Andrew Cuomo is going to make a fantastic mayor for the city of New York. I mean, it's all about, that Mamdani's not prepared, that he's inexperienced, that he's maybe afraid of condemning those in his coalition.
I think he'd be an excellent mayor. I think he was a pretty good governor. His fellow was a fantastic governor.
But the Democratic voters...
Bro, that's crazy. There's only 2 liberals on that panel. It's 2 liberals. It's CNN. 2 liberals versus 3 conservatives. What the fuck? This is crazy. Why is evil Pearl Mania 9000 on my screen? That's what I thought too. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, damn, Pearl Mania, what's happening?
Didn't think that, right? No. They like that's the thing, right? Is that there was a primary, and he ran a race, and Eric Adams dropped out of the Democratic primary because he didn't want to run a race, and then eventually dropped out of the mayor's race because he knew he was going to lose. But Cuomo lost. He lost the race. And so then he said, I'm just not going to take the loss, and I'm going to run again. The voters get to decide this. And I just want to say, I hear your concern. And I think you are allowed to have that concern.
No.
I think, though, that Mamdani has an opportunity to have a conversation with the Jewish community. And
what the fuck is happening, bro? What is happening? No, the concerns are invalid. Okay, you can say that the concerns are invalid. God, I wish there was first of all, I wish there was any Muslim person on this panel who could be like, this is ridiculous. And if not, at least an anti-Zionist Jew or something. Okay, even better if both were represented in this panel, as opposed to a bunch of fucking psychos and then 2 liberals who also are talking about this as though it's like a sincere point of grievance. It's not. It's an insincere point of grievance. It is completely made up. It's completely racialized. It's completely unacceptable. God damn.
I have seen him try that, and he is most likely going to be elected. And the opportunity that Jewish New Yorkers have to do is take him to task and make sure that he does protect them. He has said in his policy that he is literally going to open an Office of Public Safety around anti-Semitism. So he has a plan. He does think that Jewish people.
Well, then what took him so long for global intifada?
I don't know. What takes so many people so many? I mean,
just to make my mother-in-law nervous?
No. Okay. So he might have got that wrong. But if he did condemn it, like, is that what else is he supposed to do?
I condemn like the phrase global intifada, just like I condemn from the river to the sea.
But we just said that this guy is somebody that basically everybody is taking pictures with.
Bloomberg apologized after the fact, though.
Yes,
I mean,
well, he said
knowing the issues swirling around his candidacy. If you were,
it's not an issue. You're making it an issue. It's not real. The issue is he's Muslim. He can't turn that off. The real issue is that he's Muslim. Okay? And unfortunately, I guess, there is no secret sauce to him turning off being Muslim. You can't stop being Muslim, just as you can't stop being black, for example. He can't stop being brown. He can't stop being Muslim, just as no one can stop being a woman or being black. Like, it's just, that's the fucking issue. That's what people are attacking him over.
His consultant, would you have him out taking this picture? Knowing what people like Geraldo think.
Honestly, guys, until you said it, I didn't even know about that picture. I swear I really didn't, because I'm not following.
Well, just say yes, 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 you would take that picture. Who gives a fuck? He is a important figure of faith in New York. This conversation is so crazy. This conversation is making me lose my fucking mind. Oh my God. What is the debate here? I'm noticing the black pronunciation now. I know, what do I gotta do to make sure that it doesn't come across as racially insensitive? I'm not even joking when I say that. Like, if that's a real point of contention for people, like, I gotta figure out how to say black. Am I saying it like with a hard B every time? Is that what's going on? Black. I'll say it like that.
On the race that closely, but I just think that there's an opportunity here for, he has said some things that I find problematic too. And when engaging with his campaign, I have said that to him, and I say, you have a responsibility, if you are elected mayor, to be the mayor of all people. Just like I think there are a lot of politicians out here that say things that I find offensive, they are representing me, and I want them to be better and condemn some things, but they don't.
Just very briefly, 9/11 happened. Rudy Giuliani's there with Bernie Kerik by his side. 2 people that New Yorkers know and rely on. They watch them heroically steer us through that trauma.
Yes.
Imagine if it was Mamdani, who's in office, a rookie, who has no experience.
What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? Imagine a Muslim was mayor during 9/11. How crazy that would be is a wild thing to say, bro. What the fuck? It's just rank racism. That's all this is. I cannot believe that people are just like having to... I can't believe people are just having a back and forth on this. What the fuck? What is happening?
Issues like pictures with
I totally hear you on that. But imagine this. COVID hits. Andrew.
I told you. I totally hear you on that. What are you saying? What are you saying? No, you shouldn't totally hear him on that. That's actually the problem. What is going on? The fuck do you mean? Who gives a shit if the mayor is Muslim while 9/11 is happening? What the fuck? What is happening? Is there only like a special status? Only Italians and other real legacy Americans, only they can deal with 9/11? Only them. What the fuck? I think he's talking about experience, not his religion. Come on, chatters.
Cuomo is the governor. All the experience in the world. That didn't go too good.
Wait, I thought he was the hero of COVID. Are we now admitting he's no longer the hero of COVID?
Oh, I've been there.
Let's watch something else. I mean, I guess she was talking about the experience thing. What did Giuliani ever do on 9/11 that was so special? Yeah, you know, he didn't do shit, but he fucking ran with it for years. He was America's mayor, you know? Oh, yeah. Also, 9/11 is such a unique act that, like, it doesn't matter. No mayor is trained prior or post 9/11 to deal with 9/11. It's not a thing that you have experience dealing with. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, we're talking like New York, another 9/11 imminent, okay? Could happen any moment. Could happen any moment. That's what Eric Adams said. You're wrong. I minored in 9/11 at the Kennedy School of Government. Sus. Anyway, I think we've covered this extensively. Up and fucking down, dude. Ay, ay, ay. What a ridiculous. Adam Carlson reports, just in the last 12 hours, Cuomo agreed with Sid Rosenberg that Mamdani was celebrate if another 9/11 happened. Adams, while endorsing Cuomo, warned of Islamic extremism taking over New York City. A big business-funded super PAC ran an ad placing jihad on New York City over Mamdani's face. Remember when Cuomo called Mamdani divisive in last night's debate? I look forward to Jeffrey Schumer and Gillibrand condemning these. Oh, damn. That's a bar. To be fair, both Cuomo and Mohammed Atta killed thousands of New Yorkers. That's true. Hey, that is true. They both have the blood of New Yorkers in their hands. Cold take. Another banger from Michael, especially the part below comparing New York City's Italian community to the 20th century and its present-day Muslim community. The Andrew Cuomo, Karl Malone comparison, just a cherry on top. Michael Lange wrote this. In 11 days, Andrew Cuomo's political career will come to an end. In a last gasp for power, Cuomo has resorted to fear-mongering about Zohran Mamdani. Such tactics were once used against his Italian ancestors. Now, Cuomo employs them against Muslims. There are many parallels between the Italians of the 20th century New York and the city's present-day Muslim community. Both established as an economic foothold in the small merchant class, which the most fortunate parlayed into home ownership in the outer boroughs. Owing to the more traditional values espoused by their religion, Italians and Muslims concerned with safety and crime have been described as moderate and conservative, both culturally and politically, in a city where liberalism has always reigned. Italians and Muslims watched their festivals and gatherings broken up by the police, only to be told they were not intentionally targeted on the basis of their darker skin. The only difference, of course, is that there wasn't a fucking war waged on Italians and Catholics broadly by the United States of America at the time that necessitated an unlimited faucet of hatred in their direction. Not to say there wasn't bigotry. There was a lot of anti-Catholic bigotry. There was a lot of anti-Italian bigotry, but it is magnitudes worse for Muslims in general because, they weren't fucking taking Italians and off the streets with mass surveillance and then like sending their asses to fucking Guantanamo. Like there is no, but it is true though. It was basic white nativism at the time when Italians were not considered white or a part of the in-group. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit, okay? This is something that I've talked about quite a fucking bit. Shed Ninja, can you please explain the clip of you talking about Yemen that blew up? What you said sounded really bad. Can you explain the context of the clip? You said getting angry at Yemen and how you said black folk. Now, here's what's really funny about this, okay? Not only did I talk about this extensively for the first 2 hours, and you can rewind if you subscribe to the Hassan Abi broadcast, and watch the 2-hour conversation. It's not even Yemen. The chatter that brought it up was talking about Sudan, cynically using Sudan as a diss, as a talking point, reducing the ethnic cleansing in the hands of the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, to nothing but a cynical talking point in an effort to claim that Eric Adams would be broadly supported by every black person in New York. Okay? Like I said, you can go back and rewind if you would like to. Okay, rewind, but you have to subscribe first if you want to know the context. I love that you wanted to be like, you wanted to come in and be like, let's relitigate this. Anyway, let's continue. Only to be told they were not intentionally targeted on the basis of their darker skin. Despite constantly growing, each remained an overlooked piece of the local political tapestry until one of their own emerged to topple the pre-existing machine. And when their leading politicians were maligned on account of their faith or cultural orientation, many throughout the Democratic Party establishment, past and present, remained silent. John Lindsay could not pronounce or deliberately butchered Procaccino, the same way Andrew Cuomo fails to pronounce Mamdani. Here's what Michael Rappaport had to say. Once again, none of these guys will be called into question. You can say whatever the fuck you want, okay? You can say whatever the fuck you want about Zoran. You can say whatever the fuck you want about Muslims. No one, and I mean no one, will turn around and say, hey, that's kind of fucked up. Let's take a look at what Michael Rappaport had to say about Zoran Mamdani.
This is a bullshit artist, smiley, angry, mean motherfucker. I think behind every great terrorist-loving man is an even greater, even stronger terrorist-loving woman. Fixing Zoran Mamdani's wife. She's nasty too. We have to take this guy down by any means necessary. First, Kung Fu Curtis Lee, drop the fuck out. Don't embarrass yourself. This is a bullshit artist, smiley, angry.
I mean, that's not even, that's a death threat, right? Any means necessary. How is not an incitement to violence against Mamdani, who's already had credible death threats by Michael Rappaport? It's awesome. Anyway, John Marco also has some statements. All my life, I was told I was Jewish. I was stopped by Hasids on the street, asking me to rap tefillin. I was invited to Jewish holidays from strangers, etc. The only time I've been told I'm not a real Jew is when I criticize Israel. Go fuck yourself, Alex. Because Jewish Wonk says, I keep seeing leftist comedians who have a Jewish parent out for Mamdani doing the as a Jew shtick to mock our concerns and be volunteer tokens for this man. A thread on why I have a particular contempt for these people. If the only time in your life being Jewish is relevant is to disparage other Jews and their concerns, you're not behaving as a member of our community. You're playing for someone else's team at our expense. I'm a Jew when it's not convenient. I'm a Jew when wearing a kippah on Shabbat and have Jew haters with keffiyehs on more than one occasion in 2025 feeling safe spitting at me in the streets. Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn are dealing with violence from these pricks, not just disrespect. Put your body on the line as a Jew takes when you mock us for saying Mamdani and his voters endanger us. We have no choice. Dog is crazy because like he's literally just saying like, no, you don't understand. Like my hallucinations about a heightened environment of scrutiny due to the anti-Israel sentiment as not just a Jewish person, but one who actually rides for Israel super hard, which is the fucking overwhelming majority position now. Sucks to suck, big dog. Okay, is somehow on Zoran. If you care about racism, care when Jews are the target. If you care about marginalized people, yeah, we do care about racism. We do care when Jews are the target. We don't care when someone cynically uses a actual serious concern and tries to weaponize it against people with consciences, okay? People who have a good conscience, who look at a genocide and say, this is wrong, this is fucked up. It should be stopped. These comedians sneer at the vast majority of Jews while knowing full well that the Jews they mock are the people who keep Jewish life, blah, 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 blah. I don't really fucking care. I don't want to do this, okay? I don't. And I'm even Jewish by that stupid fucking only if your mom is Jewish rule, which is a gross concept that should have been abandoned long ago, says John Marco. It's just, I don't care. I'm so tired of hearing this shit over and over again. It's just, it doesn't matter. It's utterly irrelevant. Let's get back to Hakeem Jeffries. That's how the right feels about far left issues. What do you mean? Brother, at this stage, defending Israel, obviously it's not a one-to-one, even if it is quite literally the same. It's not received as a one-to-one comparison. But for many people, it's as though if I was running around being like, guys, the Islamic Caliphate in the Islamic State in the Levant is a fantastic idea. ISIS is great. It represents true Islam, and you're being Islamophobic. If I was running around fucking saying that, I'd be like, as a Muslim, that's what it feels like. That's what it sounds like. Okay? That's what it sounds like when people are like, well, as a Jew, Israel gets to do a genocide. And if you say that that's not appropriate, then you are anti-Semitic. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? It is completely ridiculous. And unironically feeding into the already existing and growing wave of anti-Semitism in this country.
Hakeem Jeffries just endorsed Zoran Mamdani in the race for mayor, just one day before early voting starts citywide. The endorsement
He should have just kept it in the pocket.
is the latest show of support for the Democratic Assemblyman from Queens. Mamdani, who remains the frontrunner in the polls, has been seeking Jeffries' endorsement since the two met in person over the summer. Mamdani has already earned endorsements from New York Governor Hochul, Bronx Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and from other high-profile politicians like Bernie Sanders. Meanwhile, on Thursday, his opponent, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, picked up a key endorsement from outgoing Mayor Eric Adams. We'll have much more on these endorsements tonight.
Key endorsement for the guy who had to drop out because he was so
Welcome back to
fucking unimaginably unpopular. What a key.
Weeks to Election Day, and Democrats are counting on one of the most prominent figures to lead them to victory in two of the biggest races. Former President Obama will hit the campaign trail in both New Jersey and in Virginia just 3 days before Election Day. It comes after the former president endorsed Mikey Sherrill in her bid for governor of New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger to be the governor in Virginia. Meanwhile, in the race for New
Yeah, this is hours before Jeffries officially endorsed, by the way. This is a cover your ass endorsement. Yeah, he just... God, he is such a rapacious dick rider of Israel. Is crazy.
New York City's next mayor, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, appears poised to finally make a decision about endorsing Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani, who won the nomination on the Democratic side in July. Jeffries tells reporters that he intends on making his thoughts clear on the race after dodging questions on the matter for weeks. NBC News national political correspondent, of course, is Steve Kornacki, and he's joining us now. Steve, I'm glad you're here for this conversation. Mamdani is a self-described Democratic socialist. How does he fit into how New Yorkers and Americans feel about this idea of socialism?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Peter. I think we kind of look at New York City and we say, well, politically, culturally, New York City is kind of different than America as a whole. But how about New York City and the National Democratic Party is what's happening in this mayoral election where the Democratic candidate, Zohran Mamdani, continues to...
Wow, Harry Emden has made waves in this community. So much so that people go, where is Holy Toledo? Not realizing that Steve Kornacki was the OG. Steve Kornacki was the OG, dude. This is the OG Holy Toledo. Henry Emden, as Donald Trump likes to call him, is the newer version. This is the OG Toledo.
To lead in the polls, benefits from
Steve Kornacki with the khaki.
Divided opposition, unpopular opponents, where he continues to be the favorite to win here. Does that say anything more broadly than New York City about the Democratic Party nationally and its attitudes towards socialism? Socialism, which we used to, not that long ago think would be politically the kiss of death to be associated with. Well, take a look here at some numbers from Gallup, because Gallup has been testing this for years, for decades, really. Basic attitudes towards socialism and capitalism. These are the latest numbers that they came up with. Overall, asking folks, do you have a positive view of socialism? 39% of Americans said yes. 54% said they had a positive view of capitalism. But look at the party split here among Democrats. Look at socialism. That's nationally again. 2/3 of Democrats nationally, not talking New York City, but across the country, say to Gallup they have a favorable, positive view of socialism. Only 42%.
We got to go higher, baby. We got to go higher. Let's be real. Independents at 38%, Democrats at 66%, Republicans at 14%. Very strange. But, we'll keep pushing. Every time I feel bad, when people go, Hassan, how do you keep pushing? How do you keep going? Every time I feel bad, I look at numbers like this, okay? And I go, hey, things can get better, okay? Especially when you judge it by how shitty things have been.
Of capitalism. And take a look here. Independents, Republicans, it is different. Slight majority of independents favorable toward capitalism. 3/4 of Republicans favorable towards capitalism. Well under 50% in each case favorable to socialism. Now, this trend among Democrats nationally also, it's not new. This has been building for some time here. Again, from these Gallup numbers, take a look at this. Start on capitalism. Go back to 2010 here. Democrats were basically split then, 15 years ago. Positive, negative on capitalism. And look at that number. It kind of stayed steady. And then in the last 5 years, it's fallen down to 42%, barely over 40%. And in that same time, take a look at what's happened with socialism. Again, Democratic Party attitudes here. 2010, it was 50-50. It's ticked up. And now in the last couple of readouts, 2/3 of Democrats saying they have a positive image of socialism. So if Mamdani is successful, Peter, in New York City, I think one of the things you might say is it's not a revelation necessarily that socialism, that his brand of socialism might be palatable to some Democrats. It might just be further confirmation of what polling has actually been telling us for some time now, not just in New York.
Yeah, that much more striking, though, of course, New York being, in effect, the epicenter of capitalism in our country and could have someone like Zohran Mamdani running the city before we know it. Steve Kornacki, always good to have you. Thanks for your expertise here.
We thank you for watching. And let's go to the Pentagon.
What the fuck? I was mudded for the longest time. I was just reading the shit on the screen. We will never get those words back. Okay, so Jeffries endorses Mamdani with the enthusiasm of a pout and crossed arms, says Prem Takar, going off of his words. In a statement to the New York Times, Mr. Jeffries acknowledged that the two men had areas of principled disagreement. But he said that Mr. Mamdani had won a fair and free election in the Democratic primary and emphasized that the party needed to unite in the face of an existential threat from Trump. Zohran Mamdani has relentlessly focused on addressing the affordability crisis and explicitly committed to being a mayor for all New Yorkers, including those who do not support his candidacy, Mr. Jeffries wrote. He added, in that spirit, I support him in the entire citywide Democratic ticket in the general election. So after spending a good deal of time being like, oh, man, I don't know if I want to do this. Oh, man, oh, brother, he finally took the time out to be like, I'm going to get cooked if I don't do this. Okay? Here is what he was saying beforehand.
You're easing into, so that's what Mamdani, A equals B equals C. That's what he stands for. Therefore, you're endorsing Mamdani. Is that, have I got that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But what I will say is that I do think that he took an important step in indicating he plans to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who's doing a great job by all accounts.
You're easing into, so that's what Mamdani.
This worries me. This worries me about the Jessica Tisch as commissioner position even more. I don't want Hakeem Jeffries to be comfortable. I want him to be uncomfortable. I would rather not get his endorsement. If Hakeem Jeffries is agreeing with any of your decisions, then you might be fucking up. When asked why he has refused to endorse Mamdani, Hakeem Jeffries replies, I have not refused to endorse. I have refused to articulate my position.
Same answer. Why are you refusing to endorse? I have not refused to endorse. I have refused to articulate my position, and I will momentarily at some point in advance of early voting.
That's so awesome. I've refused to articulate my position is one of the funnier responses I've seen from a position. Jeffries has managed the very possible. Piss off your anti-Mamdani donors by endorsing and piss off your voters by waiting until the last second to do it. Bullshit. You cry if he did. You cry if he didn't. You cry if he did early. You cry if he did late. Don't you think everybody knows you by now? Says Gordon Shumway. Cameron responds, you're right. If Jeffries had endorsed the Democratic nominee early, I would have likely cried about it. I'm sorry to have suggested otherwise. Yeah, it would have been a real shame if one of the leaders of the Democratic Party endorsed the winner of the Democratic mayoral race's primaries, as he is expected to do, especially more ridiculous considering that his district is in the fucking city. There is a 135-day difference between when Jeffries endorsed Eric Adams, who won the primaries by a much smaller margin than Zohran Mamdani, versus Zohran Mamdani in 2025. 135-day difference. I wonder what that was about. What is this? Shabbos Kestenbaum, who is a PragerU political commentator, says, I don't think I can intellectually justify myself being a registered Democrat anymore. Wait, what? You work for PragerU? I thought Trump would be the only Republican I voted for, a singular exception, but how the leadership... Wait, he's openly admitting he's a Trump voter. Okay, dude, like, get the fuck out of here. That's so funny. He said, as a Trump voter who happens to be a registered Democrat, who also happens to be a right-wing political operative, I can't in good conscience stay on the left. Oh no, what will we do? This reflects poorly on many registered Democrats who happen to be Trump voters, who also happen to be political commentators for a famous right-wing group. Also, speaking of movers and shakers in the election, a second Senate Democratic primary poll has graced the timelines. This time, it is firmly after the tattoo saga, because the previous one that came out where Graham Plattner was popping off was before the tattoo saga. Mainers have come out and stated their desire. They want the totem cough. They want the Blackwater mercenary. This is what they're going with. Okay. They said, nope, this is great. Mein Kampf. I don't know. Listen, after hearing Plattner's statements defending his past remarks, 45% said it made them more likely to support him. We here in the Mills Mafia are in the gutter. Okay. As a prominent janitsary, okay. As a prominent janitsaries rise up. Times are tough. We thought her charisma and her age, which equals experience, would have somehow, and of course being prominently placed in this position by the sexual panther himself, Chuck Schumer, we thought that she would be killing it. It turns out it's not happening. Although we are Mills-pilled here, it turns out that the survey finds the scandal helping Plattner rather than hurting him, not because people love Nazi tats, but because people want a culture that brings back grace, forgiveness, and growth and smashes this hall monitor bullshit that makes the Dems toxic. What should happen in an early primary poll is that the sitting governor should be at 60 to 70%, and the upstart challenger, who was a no-name 3 months ago, should be hyping at cracking 20% if lucky. Instead, Mills is at 25% and chasing the upstart. By the way, that's a poll from the Republicans, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is an NRSC poll. This is you right now, Mills Mafia down. Oh, never been worse for Mills Mafia. It says a lot about the organic excitement for Plattner, about Mills waiting too long and like a wet blanket, and absolutely raising some fatal concerns about her viability as a serious contender. If people are this unenthused about her now, what do you expect in the general? Which is incredible because her entire pitch is about electability and needing to convince pundit brain liberal partisans that she's a guaranteed winner. I cannot explain to you how bad the establishment Democrat brand is in the eyes of the broader base of support. Wait, what? Janet Mills now has a cocaine inquiry? Dem governors buried cocaine investigation docs hit with official inquiry as questions swirl over Senate run. The NRSC has appealed the denial of 3,000 pages of documents the Democratic governor herself once sought but never released. Oh my God, I'm more in the Mills Mafia than I was before. Yesterday I was Mills. Today I'm still riding with Mills. I'm Mills-pilled. Cocaine? More than 3 decades after Maine's Democratic Governor Janet Mills avoided releasing approximately 6,000 pages of case files pertaining to the federal investigation into her alleged cocaine use. Hey, yo! What? Can a white girl get wild sometimes? Are you serious? Yo! Pills for Mills, baby! We're back! That's crazy. The NRSC submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, in April 2025, attempting to release the files relating to her suspected cocaine use trial amid suspicion that Democrats were recruiting her to jump into the state Senate race. I don't want to be out here giving free ball away for the Republicans, but they probably shouldn't be attacking Mills if they want to solidify Susan Collins. Because from what I understand, the Maine seat has been contested by people exactly like Janet Mills time and time again. And Susan Collins has dominated time and time again. Okay. So it's very clear that the Mainer Democrats and the Mainer independents are, they were looking for something different. And it turns out that something different was real different. Okay. That something different was the progressive mind in a MAGA body, if you will. As Felix likes to call it, we are in the age of stupids. Okay. It turns out maybe we needed our own version of stupids, our own army of stupids, and we must champion our stupids. We must breed them. We must let them flourish. Let 1,000 stupids bloom. Okay. I love my woke chud. I love my woke chud candidates. Oh, it's awesome. I know K-File also hit the same thing that our chatters had found before. New evidence undercuts Senate candidate Plattner's claims that he didn't know tattoo was Nazi link. But do I think the Mainers are going to give a fuck about this? No, I do not. From what I've seen, they do not care. They like him more, as a matter of fact. But like I said, listen. I don't think this is a bad thing. Okay? I don't think it's a bad thing. I know you guys have gotten very mad at me over my commentary on this issue. Okay? I know. You think I'm, despite the fact that I have lent my support to the Pills Mill, okay? Pills Mills, Janet Sari, rise up. I'm Mills pilled for the pills that Mills is consuming, okay? Liberal voters, broadly, looking at a dude who came out of the gay swing and saying, fuck Israel, you know, free Palestine, I want Medicare for all, and saying that's a more electable guy than anybody else we have actually tried so far is a good thing, okay? That's a good thing. I promise you that's a good thing, because that means, potentially, candidates that don't have the Nazi tattoo are probably going to do even better. They are going to be broadly recognized as solid candidates. Now, we'll see, because there are two tests here, okay? This is a very important one. This is a very important one because if Graham Plattner succeeds in spite of everything else in a purple area, in a red seat, overthrowing a staple Republican candidate, okay, that means that this method works in spite of the major red flags, okay? And I know that while Democrats are, this goes back to the argument always, are the Democratic politicians cynical and refuse to reckon with left populism because they are fearful of their corporate benefactors? Or are they stupid and they don't realize that this actually fucking works and Ezra Klein is wrong? Okay? We will find out if the Democrats are actually broadly cynical and sinister, or they're just stupid and were stupid all along. I think Plattner's a psyop to convince us Maine is real. Perhaps. But ultimately, David Sirota is echoing the same sentiment that I have, which is a random, never before on the scene dude being up nearly 2-1 against the current governor is a reflection of something way bigger than just the dude himself. It seems to reflect Dem voters being so disgusted with their party's current leaders that they want something new. It's a loathing of Dem leaders by Dem voters that's also been seen in the national polls, and that hasn't existed in our lifetimes. Please listen to me when I say this, okay? Listen to me when I say this. I know the cynical approach here is, oh, Democrats are all Nazis, and finally they're like, oh, finally we have our own Nazi, right? You look at this and you see Democrats being like, I don't give a shit about the Nazi tattoo, which is crazy, okay? It's crazy from my perspective. I totally get why you're also worried about this as well, okay? But I think that this implies, as I tweeted a couple days ago, when everyone was fucking yelling at me, that this means that people are pissed off with the establishment. The liberals are pissed off with the establishment. Seeing a lot of libs defend Plattner over the establishment pick Janet Mills because he has a leftist platform, and it seems like they're tired of the status quo electability argument from the Dems. Now imagine if you had a candidate who didn't have a Blackwater CV and a totem cough, okay? Because liberals have always turned a blind eye to the racism or white supremacy or any number of different issues when it was the establishment candidate, when it was the establishment hand-selected candidate. They hyper-focused on Bernie Sanders being bad for black people while simultaneously shoot away anyone that said Hillary Clinton literally wrote in her fucking memoir that she had black slaves in the Arkansas governor's mansion, okay? They didn't give a shit. They cynically weaponized it against their left flank, and people ate that shit up. A lot of people read into that electability argument. They believed the electability argument. Yes, Hillary Clinton famously wrote that the Arkansas governor's mansion was the fields outside of the Arkansas governor's mansion were actually maintained by prisoners, black prisoners from the state penitentiary in Arkansas that were doing slave labor. Okay. Hillary Clinton also had her own super predators moment as well. Yeah. The Clintons had slaves, and she wrote about how dope it was. But people didn't give a shit, right? Because people liberals, by and large, were like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. La, la, la. I can't hear you. Now they're doing that for a left candidate, ostensibly, seemingly. Now, will he actually turn out to be a left politician if he wins? I don't know, right? I can't tell you sincerely that I can comprehend the mind of Graham Plattner. I don't know. And it doesn't seem likely. I don't think it's more of a John Fetterman situation. It's more a Tulsi Gabbard situation. I think that's a better analog here, right? Having said that, what I'm looking at is the tea leaves. As a Mainer, an important reminder for people in general, Maine as a state has literally been more progressive than New York City for 25 years. We had legal weed before them. First state to vote, gay marriage via popular vote, gender affirming carries in our state constitution. Our Medicaid program includes dental, and we have state mandated PTO. Our only GOP governor in 25 years took office with 36% plurality, which is why we instituted ranked choice voting. Woke chuds rise up, dude. It's fucking awesome. Dude, this is the momentum, dude. This is the movement. Everybody loves a guy with a racist ass background who's like, oh, I just do, I want everyone to have health care. Okay. I'm woke now. I used to be fucking not woke. Anyway, you can't airlift in a Cuomo or cajole folks into supporting a 78-year-old Janet Mills who basically got drafted into running anymore. The goodwill has been burnt. Please trust me when I say this. As someone who has spent a good deal of time covering races exactly like this, okay, I have never seen liberals react this way to the left flank of the party, react this positively to the left flank of the party as opposed to the establishment pick. Not in my lifetime have I ever seen this, okay? I am telling you right now, this is not an endorsement of Graham Plattner. This is not a speculation about how he is going to legislate if he ends up winning. This is something broader, okay? That's sus, to be honest. We shall see. So that's the first assessment. The second assessment will be on whether or not the liberal liberal electorate actually likes what they perceive as an electability argument for left populism, or if they simply like the woke chud, okay? Because there are candidates that have gotten early endorsements from Bernie Sanders in other Senate races, and they too are running against incredibly weak establishment-picked candidates. I'm, of course, talking about someone who I've had on the broadcast quite a bit. His name is Dr. Abdul El Sayed, also running on anti-Zionism and Medicare for all. And the fact that he's doing fairly well in the polls so far, I think, or it has at least made a prominent name for himself in this race. Only time will show if liberals also respond to him with immense positivity in the way that they have with Graham Plattner. Okay, what is this? Matthew Cassell from Jewish Insider. A recent poll, screenshots of which were shared with me, includes the questions inaccurately describing Graham Plattner's Nazi tattoos as an anti-Israel tattoo, and asking if such a tattoo is disqualifying for a candidate seeking office. A spokesperson for Plattner told me the survey is not from his campaign, which is planning to discuss new polling in a Zoom call on Sunday. That is not an anti-Israel tattoo, man. That is not an anti-Israel tattoo at all. If anything, it should be read as a pro-Israel tattoo. Let's be for fucking real, okay? Perhaps the most pro-Israel tattoo you can get. Ugh. Why not have Plattner on the broadcast, have a long-form conversation about this? I mean, I would. I'd be down. I fear that I might have shitted on him a little too hard for the campaign's liking, but I said I'd be down to do it. I mean, they reached out to me far before all of this, and I was super, super on board. Like, his campaign reached out to me around the same time that they reached out to Majority Report. Yeah, I got some oomphs working for him. If you do it, half a chat is literally going to combust. Yeah. When have I ever stopped myself from doing something just because fucking chat is going to get mad at me? Come on, dude. Half of my fucking long-standing haters come from that. Pivotal moments such as this. Pivotal moments such as this one, where chatters fucking lose their minds over something, a perceived slight that they think is the most unjustifiable thing anyone's ever done. Okay? Irredeemable. they say. That's the number one haters to lovers pipeline that I have. His campaign wouldn't want that. Your chat's too toxic, brother. Are you kidding me? Do you know the amount of fucking prominent mainline Dems that would love to be in front of this audience? They don't give a fuck that you guys are crazy, okay? You're so wrong about that. I think at most they wouldn't want to do it because they think I might be too contentious. I hate that people constantly bring up the if he was an IDF vet, people would righteously attack him or whatever. No, this is not a good argument at all. If someone was like if someone had sufficiently demonstrated their fucking anti-Zionism, as plenty of IDF veterans that I've literally had on this broadcast or prominently featured on this broadcast have, I would expect people to be fucking normal. That's a big if, though. Are you seriously refusing to take accountability for the role of your stream played in sinking the Zoran campaign? I know. Remember when he lost the primary? Anyway, let's get to war in Latin America.
Now, the U.S. is upping its number of service members and ships dedicated to its fight against what the White House is calling narco-terrorism there. You see that blast over the water. This comes on the same day the Defense Department says it carried out another strike on a boat, killing 6. Watch. It's right there. This brings, by the way, as we look at this unclassified video, that explosion there in the water and then the aftermath, the total number of strikes on alleged drug boats to 10. So let's talk to CBS News national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, you said, as did Pete Hegseth, that we could see these once a day. What are the details from the Pentagon on stepping up their presence by today?
You know, Reed, this is huge. This is a really, really big announcement that the Pentagon made just a few minutes ago. It came from Chief Spokesman Sean Parnell. It says he's moving the world's largest aircraft carrier, in fact, the world's largest warship, and it's a carrier strike group, so there'll be a number of destroyers that will be headed to that region. It's just announced it's going to go from the Med to the Caribbean. But just look at the list that I've got here of the destroyers that are already there. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 destroyers, a missile cruiser.
For the chat is asking, are we just bombing random ships? Yes. All of these images that we're showing on television are just random people being murdered, being slaughtered on international waters off the coastline of Venezuela, off the coastline of Colombia, with zero repercussions. Yes, you are watching exactly American excellence.
A guided missile cruiser. Sorry, we got the amphibious that you and I spoke about before with the Marines on board. 2 amphibious transport dock ships. So I'm on to the Navy trying to get an idea of whether or not they're going to bulk that up or whether they're going to be rotating some of those destroyers out with the idea that the Ford goes in there. But we have to frame this. This is putting a carrier into that neighborhood, that area of responsibility, with against the stated mission, which is drug interdiction, is absolutely unheard of, aside from unprecedented. I can't remember the last time a carrier was in that region for any good reason other than sort of transporting in or out of it. So this is a major step forward. And you know, my good friend David Martin.
There are regions where these things happen all the time with regular frequency, even though we have no business being there either. That is, of course, the Middle East. I think we're moving into the next phase of American fascism, where we are going to treat the demographic and ethnic makeup of Latin America, black and brown people, Latino people broadly, as the next Muslims post 9/11. We already started it. Unlike the pre 9/11, like pre 9/11, we didn't have the same level of mass surveillance over Muslims and concentration camps for Muslims specifically, but we do have it already for South Americans, ICE facilities. I think that's where we're headed.
Who worked before me at this position, he said there's no flex like a carrier strike group. So that's what we're seeing here. So this, you know, it's hard to exaggerate what this means, certainly in terms of optics, but we really have to drill down as to what exactly the Pentagon and the Department of Defense or Department of War is planning in the weeks and months ahead. We don't know how long it's going to take that carrier strike group to get there. And as I said, there are 8-9 warships, including a attack submarine, F-35s in that region already, Puerto Rico. So we're talking about a serious military flex.
Serious military flex, an epic firepower potential there, Charlie. And
oh, epic.
That's even an understatement. I'm thinking of Lilia Luciano's recent interview with the top guy in Colombia who says that this is a violation of international law. Also thinking about statements coming out of Venezuela. Do you feel like that flex is to send a direct message to people that Donald Trump calls bad guys?
You know, Reed, this is war footing. You know, when you send a carrier strike group, they tend to be deployed in areas like CENTCOM, which we discussed.
Again, this is, and Bosberry's or NBC's NASDAQ correspondent is right. U.S. at least posturing for land attacks on Venezuela as Navy moves assets into the region. This week has been a big escalation. The most remarkable part about this is that there has not been any evidence for what they say beyond these edited videos. And I don't think people are aware of it. I don't think people are fucking aware of it. That's what's so crazy. Like, people are just oblivious to what's going on. I talk about this every fucking day. Every goddamn day.
Discuss all the time, right? That's the area that covers the Middle East. There's almost always a carrier strike group in Indo-PACOM, the Indo-Pacific region, because of China, and it's also a huge area to have responsibility for. So it's not just that you're sending a carrier strike group, but it's what comes with it. And there'll be F-18s on there. There's already F-35s, you know, fighter jets. And as you mentioned, the latest strike, that happened, well, it was announced this morning from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, targeting Tren de Aragua. Individuals, suspected anyway, 6 male narco-terrorists were killed, according to the statement. And this is happening once or twice a day now. So, again, in my recent memory, I've never heard of a carrier strike group deployed in a drug interdiction mission.
Enormous. And we thank you so much for breaking that news right here on CBS News 24/7. Charlie D'Agata, as always, good to see you.
Breaking news now. The U.S. carried out another strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat overnight. The Pentagon says 6 people were killed. Colombian President Gustavo Petro spoke exclusively to Lilia Luciano about the strikes.
Amid President Trump's fight against drug trafficking, it's a war of words that's been brewing with Colombian President Gustavo Petro.
Are you ready to lower the rhetoric to perhaps find some diplomatic way of stopping these attacks?
Lower the rhetoric.
You have been insulted.
Lower the rhetoric. Bro, what are we doing, man? What is this media doing? Lower the rhetoric? Is there a fucking victim that the media won't blame? Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up as Donald Trump actively decides to kill your countrymen off of your coastline? Don't you feel like you have a share of responsibility here? That's amazing. Barry Weiss ownership over CBS. Petro's obviously very anti-Israel. Donald Trump is punishing.
Colombia is a drug den. President Trump has blamed Petro for failing to rein in cartels. The Drug Enforcement Administration says about 90% of cocaine that reaches the U.S. comes from Colombia.
You got a lousy leader over there right now, bad guy, a thug, but they make cocaine at levels that we've never seen before.
In the past 2 months, the U.S. has conducted at least 9 military strikes, some of them off the coast of Colombia.
Does the U.S. tell you?
Ni siquiera sabemos dónde.
You don't know where it happened. You don't know what kind of attacks these were. Do you know if they were drones or if it was aircraft?
Nada, no sabemos si llevaban cocaína.
The White House said the strikes were on terrorist organizations and that they happened in international waters.
A ver. Crímenes de guerra.
Launching missiles over 2 people in a small boat is a war crime, says Petro. 37 people have been killed so far in the operations.
You don't call them traffickers, the people who are being targeted. You call them workers of trafficking.
Matar los obreros de la empresa es fácil.
Killing the workers of the business is easy, Petro says, but if you want efficiency, you have to capture the bosses of the business, and he says also major shipments, not smaller boats. This week, President Trump said his war on drugs could soon move from water to land. On Thursday, 2 long-range B-1 bombers flew near Venezuela.
Ojalá no.
Petro says,
Bro, are you fucking insane? Hassan Piker, The Apocalypse, full documentary by BJ Investigates. Why the fuck would I watch a video that's premiering on me? We've fucking moved on. 9 months sub, by the way. We've moved on from videos like hate farm videos and drama slop that comes out. And then dumb fuck chatters come in here and they're like, you have to watch this, to Brother, they're premiering it. Take a week off.
He hopes it won't cross Colombian borders, warning that it could generate more violence. And advises President Trump
Así que lo mejor es hablar.
it's best to dialogue instead.
President Trump has also threatened to halt aid to Colombia. On that,
That channel is a video about how Kanye was right about the media. At first, I thought I was being a little too ruthless with the week off. Now I feel like I've saved him from being permanently banned.
President Petro told me he thinks his government can make do. President Trump has also threatened tariffs. Petro says he's not losing sleep over it, but the U.S. is Colombia's largest trading partner. I've heard from many Colombians in the business sector who are. Kelly?
Yeah, very timely on that conversation, Lilia. Thank you.
President Trump calling off trade talks with Canada. Elizabeth Schulde joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Hey, good morning, Michael. This is an abrupt move by President Trump to cut off trade talks with the second biggest trading partner of the U.S. In a post overnight, the president saying all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated, adding it's because of an ad paid for by the Canadian province of Ontario that's running on TV in the U.S. In a series of posts this morning, the president lashed out again, saying that this ad is trying to influence the Supreme Court as it prepares to hear a monumental case on his tariffs next month. This ad features excerpts of a speech by President Ronald Reagan in 1987, where he defends free trade and says that tariffs cause high prices and job losses. The audio in the ad does match the official transcript of Reagan's speech, but the president is calling the ad fake. And the Reagan Presidential Library posted last night that it misrepresents the presidential address, and the government of Ontario did not get permission to use it. There is no response yet from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, but this relationship is critical. Nearly $3 billion in goods travel between the U.S.-Canada border every single day. Rebecca.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you.
I feel like Donald Trump is stress testing xenophobia at the global stage right now. Like, he's literally like, how hard can I go on Western allies until they say, all right, fuck it, we're Chinese now? He's like, how hard can I go? How much can I bully them? How much can I humiliate them? And then they still weigh that against like how terrified they are of the Chinese. Because I feel like that's what's holding the entire Western coalition together right now. They're just scared of the Chinese. Because otherwise it's just, Chinese is just literally Donald Trump is the nation builder for China.
When someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports.
Yeah, also, this did have a very funny reaction from Mark Carney.
It looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. But over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. Throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. America's jobs and growth are at stake.
I mean, Ronald Reagan would be ruthlessly humiliated for being a woke libtard pussy if someone were to accurately convey his former speeches on immigration, for example. Like, if Ronald Reagan today was alive and was in office and said what he used to say about migrants and what makes America great, he would be to the left of the Democratic Party. And I hate Ronald Reagan. I hate him with my whole heart. I think he is one of the worst politicians, like one of the most damaging, one of the most devastating politicians to have ever existed for the Western world. Okay? Every awful thing in modern American history, you can directly trace back to Ronald Reagan. And even then, if you were to listen to him on immigration, he literally would come across to the left of the Democratic Party. Not just the Republican Party, to the left of, he did amnesty. Ronald Reagan's last speech. This is a famous George W. Bush primary debate. George H.W. and Ronald Reagan debating on immigration in 1980. I want you to understand what the attitudes looked like back then. But also, But also, Ronald Reagan's last speech, he delivers remarks on something that a person sent to him by mail to the White House, where he says, all around the world, if you move to France, you cannot become French. If you move to Germany, you cannot become German. If you move to Turkey, you do not become Turkish. The only place around the world, if you move to the United States of America, you become American. That's the only place in the world where you can come here, move here, and become American. And that is what is beautiful about the United States of America. That was his final fucking speech. Yeah, here.
Since this is the last speech that I will give as president, I think it's fitting to leave one final thought, an observation about a country which I love. It was stated best in a letter I received not long ago. A man wrote me and said, you can go to live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go to live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or Japanese. But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American. Yes, the torch of Lady Liberty symbolizes our freedom and represents our heritage, the compact with our parents, our grandparents, and our ancestors. It is that lady who gives us our great and special place in the world, for it's the great life force of each generation.
He's the devil, bro. How did we move to the right of the devil? How is that possible? Think about how diabolical the average politician is in the United States of America in 2025, that the motherfucking devil's like, yeah, one of the best things about America is that we're a nation of migrants, and that's what truly makes us great. Someone just like, who's this woken gay libtard? He was being sarcastic. No, the fuck he wasn't. Yeah, he sarcastically offered amnesty to millions, dude.
Of new Americans that guarantees that America's triumph shall continue unsurpassed into the next century and beyond. Other countries may seek to compete with us, but in one vital area, as a beacon of freedom and opportunity that draws the people of the world, no country on earth comes close. This, I believe, is one of the most important sources of America's greatness. We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world. And by doing so, we continuously renew and enrich our nation. While other countries cling to the stale past, here in America, we breathe life into dreams, we create the future, and the world follows us into tomorrow. Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world to the next frontier. This quality is vital to our future as a nation. If we ever closed the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost.
Like, dude, what the fuck are we doing here? Listen. I know it's hard not to reflexively go, oh, if Ronald Reagan liked immigrants like this, then that means immigrants are bad. The point that I'm trying to explain is, don't you find it at all strange that not a significant number of Republicans nowadays are no longer saying that they aspire to be like Reagan? I guarantee it's because they realize he's woke on immigration. No, they still hold him with great respect. They say he's the best. I mean, he is the godfather of this current iteration of the Republican Party. Like, he was not woke at all. He was a fucking unimaginable racist. The difference is, and also the great deregulator, the great union buster, he did it all, okay? He did it all. He is the Republican Party's FDR. What FDR did with the New Deal that brought about the great American prosperity that we're still eating off of, by the way, to this day. If you have any working infrastructure, no matter how bad it is, no matter how crumbling it is, it's literally FDR. Okay, think about how much mileage we got out of that. FDR built the underlying skeleton of American commerce. Everything. Ronald Reagan did the exact opposite. He is the great destroyer. If FDR was a great builder, then Ronald Reagan is the great destroyer. He destroyed everything, okay? And just like FDR, the Democrats ate good off of FDR's gains. The attitude surrounding American culture was like more open-minded to social democracy than any kind of like right-wing neoliberalism or anything like that until Ronald Reagan. Carter played a role in this as well, for sure. Every president did. It's always a continuation, one after the next. But like Reagan is the attitude shift. His victory, the victory he presided over, was so vast that it made the Democrats into this fully right-wing, center-right neoliberal party as well. That's precisely the reason why you look at pre-Reagan, right? And you look at like some politicians, no matter how fucking heinous they are, like even Nixon. And there are a lot of things that Nixon did that you would consider to be fucking woke. You'd be like, what the fuck? That guy built the EPA? What are we, crazy? That's insane. What do you mean? What do you mean he did price controls? Like what? Yeah. Why do you think? It's because the democratic forces and the ideology that Democrats fought for was such a domineering force in American politics that Republicans were conceding on those issues. And the same goes for how Democrats have conceded on the unstoppable force of neoliberalism that came from the Reagan era. Yeah, New Deal Democrats held Congress for 40 years up until the 90s. You're warping the neocon viewpoint of immigration that Reagan espoused. The Overton window shift is so dramatic. We're moving into a new era in the Republican Party. Less Ronald Reagan, more Pat Buchanan. That's all I'm saying. The point is that Ronald Reagan was the fucking devil, and even then, there was less hostility towards migrants and more of an understanding that, like, these are people just around us, you know? We got to take care of them somehow. Here, this debate, this back and forth debate will show you. Do you think Reagan was a neolib? Yes, of course. Reagan is the American godfather of neoliberalism, just as Thatcher is in the UK.
My name is David Grossberg, and I'd like to know, do you think the children of illegal aliens should be allowed to attend Texas public schools free, or do you think that their parents should pay for their education?
Who are you addressing that to?
I think you're first in this.
He was looking right at you. I said he was. Look, I'd like to see something done about the illegal alien problem that would be so sensitive and so understanding about labor needs and human needs that problem wouldn't come up. But today, if those people are here, I would reluctantly say I think they would get whatever it is that they're, what the society is giving to their neighbors. But the problem has to be solved. The problem has to be solved because as we have kind of made illegal some kinds of labor that I'd like to see legal, we're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law, and secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. The answer to your question is much more fundamental than whether they attend Houston schools, it seems to me. I don't want to see if they're living here, I don't want to see a whole thing of 6- and 8-year-old kids being made, one totally uneducated and made to feel that they're living with outside the law. Let's address ourselves to the fundamentals. These are good people, strong people. Part of my family is a Mexican.
Can I add to that? I think the time has come that the United States and our neighbors, particularly our neighbor to the south, should have a better understanding and a better relationship than we've ever had. And I think that we haven't been sensitive enough to our size and our power. They have a problem of 40 to 50% unemployment. Now, this cannot continue without the possibility arising with regard to that other country that we talked about, of Cuba and what it is stirring up, of the possibility of trouble below the border, and we could have a very hostile and strange neighbor on our border. Rather than making them or talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here. And when they want to go back, they can go back, and they can cross and open the border both ways by understanding their problems. This is the only safety valve right now they have with that unemployment that probably keeps the lid from blowing off down there. And I think we could have a fine relationship, and it would solve the problem you mentioned also.
What you just watched was the Republican primary, okay, in 1980. Now, time was different. The time was different back then. And part of the reason why they were doing this, obviously, was because they did want a flow of cheaper labor that would displace the domestic labor force. Except not only did we do that, but we also realized broadly that we can just keep them here without proper documentation, and therefore this will be even more beneficial for capital owners, because this way you create a two-tier labor system where you have the replaceable permanent underclass of undocumented migrants, okay? And their very existence threatens the domestic labor force if it hasn't outright displaced it, and their very existence working for pennies on the dollar without any protections whatsoever creates an environment where wages for the domestic labor force also decrease, because disposable labor of this sort makes the domestic labor force also endlessly replaceable. The irony, of course, and I've talked about this a lot, the irony is that America's relationship with immigration has been doubly fucked up, because in many other countries, like in the UK, a lot of people were frustrated with the Polish migration that was taking place. They were like, oh, these Polish people are coming into our country. They're taking our jobs. Why? Because they were getting higher wages in England as opposed to Poland. More work opportunities in England as opposed to Poland in the same sectors. And that they would, through the currency exchange at times, or at least like with the cost of living back home, they were willing to work for, not the currency exchange, but the cost of living back home, they were willing to work for cheaper wages. Not anymore, I know. We're talking pre-Brexit. For all the Polish out there and for all the British out there, what I'm talking about is an entirely different universe, everybody. This is pre-Brexit, okay? Remember, it's not the case anymore, but that used to be the fucking case. No, not Margaret Thatcher times. Leading up to Brexit, this was a fucking big problem. People were like, oh, why are the fucking Polish coming here taking my construction jobs here? What are you fucking doing? Oh, lad. Right? I mean, they hated the Muslims too, but they also hated they had smoke for the Polish too. So the reason why I'm bringing up the Polish migration, however, is because if you're a plumber in Poland at the time versus a plumber in England coming in from Poland, you could bring home more money. You can bring back more money to your family. So people would choose to migrate. Now, this is the reality of migrant labor forces all around the world. If you have a country that has a higher standard of living or higher costs associated with it, labor force also gets paid higher, okay? The labor force gets paid higher in comparison to back home. The difference between Mexico and Mexican wages and the difference between America and American wages is stark. This is why there is migration, okay? Before we even talk about the instability and the other hardships that people go through. So that was one way to create an uneven system that ended up depressing wages for the domestic labor force. But in America, we do it doubly fucked up. Because Americans realized it wasn't just the difference in the currency exchange or the difference in the cost of living associated with like the back home countries where people could come and migrate and work in America for a little bit and then take the money back and send it to their families. America realized, oh my God, there's an even better way to do this. Let's just make them illegal. Let's just make sure that they do not get the proper documentation. And that has been the system in the United States of America for like the past 60 years, okay? First tried, tested under the Bracero program during World War I and then World War II, okay? And then completely became a normal part of commodity production in this country for like the last 60 years. It is a great injustice. And it's not just an injustice upon all of the dispossessed masses from around the world that are victims of American imperialism, that are simply seeking out a better life for themselves here on U.S. soil, working for pennies on the dollar, and then being discarded as though they are meaningless, simply to present a political talking point at times, or in other instances, being deported violently because they demanded back pay, for example, right? Like, or demanded a crumb of what they deserve. Endlessly persecuted. But it's also an injustice on the existing domestic labor force as well, because their very existence on U.S. soil, working for pennies on the dollar, is used as a as a displacement mechanism for the existing domestic labor force. It is basically one step removed from slavery. Okay? It is indentured servitude, you could say. The only difference is it's not that like these are peasants who were victims of colonial occupation. They are the working classes and the masses that are victims of imperialism. And this time, instead of being purposely shipped into the United States of America or into whatever subsequent nation that was practicing indentured servitude, their indentured servitude comes from capitalism. That's how it is. They are victims of empire. They're victims of capitalism. And they are desperate to make ends meet. They're desperate for a better life for themselves and their children. And they come here. They toil the land endlessly, tirelessly, day in, day out, under horrifying conditions. They get paid pennies on the dollar, and then they get discarded. It's slavery, but people like it for some reason. I mean, wage slavery is also slavery, but people like it for some reason as well. This is just it's not as bad as chattel slavery. Nothing is as bad as chattel slavery throughout history. And most historians will tell you two things that the historians have an outright position on when they rarely ever have a position on historic events is chattel slavery and the Nazis, right? And genocide. Even some genocide there is not complete consensus on. Okay? Don't need to compare two bad bitches. Yeah. So I'm not making a comparison between chattel slavery, which is horrifying, right? But this is the modern iteration of indentured servitude. That's what it is. It is indentured servitude. And the way we treat these people is so gross. And what's even crazier is that the thing to do in this circumstance is actually to document them so they can fight alongside the pre-existing labor force, the documented labor force, to unionize and to demand more. This would automatically increase wages. This is what a government that's actually invested in improving the wages would do. A government that is disinterested in improving wages, on the other hand, would just simply use the migrants as a talking point over and over again without actually addressing any of these issues that the domestic labor force, the legacy Americans, the folk, if you will, in the original German, instead of addressing any of those concerns, they just build out a common enemy that must be ritualistically humiliated, dehumanized, destroyed. Can you guess which method our administration is currently doing? Doesn't seem like it's the first thing. Did you cover Bernie liking Trump's border policies? I haven't yet, but I will be getting to that in a little bit. Before I do that, though, remember when I said Donald Trump is stress testing xenophobia here? Like how much Western leaders will put up with his nonsense until they decide, you know what, we're going to get Chinese, and we're going to get Chinese real quick. Here is Mark Carney in the aftermath of that Ronald Reagan video that he posted, to which Donald Trump actually reacted very negatively to, saying he's ending trade talks with Canada.
For months, we have stressed the importance of distinguishing things we can control and things we can't control. We can't control the trade policy of the United States. We recognize that that policy has fundamentally changed from the policy in the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. And it's a situation where the United States has tariffs against every one of their...
Yes, dude, Doug Ford did it. I know. But here's Mark Carney responding to it. I apologize. I misspoke. It's not Mark Carney that posted the ad. It was Doug Ford. Oh my God, there's so many fucking Doug Ford dick riders in the chat. I cannot believe it. It's Ontario, baby. Yo, put some respect on his name. It's Doug Ford. R.I.P. Rob. In this house, we respect the Ford dynasty. And also smoking crack on camera.
Trading partners to different degrees. And it's in that context that our officials, my colleagues, have been working with their American colleagues on detailed, constructive negotiations, discussions on specific transactions,
Fuck Doug and Rob. Honestly, you're right, but also Rob does have a special place in my heart. Like, I know they're both pieces of shit. I know. They were fucking... I mean, one of them was a scumbag. The other one is still a scumbag. But how can you fucking hate Robert, man? He was a real one. He was a real one, bro. He was doing crack on the streets. Like, that's crazy. That's not a joke, by the way. Like, they caught him. I think they even caught him with his pants down, too. He was a fucking real crackhead.
That's why he wants to be involved in everything. He wants to fight everybody's battles. And it's going to kill you. Excuse me, kill you. Don't do it. Your kids are important to you. That's what drives you, baby. That's what I love.
You know what's crazy about crackheads, bro? First of all, I never understood how he was a crackhead but so fat. Like, that actually takes a lot of effort. How are you a real eater, bro? How are you that big of a real ass eater that you were smoking crack and you were fat? How is that possible? Okay. The thing I also don't understand is why crackheads fucking love smoking crack on camera. Like Hunter Biden, bro. Hunter Biden, if there was a camera around, he was like, let me bring out my crack pipe and smoke on it. Hunter Biden with crack is what Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship was like. Just inseparable, okay? More photos of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein than me and my fucking grandparents. More photos of Hunter Biden with crack than without. How is this possible? What the fuck? Why do crackheads love filming themselves in the process of smoking crack?
Okay?
I don't know.
Your children, your family, your kids, your footballers, your kids who play football. That's what drives you. Family, kids,
driving the minorities.
They're calling a friend of.
No, they say I'm just right wing.
Oh, yeah.
Radical guy.
Sure.
I'm sort of.
Sure. Oh, yeah. No. What the liberals
I'm leave back. Leave that back in. That's right.
Trudeau right there. I like to get that Justin Trudeau and shove my foot as far up his ass, because I'm sure it goes real far. I'm sure my I'll tickle his nose hairs with my foot up his ass, because he's such a shit with the nose. I hate Trudeau, man.
She's just saying. It's like backing on, bro.
Hello?
No, it's not.
And at the end he goes, is that camera on? Yeah, here's the last thing I'm going to show you.
Of mine, a prostitute. Alana is not a prostitute. She's a friend, and it makes me sick how people are saying this. So unfortunately, I have no other choice. I'm the last one to take legal action. I can't.
Forrest said he never said, I want to eat your pussy to a former female staff or an allegation contained in the court document.
I can't put up with it anymore. So I've named the names. Litigation will be starting shortly. I've had enough. That's why I warned you guys yesterday. Be careful what you wrote. Okay, so that's all I have to say for now. And the next thing I want to call Mayor Britannia in Hamilton and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
Do you see what I mean, though? Like, why I like him, even though he's a piece of shit? Anyway, now look at the fucking Mark Carney after that.
Big sectors.
Bit of a letdown, don't you think?
Steel, aluminum, and energy, and a lot of progress has been made. And we stand ready to pick up on that progress and build on that progress when the Americans are ready to have those discussions, because it will be for the benefit of workers in the United States, workers in Canada, and families in both of our countries. Now, what we can control, absolutely, is how we build here at home. And that's the focus of Budget 2025, generational investment here in Canada. And what we can also control, or at least heavily influence, is developing new partnerships and opportunities, including with the economic giants of Asia, which is the focus of this trip.
Boom! Chinese century of prosperity, baby. This man ran 2 central banks law. I know. Listen. China forging allegiances. Canada's Carney visits Asia to forge new allegiances and reduce U.S. dependence. China is undeniably surpassing the United States on the global stage in global commerce. It has rebuffed America and rewritten the norms of global commerce. China trying to build an economic cooperation bloc with Asian countries that unifies their currency potentially. Now, I don't know how valid that last one is, because that sounds fucking nutty. But if America's fuck behavior could, paired up with obviously Chinese prosperity, Chinese manufacturing becoming this irreplaceable thing, if those two things combined could unite China, Korea, and Japan, I don't know what to say. Like, these are historic ops, okay? These are historic ops. If America can unite those three countries, generational ops going, let bygones be bygone. We got a pan-Asian, we have a pan-Asian movement that we're cooking up. Time to put the guns down. I don't know what the world would look like. Now, of course, it's very unlikely considering how much the current, well, you know what? No, I don't know, man. The new prime minister of Japan is ultra-nationalist, ultra-conservative. Yeah, except do you know who the biggest fucking dick riders of China are in Japan? It's the LDP. There are the dick riders. Who do you think has all the fucking businessmen that have major contracts with the Chinese government? So yeah, Japan, like the Japanese population obviously has a lot of disdain for the Chinese, even though it's crazy. It's like if Germans still aggressively hated all Jews. Like, Japanese people hating Chinese has always rubbed me the wrong way. Because, like, I understand why the Chinese hate the Japanese. They were the victims. Why the fuck do the Japanese still harbor resentment for the Chinese and the Korean? It blows my mind. It's like, bro, you dominated them. You did the Holocaust to them, but like Asian style. It makes no sense that they have no like sense of shame whatsoever for it. Like, no reflection on those actions and just pure hatred. That's why I always laugh at these like white guys that LARP as though they are Japanese, but they like live in England and stuff, and they're constantly posting about like how the Japanese are so xenophobic. They're finally putting their foot down and saying Japan for the Japanese, and they talk about these things, right? And they don't realize like Japanese people have more smoke for people that they suspect as being secretly Korean or secretly Chinese than they do for like Indian migrants, okay? Like they constantly talk about like, oh, the Japanese hate the Kurds. The Kurds are coming here. And I often see that channeled by white expats that fucking live in Japan. Well, not all of them, you know. Shouts out to Chris Broad. He actually made a video about this issue right now. The misinformation coming out of Japan is out of control. But it's always the fucking dumbass white immigrants that went to Japan that chirp about how all these other immigrants are ruining it for us. It's like, no, man, in the eyes of the Japanese, you guys are all the same, okay? Japanese people broadly look at all immigrants the same way, except for two categories that they despise at a higher level: Chinese and Koreans, okay? White, Indian, black, it doesn't matter. You're all fucking foreigners, okay? You're all foreigners. You got the smoke too, okay? There is no like, oh, well, these guys are white foreigners. That's good. No, that doesn't exist. But if there is one higher priority of hatred for a specific class of foreigner in Japan, it is not for the Kurdish migrants that are a tiny minority. It is not for the Indian migrant workers that happen to work at, all the 7-Elevens and the Family Marts that are, that's now becoming the norm everywhere because like the Japanese labor force is entirely too old. Okay. It is specifically for who they perceive as being secretly Chinese or secretly Korean. But you're right, it's Chinese and Korean, and now they're getting butthurt about Kurds due to woke. Oh. Yeah, we should do the Chris Broad video, honestly. People now starting to hate the Kurds more. I swear to God, that's a byproduct of Twitter. I swear to God, the Kurdish immigration is out of control shit is literally just like, I think it's white Westerners that are breaking, it's breaking the brains of the Japanese xenophobes. It is true, but it is Japanese Twitter. No, I know. We are exporting. It's the same shit that I asked the Japanese Communist Party when I was there, if you remember, about like transphobia and shit. Like, Japan has a very different attitude about a lot of the social stuff that we constantly harp on and on about, okay? But we are importing our fucking brain rot to every other country, including Japan. Japanese people also use Twitter, okay? You have to remember that. Japanese people use Twitter at a much higher percentage than the American population does. There is a higher percentage of Japanese people on Twitter adjusted to the entire population. Like more Japanese per capita use Twitter than Americans do. Americans are at like 20%. I don't know what the Japanese percentage is, but it's higher. So obviously that's going to have an impact as well. MAGA is blowing the fuck up all around the country, and it's even made its way to Asian countries. It is crazy. And it's not just MAGA, it's just fascism, but like MAGA style fascism. You have no idea how much smoke Japanese people have for Brazilian Japanese immigrants that are descendants of the Japanese immigrants that waved to Brazil in the early 20th century. Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot of people don't know this, but I think the second highest population of Japanese background around the world outside of Japan is Brazil. Yeah, people don't know that. I mean, I'm saying like the second highest after Japan. There are more Japanese Brazilians than there are Japanese Americans. NHK's Newswatch aired a segment today about a post on Twitter encouraging hatred towards Kurdish residents of Kawaguchi. It included analysis of a fake photo showing Kurds holding a Japanese "Get Out of Kawaguchi" sign. Look, it's always fucking random Westerners like, anything to get these idiots out of Japan. They don't deserve to be here. They live in the other hemisphere of the world. Don't worry, my man. Brother, we are more interconnected right now than ever before. Yeah, the Great Firewall once again vindicated, low key. Anyway, here's Chris Braw's video on this.
Started receiving messages from people asking me if Japan is okay, linking a rather ominous sounding video called "What is Happening to Japan?" It wasn't just the title and thumbnail that were ominous, but the description reading, "Is Japan cooked? I've seen a lot of changes and things seem to be getting worse." In an era where I'm now being...
It's so funny because it's fucking white Westerners that moved to Japan that are on the receiving end of racism or xenophobia, at least, by the Japanese, turning around and being like, oh, you know what's really fucked up about Japan? All the other migrants. It's so fucking insane, bro. What are you doing? You moved to one of the most xenophobic countries on the planet, okay? And then you decided to export your version of racism and xenophobia to the fucking country. And it's this endless cycle of human centipede eating shit where the white racist guys go, oh my God, I went to Japan because I thought it was going to be this big, beautiful utopia comprised entirely of the Japanese that I can lord over like I'm Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai or some shit. But now there's Indians here, and then they constantly chirp about it. And then Japanese people see the chirping, and the right-wing Japanese go, oh shit, maybe actually we hate the Koreans and the Chinese, but maybe these guys are right too. We hate all of them, actually. You're right. But honestly, it's not. It's still, like, from what I have seen, at least, from what I've read, what I've seen from the people that I've talked to, it's still mostly hatred towards all foreigners in general, including the white guys, for the record, while also simultaneously offering additional smoke for the Korean and the Chinese. And the Filipinos too, I guess.
Sent daily AI videos and photos that sorely misrepresent Japan from bizarre and questionable accounts. It made an almost refreshing change to be sent something produced by a human being.
How do you know about Japanese Twitter usage? What do you mean, brother? I'm a fucking massive weeb. And also, I love visiting Tokyo. Like, I am, I'm, you know, I mean, I think I'm going to be a Cinnaboo rather than a Weebo going forward. For the longest time in my life, I was a Marabou. Then I became a weeb, and I probably, in the aftermath of this Chinese trip, will become a major cinephile, a Cinnaboo.
And more crucially, a creator who is one of the biggest foreign content creators living in Japan, with 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube alone and hundreds of thousands more across other social media platforms. In fact, the same video had been chopped up into half a dozen videos without dialogue and shared on Instagram and TikTok.
I'm a Mexican living in Japan? What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, that is polar bear in Arlington, Texas territory. How the fuck did you find yourself all the way out there, my man? There's like 8 of you in Japan total, okay? When I found out that there was like Kurdish migration into Japan, I was shocked. But that's crazy. I have friends and family here. La Raza is everywhere. Goku Sanchez. There are a ton of Mexicans here. I have not seen it, okay? As a matter of fact, when we were visiting, it's a meme to try to get March to eat fucking Guzman y Gomez I saw a taco truck in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia this summer. What the fuck? Going to a Peru Fest this weekend in Shibuya. Not all Mexicans open restaurants. Yeah, but if there's a decent number of Mexicans, you got to have some decent Mexican food. Like, that's normal. It's not just entirely about Mexicans at that point. It's just any migrant population. If they get to a certain size, there's going to be restaurants, there's going to be grocery stores that have some better food, you know? I had the worst burrito of my life in Seoul. I found a burrito place in Almaty, Kazakhstan like a decade ago. It was pretty decent, actually. Mexican food truck is the best Mexican food is in my kitchen. Anyway, let's continue.
Amassing over 3 million views in just a matter of days. Now, I was especially concerned, not just as somebody living in Japan or Tokyo, but actually this street where the thumbnail's taken is somewhere I walk down once or twice a week in Nakameguro. One of my favourite coffee shops is just around the corner, and in fact, this video I made earlier in the year was filmed on the same street, albeit at a different angle, not showing the abandoned house. And not to mention, I've actually been living in the neighbourhood myself for the last 3 years. And when I went to take the thumbnail for my video, I quickly noticed a few interesting differences between my original ungraded photos and the thumbnail of her video. It is a rather fascinating game of spot the difference. So naturally I was a bit concerned to find out what is happening to Japan, especially as over 3 million people had seen this message. For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku, Japan's biggest nightlife district with a reputation for being dirty and gritty, filming bin bags, litter and homeless people. In the short form content, the same videos show the litter being intercut at times with foreign tourists, who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo of the Toho Godzilla statue, although the angle of the statue...
Bro, what is with white people? They have to, wherever they go, they have to do Tyler Oliveira style videos, I think. Like, is that just like a epigenetic thing? Like, what the fuck's going on? Everywhere you go, you got to be like, listen, this place is racist, but not racist enough for my taste, okay? Because like complaining about foreigners in Japan as a foreigner is the most insane thing I can think of. Brother, you're the foreigner. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, hey, these guys are pretty racist, pretty xenophobic, but honestly, they could go harder.
She was left out of the footage. And it's at this point I need to reiterate, if you don't know Japan, Kabukicho or Shinjuku can be a bit of a shock. It's the equivalent of walking through downtown LA or Soho in London. And in recent years, it's been gentrified more.
It abso-fucking-lutely is not the equivalent, okay? No. The worst place, like the worst places I've been to these places, I think it does not even hold a candle in terms of fucking cleanliness to the average American city, okay? The average American city is far, far worse and in a state of utter disarray. Bro, when's the last time you were in downtown LA? I don't know, like fucking last week? What are you talking about? And I've been to Paris, different arrondissements. And also, I've been all around London, too.
Than perhaps anywhere in Tokyo. It used to be genuinely quite dangerous. I remember 10 years ago, I made a hotel reservation there and had to cancel it after there was a Yakuza shootout quite literally across the road from the hotel. The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, when the film Tokyo Godfathers shone a spotlight on the long-standing homeless population, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today, compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people. But crucially, Kabukicho and Shinjuku doesn't represent Tokyo, it doesn't represent Japan, but if you wanted to make Japan look cooked, it would be the first place you would go, pull out your camera and hit record. The other half of the runtime in these videos was dedicated to Nakameguro, a trendy district that's historically one of Tokyo's most artistic neighbourhoods, and with a recent history of graffiti, both artistic and just tagging, where people just spray paint their name. A few years ago, I think it was 2019, there was quite a lot of graffiti, and the local schools got together to paint over it, and then the graffiti came back again. But when Japanese TV made a video on it, interviewing locals...
This dude seems like a doucher, is just me? No, Chris is the man. No, Chris is the fucking man. No. He's actually addressing what... Chris has been living in Japan for a very long time at this point. I like Chris a lot. He's just British. That's why you guys automatically have a built-in distaste, like pre-baked distaste. No, he's great. He's actually addressing what all of the other white foreigners are doing in Japan and the misinformation that they are contributing to. Nah, man, he's American troops in Japan, Glizzard. Yeah, of course. What did I tell you guys, man? Our position on this, our position on American imperialism is not commonly shared by everyone, okay? You should remind yourself that more frequently and be excited when you meet someone who actually shares that position. At least that's the attitude that I hold, where I'm like, no one is going to agree with me on this, but when I find someone who does, I'm like, oh my God, I cherish you. If you want to fucking link up with like-minded people in a foreign land, go to Ireland, okay? There are very few places on the planet, especially in Western Europe, that are going to share your commitment to anti-imperialism and have a pre-built understanding of colonial or imperial domination.
Interestingly, they didn't intercut it with shots of Asia's biggest nightlife district and call it What is Happening to Japan. They called it Residents Express Discomfort at 37 graffiti sites found around Nakameguro Station. And maybe that's why, despite having twice the number of subscribers, they only got 100,000 views, instead of almost 500,000. Silly traditional media attempting to present news in an objective manner in 2025. And so at this point you might be thinking, okay, right, so what's happened to Japan? What happened next? Lean in. Come closer. Come over. That was it.
Why does the alt-right love Japan so much? Weird stuff around age of consent, fascist history, fascist adjacent contemporary politics, unlimited xenophobia, fetishization.
That was literally it. In a country of 120 million...
Also, alleged ethno-state? No, it is an ethno-state. No, Japan is, like... I think it's appropriate to call Japan an ethno-state. The difference between like Japan and other formations, I would say, is that Japan did its indigenous ethnic cleansing a very long time ago. Japan is probably one of the best examples of the dangers of, or the suicidal nature of maintaining an ethno-state. They will literally age out of existence at this point in order to maintain their racial purity.
People. They were all cooked because of some bin bags in a red light district and some spray paint on a wall down 6 or 7 streets in the capital city. And while the YouTube video was 15 long, stupid minutes I'll never get back, it was the short form content that really concerned me. We live in a scary time when more people now than ever before learn things about countries and cultures from 30 to 60 second videos without context, and where the more sensationalist the videos are, the more you will be rewarded for it. People are angry, both in Japan and around the world at the moment, and this video, or these videos, seem to be exceptional rage bait that made a lot of people angry. Without any exposition on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, they showed a series of awful images in a densely populated area, and if you look at the comment sections, particularly on those shorts...
Graffiti writing on the walls, American African influence. I didn't know that Japan is diversity. Thanks, foreigners. Ruin it for everyone else who love to go to Japan. They treat foreigners as a collective. I've been through something like this about 20 years ago. Bro, is this... Yo, are white people unlocking the same consciousness that, like, migrants who kick the ladder down have? Is this the same attitude? Is like when you got like a Mexican ICE agent? They're like, oh, we are the good kind of migrants. If it only wasn't for the bad kind of migrants. It's like, bro, they don't make that distinction, okay? You're not a part of the in-group, okay? What the fuck? If anything, as far as like tourists goes, I would go so far as say American tourists are the absolute fucking worst, myself included.
You will see the most vile, hateful, angry comments that you can find. A creator isn't responsible for what people comment on their content, but subtle choices, the way the images and clips are cut and edited together with the message that goes with it, can have a very powerful effect. As somebody who's edited over 300 videos, I'm more aware of that than anyone. The most unsettling thing is it's never been easier to monetize sensationalist slop content. And if you do it, you'll be richly rewarded for it. Case in point, this video, the creator pointed out, made $1,500, which is a seriously impressive amount of money for going around filming some bin bags and some spray paint in a video that would have taken a matter of hours to record. And this is one of the things that worries me the most, the monetization of slop sensationalist content. That's one thing I want to discuss a little bit later on. It's at this point I thought, look, just don't say anything. Bite your tongue, move on. But when I saw millions...
Oh, true. Israeli tourists. I guess, like, a lot of people are saying, no, you don't understand, it's British tourists. And some might even say, no, it's Australians. Or some say, no, it's Israelis. And I've realized that the mother of all evil is still England. We are all still in some way descendants of that. Oh my God, whether it be Israel or America or Australia, these are still very much British crimes upon the world. How crazy. All roads lead back to Rome. All roads lead back to England. Ironically enough, also, I guess you could say the Roman Empire also was at a certain point leading back to England too.
Upon millions of views, people angry, a current backdrop of sensationalist slop content taking over, and a rise in anti-foreign sentiment here in Japan, I snapped. I had to say something. I chose to bring attention to it publicly. And I quickly received 2 replies. The first was from a guy who posted a photo of some graffiti he saw in 1993, pointing out graffiti has always been around in Tokyo. And the other comment was from the content creator herself, who told me to take it down. This was now a creator on creator matter, and they were just a humble creator with a GoPro, somehow conveniently forgetting they were one of the biggest foreign content creators in Japan. Now, I think if you are a large content creator, both literally and metaphorically, you should be willing to accept a degree of scrutiny. I know I do. Every time I release a video, people attack me for various things. And if I see something that I believe misconstrues reality, then I'm going to call it out as well. Impressively, no less than 6 hours later, she'd shot, edited, and released an entire video about what she'd called an attack, calling me a gatekeeper. I was accused of painting Japan as a utopia. I was accused of excluding her from my friendship group, somebody I've never met, never spoken to. I was accused of being grumpy, maybe because her viewers had claimed that she was more attractive than me and less grumpy. And no, I'm not making this up. This is actually a real video. And finally, I was called the C word, just to add the cherry on top. It is, ironically, one of the most bizarre...
Cracker?
Personal, rambling attacks that I've ever had. And I think it is really pointless. It degrades any sort of debate or conversation, and it's the least important thing that I want to talk about.
Wait, what did he say? I only show the intriguing claims. I only show the romanticized side of Japan. Her What is Happening in Japan video allegedly took 2 years of research. I've had a personal issue with the content creator for 5 years.
It degrades any sort of debate or conversation, and it's the least important.
Wait, he called him Chinese? It's not Chris Broad, it's Chinese Broad.
Thing that I want to talk about today. And for some clarity, I really don't dislike this person. I dislike their content, not just this video, but some other videos, which I'll discuss. I know I can be sarcastic and silly, but I'm genuinely not a malicious person. I quite honestly wish her well. And I ask you, if you disagree with her, if you disagree with me, that you always comment in a respectful manner and don't share any hatred online. There's already enough of that going around. And I'm making this video for 2 reasons. Number one, there are much bigger issues in play here around content creation, around Japan, and I want to discuss those. And second of all, some people see it as me bullying another creator because they don't understand why I would bring this up. And honestly, I don't do this sort of thing lightly.
I hate to break it to you, Christopher. Everyone's a fucking hog now. That's it. He nailed it in the first half, though. It is because of like the accelerated monetization of rage bait, clickbait. But people are hog maxing. It is going to get to a point where it will be a rare breed that you have people who go, I don't think this is the case. I think you're just behaving in a kind of evil way. Unfortunately, people want that slop. We're all pigs at the trough. Liberal mind cannot fathom hogification. No, straight up. The slop-averse is expanding at an alarming rate every fucking day. And it's all over. It's all fucking over. It's everywhere. Stupid people want the slop. They want the rage bait that corresponds to their own personal biases that they've developed here. They want to see it everywhere else. They're like, oh, I hate Indian and African immigrants, and I'm sure they're fucking up everything in Japan too, just like they are here.
Only time I think I've ever called out a creator was Mr. Beast last year when he partnered with Logan Paul, a man who did awful things in Japan, which I had to discuss publicly on Japanese national television. I didn't enjoy making that video or the attention or scrutiny it brought me. I hate myself sometimes, that I can't keep my mouth shut on certain things. But when you feel something is profoundly wrong in here, you have to talk about it. I've held my tongue previously on other content that this creator has produced. A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Under the guise of showing the real Japan, filming the most vulnerable people in society and posting it online. Like, I've had Japanese friends tell me this sort of stuff.
That could have been done in such a tasteful way and in such a in a much more humanizing fashion. This is actually hilarious. 4 years ago, she was in China making pro-China content before it was cool. Now she's in Japan making anti-China content when China is on the come up. She's got the worst timing, Lamau. Wait, what? Oh my God. You should know her. Her name is Oriental Pearl. Oriental Pearl? What the fuck? I mean...
So JJ, how much money is the Chinese government paying you to do these pro-China videos?
This is not in any way, shape, or form sponsored by the Chinese government.
You would say that.
Because if I were a spy, I certainly wouldn't be gallivanting all over the internet. That's like the last thing I would do if I was a spy.
That's exactly what a spy would say. The best way to hide is to be completely visible.
And it's like...
You don't want the heat, Hassan? I mean, I'm pro-China, so I don't give a shit. So what's up? What happened? Like she lived in China and she was pro-China, but now she lives in Japan and she's anti-China? Well, how did this happen? You seen this shit, Edward Said? Yeah. Orientalism is found new waves that you could fill a new book with. She Catholic, married a Japanese student.
Makes them feel uncomfortable. Beyond that, it sort of portrays Japan as this magical place where there's a barrier between us, where if you speak Japanese, they will bounce around, they will scream and shout, it will cure depression, as if the entire country is one big social experiment waiting to be exploited. And I worry in an era...
Okay, yeah, she is, I feel like it's the audacity of some folks to go to a whole ass different country and treat the local population of said country like they're like their own pet things is crazy. Like, how the fuck? What is happening, bro? Look, I'm not like a epigenetic memories unlocked type of dude, but you gotta have a little bit of a fucking colonist in you to feel like this is appropriate. Like, this is crazy. Is crazy. You're just like shamelessly going into a whole ass different country and then being like, this should be all different, okay? And also the local population are my dogs. What the fuck?
Of nuisance content creators coming to Japan doing things that are unspeakably bad. They might see this sort of content and go, wow, you get $1,500 for that. Maybe start to wave cameras around in the faces of homeless people, potentially leading to even more nuisance content. And when the cost of making such content is nothing, but the profits are extraordinary, the only real thing stopping you from doing that is morals. And as we've seen time and again with streamers in Japan, morals are often in short supply. And coupled with the fact there's rising anti-foreign sentiment in Japan, it makes me concerned and uncomfortable. So what are the real issues facing Japan? What is happening to Japan? In the last few weeks, I've been travelling around the country, filming videos. I've been to Sendai, Nagano, Nagoya, Gifu, Okinawa, and spending time with the locals out there, talking with them, hearing their concerns. I can assure you, none of them care about a fucking bin bag in Shinjuku or some spray paint on a wall in Nakameguro. The two most notable things are depopulation and a cost of living crisis. And funnily enough,
this was my experience as well, talking to the Japanese Communist Party about some of the major hurdles that the Japanese society is broadly facing.
While this stuff was happening, I was on an island in Okinawa interviewing the locals on how depopulation has affected their island, where once there were hundreds of people, today there are 50, and this has obviously affected island life. And quite honestly, I would much rather be editing that video than talking about this. But it will take me weeks to edit that video and do the islanders' story justice. And this takes me to the real crux of the matter, the thing that worries me the most. In the same time that it will take to produce this video, I could go out and film 50 of these videos, make a lot more money with a lot less effort. It is increasingly hard to compete when you're producing videos to a higher standard, when you have to fact check everything. The creator of this video claimed it took 50 hours to produce this video, a claim I find to be, quite frankly, baffling. I'm not sure where the 50 hours went. And you might think, well, he does sound kind of jealous now. Maybe she's right. Maybe he's just not getting the views. And I say far from it. I could go out and make this content in one afternoon in Tokyo. What I'm saying is social media platforms don't care. They don't reward accuracy. They don't reward nuance or objective reason. They reward clicks, they reward attention, they reward sensationalism. Journalistic integrity really doesn't count for much online, unfortunately, to an almost dystopian degree. Some criticisms levelled at me is that I also make sensationalist content and that I only show the nice side of Japan, the squeaky clean, rose-tinted spectacle version of the country. And to that I would say there's a big difference between sensationalist content and clickbait titles and thumbnails. I hate having to pull a stupid face. I hate my thumbnails and titles. But it is simply a matter of survival on an increasingly crowded platform that doesn't share your content unless it has a high click-through rate. And I try to make up for the stupid faces and titles by delivering content that does the subject matter justice. And the claim that
Is there a way to stop the slop? No. I don't think so. If I knew if there was a way to stop the slop, I mean, I guess it's about the algorithms. Like, the algorithms favor the slop, but the slop or the algorithms are dictated by what people want to fucking consume. So there's not really a lot that you can do about it. Like, what are you supposed to do? The algorithms are like, oh, this is what people are tuning into. And if people are getting dumber and dumber and demand more of this dumb shit, then the algorithm rewards the dumb shit. And the more people consume dumb shit, the dumber they get.
Show only the over-romanticized utopian version of Japan is simply ridiculous. Does this look romanticized?
No, that's not true though. YouTube's algo is entirely forced. No, that's also not true. No, YouTube's algorithm knows, like YouTube algorithm drivers know that right-wing content drives clicks and time on the website. Okay? That's the reason why they bias it in the right-wing direction for money. But that still means that there is a genuine interest. There is a genuine interest in watching the right-wing shit, the right-wing slop. It's true. People want bottom of the barrel, like thoughtless content for the most part. Slop is all king. This drama is extreme right versus centrist. I mean, not even. It's just like, I mean, I guess, but.
Is this a utopia? Does that look romanticized? Is this a utopia? But do I walk through economically deprived parts of Tokyo and also no, I don't. And I'm sorry if that is the only definition of showing the dark side of Japan that you have. I cover the matters that I genuinely believe are affecting Japan the most. And in fact, I've been speaking with a homeless shelter about doing a documentary, but it's a serious topic and these are people's lives and I need to...
Did we just F a little bit? Is my internet going out again? What's going on, dude? Uh-oh. We're experiencing a mini outage. Uh-oh. It's turning into a major outage potentially. Hold on now. Hold on to your butts, everybody. A little bit of F-maxing. What the hell is going on? Classic. Hold on. It might get fixed. Of course, yours F, brother. Other content creators ain't effing. Yeah, it's going to be a big delay now. I'm going to fix it 1 second. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix the ingest. Okay? Let's test the delay. Let's test the delay. Everybody, if you hear me say subscribe, just subscribe. Okay? You can do it for free with the Twitch Prime. Test the delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, fuck. This delay is so crazy. Okay. This is a crazy delay. It's like 15 seconds. All right. I'm going to... Yeah, I didn't want to wait. It was cooked. It was cooked, chat. The fucking... The delay was severe. So I had to F it real quick. All right, it should be fine now, hopefully. All right, let's get back into it.
Tackle that carefully. If you want to watch something about Japan's popular, I'm From has made a fantastic documentary series on the subject. I would urge you to go and watch them. I will say, I felt sort of disheartened this year.
Wait, what the fuck? What is happening, bro? I don't think this is, no, it's not playing the video that's cooking it, dude. I think it's...
in general, about so many things, about the state of the world. And this is sort of to the side of this issue. As you may know, I've been living here over a decade now, about 13 years, and I've been extremely lucky to be here. And I've always tried to show Japan in a fair and balanced way, particularly more rural areas that I love, which I've been lucky to call home. And more I'm seeing comments and discourse online that I'm just a foreign guy living in Japan. I don't understand the culture. I'm a foreign guy exploiting Japan. And I've had that claim thrown at me more in the last 12 months than in the last 12 years combined. To the point, it has sort of sucked the energy out of me a bit and made me wonder, what am I doing? Does what I do matter anymore? No matter how many documentaries I make, no matter what I shine a spotlight on, no matter who I meet or what I do, just a foreign guy exploiting Japan. And I felt lost about what am I doing here? I was far happier as a smaller creator without the burden of expectations, without people overanalyzing everything I said or did. And to be frank, the only thing that keeps me doing this is knowing I'm very lucky to have an amazing audience of people. I know you're not just numbers on a view count, you're actually real people, and I'm very grateful I've got to meet so many of you. I sort of need to know.
Can you relate? Yes, I can relate. It is unfortunately part and parcel with like being a large content creator of any sort. Like if you exist as a successful or large content creator, no matter which niche you're filling, you don't have to be a political commentator at all. Like anything, you could be doing anything. You could be doing videos like Chris does about how wonderful Japan is and the things that Japanese people care about, whatever, right? No matter what happens, there's always going to be waves and waves of just like haters over a long enough timeline. Like, boo-hoo, stop abusing your dog and stop whining. Again, this is literally what I mean. Thank you for proving my point for me. So it's just, I mean, we're all profoundly privileged, obviously, as in comparison to like other real celebrities, like we're much more accessible, and it is what it is. And I think it's getting worse overall because I think the internet's getting meaner, right? Like we're becoming more mean on the internet, and Twitter take over Elon Musk and things of that nature definitely don't help.
If you're watching,
my IRL toolkit's getting spammed. I think they're targeting my IRL toolkit. It's not. I don't think it's my internet. Yesterday it was my internet. Yesterday my internet went out. Today I think people are spamming the IRL toolkit. I think they're DDoSing the third party software that I use, because yesterday my internet went out. Okay, and in an effort to create a redundancy, I went back to using, or was it yesterday? I think, yeah. Yesterday my internet went out. And so in order to avoid that, and I went back to fixing the redundancy problem by using IRL Toolkit, which is what a lot of top content creators also use when they're live streaming and stuff like that. And I think it's just like, that's what's getting targeted again. I don't know if other big streamers are also experiencing this. It could very well be. I mean, it says that all systems operational at 100%. So, and I don't know who they is necessarily. I'm just saying that, like, it happens. Oliver Gia says, you got to understand that YouTubers like Oriental Pearl feed off of attention and drama. They fully know what they're doing is dishonest, but they don't care. If it gets them views, they've won. Wait, did this guy block me? Kyoto-based American writer. Foreign perspective. Wait, what the fuck? I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Why the hell did he block me? Japan specifically is the trending thing that people are milking dry. It honestly would have been very easy for me to use my position to push an agenda to make a lot of money off of it. I haven't though, because I value my integrity and don't have any interest in being a grifter. Also, drama in the J vlogging community is nothing new. It existed for nearly 20 years. He's annoying as hell. It's good that he blocked you. Oh, he's anti-China. Gia is a pro-Taiwan, anti-China Twitter celebrity. Oh, that makes sense. Another reason why I never did YouTube, I hate that environment. I've mostly washed my hands of it all. I try to use my platform to share more reasonable perspectives on Japan, but it's a losing battle. The internet prefers LARPing and YouTube drama, so I don't have much of a place in that. Ultimately, doesn't affect my own life anyway.
Over the past few years, Japan has become the hottest new tourist destination. With the yen at all-time lows and everything so cheap over there, tourist numbers are breaking record highs every month. And nobody's more angry about this than Japanese people. People are skeptical of the increasing number of tourists and immigrants everywhere, and one of Japan's most despised clowns has exploited this sentiment to turn himself into a celebrity, the face of the anti-tourist movement. His name? Hezuma Ryu. He's famous for screaming and threatening people in public, basically like a Japanese Johnny Somali.
What's really funny about that is that also Japanese people broadly hate that shit too. The reason why a lot of Japanese people get annoyed at tourists is because tourists do this shit to them, and this guy's doing it himself. He's like, no, I'm gonna do the shit that everybody hates tourists doing, but Japanese style.
A convicted criminal himself, he will do absolutely anything to try to get famous. I mean, in 2020, he live streamed himself going around purposefully infecting people. And that's not even in the top 5 worst things you'll see him do in this video. But now
he got elected. He's in the National Assembly now. Wait, is he from the Sansaido party, or is that's the one, right? Sansaido, the fucking anti-migrant one. Is that the ticket that he won on? The Trump effect, and it's not a joke? No, 100%. All right.
He's a well-respected elected official with a massive following. He completely reformed his image, all by wandering around the Nara Deer Park every day and screaming at the Chinese tourists who come to feed the deer. But how did we get here? Well, blaming foreigners for everything and wanting to kick them out of the country has always been a part of Japanese nationalism, but right now it's on the rise again under a new name, Japan First. The first Japan First party was...
Dude, isn't that fucking nuts?
Started by this guy, Sakurai Makoto, in 2016, and as you can tell, he's a very charismatic man. His entire platform was hating Korea and blaming everything wrong in society on Koreans in Japan. And when someone called him out...
I told you. They fucking... The smoke that they have, first and foremost, xenophobia is across the board. But the smoke that they have primarily is for Koreans and the Chinese, bro, is crazy.
But on his bullshit, what did he do? Yeah, he just accused them of being Korean. Yeah, being Korean in Japan has always been hard, and I'm just talking about recent history, not like anything before 1945. To this day, anytime anything bad happens, you'll immediately see people online speculating that the culprit must have been a Korean. Like, I get...
Yeah. That's why, like, when I covered Shinzo Abe's assassination, I brought this up. But, like, the reason why it was the most successful political assassination in modern times was literally not because Shinzo Abe was, like, a reviled figure or something. Like, he wasn't super popular, sure. But in the aftermath of his death, society should have gotten together and been like, this is really fucked up. I can't believe it. But instead... they abided by the wishes or the demands that the shooter was trying to bring awareness to. And the only reason why was because it was, albeit a reasonable complaint that the shooter had, which was about the unified church, right? The Korean church, and how much the shooter's mother, just like many other Japanese people, had actually donated to this Korean church.
Japanese YouTube comments informing me that some of the most embarrassing people I've covered are actually secretly Korean. Yeah, it's basically to the point where the 3 worst things you can be called on the Japanese internet
Isn't it a cult? Yes, but there's a lot of cults in Japan. Keep in mind, Japan is 99% Japanese. They have 1% immigrant population. Japan blaming foreigners for their problems is literally insane. Brother, Japan is so Japanese that they literally, well, first of all, they do have Korean Japanese people, right? Like Japanese people of Korean descent. What is it called again? I forget. But there's that. But there is that. But also, no, not like Zainichi, the Zainichi Koreans. Okay, so you have that, but then also you have is it a slur? I didn't know that. Okay, well, but then there is a suspicion of people that suspect people of being secretly Korean.
And Chinese. And that last one is big. Right now, anti-Chinese content is doing numbers on the Japanese internet. The most popular genre is Chinese tourist abusing deer videos. If that makes you go, huh? I should explain. There's this park in a city called Nara where there are hundreds of wild deer that you can pet and feed, and right now, it's filled with tourists, even more than usual, mainly Chinese. But yeah, this video has a girl labeled Stupid Chinese who's apparently kicking a deer in the head. Now, who would do that? Who would kick a deer? Wait, she didn't kick the deer. She didn't make contact. These are 2 different pictures. Yeah, this YouTuber just did a lazy Photoshop job to make it look like the Chinese girl was kicking the deer when she wasn't. This is the most popular video in the genre with 2 million views, and I didn't see a single comment calling this out. Okay, now this is where Hezuma Ryu comes in. Hezuma was a
secret Chinese or secret Korean is a common plot point in the Yakuza games. And the reason why it's a common plot point in the Yakuza games is because it's a common plot point in Japanese life. They didn't invent the theme.
Serious menace to society, was probably the most hated guy in Japan, famous for getting an 18-month prison sentence for shoplifting after posting a video of himself eating raw fish in the supermarket before paying for it. But now he had a new purpose in life. He moved across the country, all the way to Nara, to become a deer protector. His plan was simple: patrol the park every single day and stop the Chinese tourists from abusing the deer. Before we go any further, I want to say there is no animal abuse shown in this video, and I didn't think it needed to be said, but I am against all forms of racism. Anyways, here is his first big scoop. He's caught a Chinese tourist red-handed, or should I say red-footed, kicking a deer like a soccer ball. And when he says that, this is what he means? A guy doing shake-a-paw with a deer? The guy apologized to Hezuma 11 times, and honestly, the deer didn't even seem fazed in the first place. He was hard chillin'. But anyways, these videos are very well received. The majority of Japanese commenters agree with Hezuma, and they all use this to say Chinese people should be kicked out of Japan. So yeah, what Hezuma does is look for any tourist interaction with a deer that looks bad and uses it as an example to scream at them. And believe me, he's just getting started. Here, Hezuma claims this woman hit a deer with a water bottle. The only problem is, I don't even know if she makes contact with the deer. And if she does, she's just giving it a little boop on the snoot. Yo, who put that in the script? The guy feels threatened by Hezuma, so he calls the cops. The police arrive and they immediately see through Hezuma's lies. They order him to apologize and delete his footage. Instead, he uploads the footage online, which resulted in the Chinese couple suing him for defamation. Yeah, he eventually had to delete the video, but Hezuma's plan was working.
It's so crazy because the Japanese do not fuck around with defamation. He could have literally he could have been saying the truth and you could still be successfully sued for defamation in Japan. Japanese defamation rules are out of control. They are crazy, brother. I think it's a little ridiculous. Like the way the Japanese rules are around defamation is, if someone is a pedophile and you correctly call them a pedophile, you can still be successfully sued for correctly calling them a pedophile. Defending Hezuma? No, fuck no, I'm not defending him. I'm just talking about something I find to be rather strange. And yes, what I'm describing about the pedophilia thing has happened. It's not even a joke. That has literally happened. Because everywhere else around the world, pretty much, the greatest defense against defamation is the truth, right? Nope, not in Japan.
He was getting a lot of attention, and he knew just how angry people could get when it came to deer. He remembered this incident from 2020 where someone bragged about doing something absolutely vile to a deer. Seriously, what kind of psychopath would do this? Oh, it was Hezuma himself. Yeah, before he became the deer protector, Hezuma was known for being the deer terrorizer. Hezuma knew exactly how to piss people off, and it always involved the Mentos Coke challenge.
Dude, when I see stuff like this, why are you watching this? You don't know anything about bad faith actors taking a video of benign actions with dogs and using them to spin a negative narrative about an innocent person? Okay, come, because it's funny. When I see stuff like this, I don't get it. I don't understand what compels someone to be this brain broken that they are trying to be like, they're so starving, so desperate for attention that they will literally do anything they possibly can. It just strikes me as so odd. It feels like you're not like a human, you know? This is like this unironically is like the opposite of how human beings should behave. Someone says social terrorist. Yeah, literally. Like I see this as like a transparent instance of mental illness. This is socially malignant behavior.
What he would do was stalk and then ambush famous YouTubers in real life. Then he'd scream at them, ordering them to do the Mentos Coke challenge for him. He would keep following them and pestering them over and over, sometimes even for hours, until they got away by going to the train station, getting into a taxi, which he'll still follow for as long as he can, or in some cases, going to the cops. Thankfully, the police put a stop to it, which works for about 15 seconds. In one case, Hazuma spent 6 days straight lurking at the convenience store outside the house of the biggest YouTuber in Japan just so he could ambush him.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Hey, yo, that's crazy. This is one of those instances where you're like, sometimes you just have to have a gun, I think. Hey, yo, turns out it's worse than TwitchCon. Yeah, TwitchCon, but worse. Literally, it's a TwitchCon, but the entire country is operating in that same attitude, with the same attitude. They're like, oh, you're a stalker? It's fine. What the fuck?
I can't emphasize enough how much Hazuma is hated by every single person that has the misfortune of interacting with him. But it wasn't just streamers he would do this to. Hazuma would also force the Mentos Coke challenge on unwitting homeless people in the middle of winter.
もうちょっと手前で顔の近くでもうちょい上もうちょい上でもうちょい手前です手前もうちょい手前でいきますよはい
Oh, come on, man.
After he's covered the poor homeless man and everything he owns in Coke, he follows him around and laughs at him for another 10 minutes. This is literally just assault. He's just assaulting homeless people for content. He uploaded these videos without censoring their faces, by the way. But would you believe me if I said this wasn't even the worst thing he's ever done? This is Chomage Kozo, a group of kids that run a very famous YouTube channel. In 2023, Hazuma, who was 32, tracked down this kid, Namazu, who was 13 years old, and followed him home from school.
Namazu-kun, やってきたぞ。ちょっと待ってもらっていいか。Namazu, やってきたぞ。
I can't say what should be done, but I can think it. I can't say out loud what should be done, but I'm thinking it, bro. He is, what the fuck? Yo, I thought they were a nation of laws, man. This is lawlessness. You can just do whatever you want, apparently, in Japan. What the fuck? They elected this man, brother. I just...
今一人。ちょっと待って。俺も変なことはせん、絶対に。
Hazuma confronts this 13-year-old kid and berates him for not replying to his DMs.
俺会いたかった。だって DM 返してくれんやん。Twitter でコラボしたいっつっても。
This isn't scripted or anything. The kid is legitimately afraid of Hazuma. Also, Hazuma uploaded this uncensored, which led to the kid's city and school being identified.
挨拶だけお願いします。挨拶お願いします。挨拶。君たちは有名になりすぎた。有名になったらこういうこともある。
Where I'm from, this would get you put on some sort of registry. But honestly, I think the kid handled it pretty well. I mean, as well as a 13-year-old can handle a 300-pound middle-aged man out of jail on probation following you home from school. And this happened in 2023. Hazuma soon realized that his talent for screaming at...
Yo, I mean, like, look. I'm not in favor of a carceral state. Also, Japan literally has a 99% prosecution rate. Like, they just force you into agreeing that you have done a crime. They'll just hold you involuntarily for days on end. Why the fuck aren't they doing this dipshit? I don't get it. No, it's not for foreigners. No, it's for everybody. What are you talking about? No, Japan has a crazy conviction rate. They do forced confessions through what other countries would consider torturous methods. Okay? But like, how the fuck do you not do that to this guy? If there's one guy that's worthy of that, it's him. You got to keep this guy in jail. That's what you got. I'm sorry. You have to put this dude in an involuntary hold in a mental facility 100% and study his brain for generations. The fuck?
People was wasted on homeless people and children. He could get way more views if he just screamed at tourists. Not only that, maybe he could even exploit his image as the deer protector to get on Nara City Council. There was just one tiny little problem. The deer don't need protecting. Don't take it from me. Here's Nara's Parks Department saying they don't have any reports of tourists hitting deer, and more tourists get injured by deer than vice versa.
Yeah, deer
Think
actually,
about it.
from what I understand, the Nara deer actually fuck people up because they've gotten so used to getting fed that they just walk up to you and bite you and demand that you feed them. I haven't been.
There are around 40,000 tourists to Nara Park every day, and Hezuma's there every day too. If even 1% of tourists were doing bad things to the deer, shouldn't Hezuma have tons of examples? He wouldn't have to freak out over a woman touching a deer with a water bottle or a guy doing shake-a-paw with the deer. No, the biggest threat to deer is not tourists, it's cars. It shouldn't be a surprise that chilling in the middle of a city and living off an unnatural diet of hundreds of rice crackers a day would be bad for wild animals. Those crackers cause the incidents between humans and deer. When you're holding them, the deer get super aggressive. I've experienced this firsthand. I remember having like 15 deer chasing me around all at once. It was a little scary and I'm a big guy. So why did Hezuma's message resonate with so many Japanese people? Take this footage of actual deer abuse Hezuma took, for example. An old man nonchalantly kicking a deer in the head. But would it surprise you to hear that Hezuma just stole this video from someone? By now, of course it wouldn't. But yes, this was filmed by a Taiwanese woman who labeled the man as Japanese. Which makes sense. I mean, frankly, this guy looks a little old for international travel. When confronted with these facts, what do you think Hezuma said? Maybe you'd expect him to say something like, "Oh, yeah, you're right."
Yeah, that guy's probably this old-ass Japanese dude who's like, I've been bit far too many times with these fucking little assholes.
He does live in Japan, but he's secretly Chinese. Yes, that's exactly what he said, actually.
I told you, motherfuckers, bro. I told you the secret Chinese and the secret Korean. Remember how I told you Japanese people, 99% Japanese, 100% of the incidents caused by secret Chinese and secret Koreans.
Believe me, this strategy is really effective. The most famous deer abuse case happened in 2024 with this guy just walking down the street and kicking every deer he passed by. Everyone in Japan immediately claimed with no evidence that this guy was Chinese. But upon closer inspection, there's a good argument that this guy's Japanese. He appears to be speaking Japanese, he's got his house keys on his belt, and the shirt he was wearing is some niche fashion brand from Tokyo. I saw a comment that was like, "Why did we think he was Chinese in the first place?" And the reply was, "Well, Chinese are the ones who kick the deer." This is the pattern. There's a cycle of Japanese people assuming that a Japanese person would never do something bad. Then they witness a Japanese person doing something bad, so they come to the conclusion that the person must not be Japanese. On the other hand, Hezuma will call out foreigners for doing literally anything. Charge your phone at an outlet? You mean electricity theft, criminal scum? What the fuck? Sit in a chair? How dare you? That was a chair for children. Using his new deer protector persona, along with some other random nonsense,
has a policy position is address the foreigner problem, stop Chinese people from buying all the fresh water, block Kurdish people from moving to Nara, review a problematic railroad crossing, use his status as an influencer to promote Nara and bring visitors. Yeah, I really want to go to fucking Nara seeing this dipshit around with a fucking phone camera. God damn. Also, in terms of hog universality, have you noticed something? Whatever the hog flavor of the month is in America, don't you realize whenever a fucking major crime happens, every hog, well, no, yes, they're fat. Yes, that's one part. And they are thumb-like. That's not it. That's not what I was talking about. It's thumb-shaped. Yes. No, hog universality still holds. Whoever the flavor of the month is, one month is trans people, the other month it's the Antifa leftists. Hogs, whenever there is a major crime taking place, oftentimes done by hogs, will turn around with zero evidence and be like, well, another trans shooter, another Antifa shooter. God, the left are so out of control, don't you think? Hog universality, baby.
Hazuma actually managed to come in third place in the 2025 election and got elected to the Nara City Council on July 20th. Would it surprise you to learn that Hazuma the city councilor wasn't all that different from Hazuma the YouTuber? One of his main issues was that he claimed Chinese people had already bought up most of the fresh water in Wakayama, and we can't let that happen here in Nara. But then the head of the waterways department in Wakayama came out and completely called him out on his bullshit and said that hasn't happened at all. And now, instead of yelling at YouTubers, in his first city council meeting ever, he's gotten in massive trouble for...
Yeah, the Kurdish thing is entirely like Western developed, Western designed mania that has captivated the Japanese population, the Japanese races at least. Because like I said, first and foremost, the number one ops for the Japanese nationalists are Koreans and the Chinese, whether it be secret Korean and the secret Chinese, or just like tourists, right? Or people just like visiting. But then Westerners were like, oh, the Kurds are fucking, the Kurds are destroying Japan. And it was, because there's like a tiny population of Kurds. There's a tiny population of Kurds, which I think has grown in the last couple of years. Because like every time I've been to Japan, I see more doner shops everywhere. Türk tanıdıklarından saçma sapan Japonya'daki ilgili şeyler duyuyorum. There's a hierarchy besides that. Japanese people told me even first time I went there 20 years ago. I wonder if Japanese people hate the Kurds, and by old people who probably thought that much longer than 20 years, I wonder if Japanese people hate Kurds, like the Japanese nationalists, because they love Turkish people and they learned to hate the Kurd from the Turks. I've talked about the Japanese-Turkish allegiance before on this broadcast. And I think Kurds can get, Kurds actually get refugee status in Japan. Like they can apply for refugee status. Japanese people always say they like whites more than black people, then like MENA, then Korea, and China the worst, and other Asians.
Screaming at the mayor.
Stop! あなたね、どのツアー下げて市長やってんですか?
And of course, he's still doing his deer thing, but thanks to new AI technologies, he doesn't even need to go to the park anymore. He can just make up pictures of Chinese people riding on deer. Hazuma's actions have not gone unnoticed in nearby Asian countries. He's personally raised the temperature of anti-Japanese sentiment in China to the point where Chinese tourists to Japan are explicitly warned about him before they travel to Nara. Of course, only pissing off China wasn't enough. A few months ago, Hazuma made...
They're like, if you see this tubby piece of shit bouldering down with a phone camera in hand, get away ASAP. That's crazy, bro. You're like a villain. You're like a local villain. Oh my God, Japan literally is like the Yakuza gaming series. I swear to God. Like, that's like a Yakuza side boss, dude. Are you fucking serious? Local streaming hog, deer protector. It unironically feels like you would see that in Yakuza as a side quest. You have to take him down. Yeah, like a Mr. Shakedown, but different.
Made up this story about a Korean guy feeding a deer a spicy green pepper. I'm sure you don't even need me to debunk Hazuma anymore, but I mean, come on, bro. The picture...
It's seriously bad. I realize thanks to listeners' comments that these aren't spicy green chili peppers. That Korean guy's seriously bad. It's so spicy. It's making him sick. He's going to throw up. Seriously, he should be arrested for this. Yo, this also is like schizo hog posting. It's also universal. Like fake outrage manufacturing takes the exact same tone of like seriousness, even though you are very clearly insincere. So you try to like bring it up. You try to elevate it where you're like, this is seriously bad. Guys, no, bro. The truth is Hazuma is secretly Korean. Japanese would never act like this. Oh my God.
He posted of the pepper was taken on pavement. Korean press picked up on the fake story, so he deleted the tweet, of course, but naturally, Korean people were not happy with the slander. So yeah, Hazuma has done legitimate damage to international relations between Japan, China, and Korea. The worst part is Hazuma doesn't even care if what he's putting out is true or false. He's just promoting his own brand. And unfortunately, it's worked. Hazuma's claims about Chinese people kicking deer are now being parroted by the LDP, Japan's ruling party. And they've already started passing anti-foreigner legislation cracking down on the biggest troublemakers, PhD students and entrepreneurs.
I swear to God, bro, they are... Oh my God. everything becomes 10x funnier when you realize the Kurdish population in Japan is 2,000. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's minuscule. Oh, I forgot. Guys, when we said 1% of Japan is foreigners, what do you think? Yes. Japan is entirely Japanese. Like, it's not. Why do you think I say it's an ethno state? They're cooked. They're fucking cooked. And it's crazy because, like, the worse things get, the more aggro they become. I think it's much lower than 1%, to be honest. I mean, I don't. Wait, let's look at this up. Japanese foreigner population size. It says, as of mid-2025, the foreign population in Japan hits a record high to 3.9 million, which makes up about, and this was like last year, the population increased by 10% to 3.6 million, it says here. The highest number since 2013. Foreigners make up 3% of the total population. That is a record high. W ethno state? You can't be fucking serious, right? You're memeing. You got to see how the Grey Wolf people push the anti-Kurd thing. It's hilarious. Bro, you're joking, but like, I guess they have, I mean, Turkey has a weird relationship with Japan. I've talked about this before, like the bathhouses that are now known as soaplands literally changed their names. The government made all of the bathhouses that were previously known as, I think it was known as like Turkish bathhouses, into soaplands because the Turkish government was like, please don't associate our culture and our wonderful country with prostitution. So they changed it to soapland. The Turkish government got the Japanese government to forcibly change the name of bathhouses to soaplands. I've talked about this before. Like there is a long-standing history between the Ottoman Empire all the way that spans back to the Ottoman Empire in Japan. There are some weird ideals that span across the entire Asian continent. There's this like Pan-Asian mythology that revolves around like going all the way from Japan all the way to the tip of the tip of the Ottoman Empire that designates everyone as like this big Pan-Asian group of people. You want to be Japanese so bad? No, I mean, I'm fucking joking about that, but like, I'm not joking about the historical relevance, but I'm joking when I say like Japanese people are Turks or whatever.
Anti-foreigner views have gone mainstream to the point where a growing number of Japanese people don't want any foreigners at all. The complaints are that foreigners drive up crime and overstay their visas while hogging public resources.
Again, 3%. Like, this already is a fucking insane statement to make in places like the UK or places like the United States of America. I've spent my entire professional political commentary career addressing this common lie, okay? But if there's one place where this lie is so fucking laughable, it's Japan. Foreigners make up 3% of the Japanese population. 3. If you think 3% of the population is responsible for a significant increase in crimes, it's unsalvageable, bro. There are over 5 times as many Kurdish people in Nashville than in Japan.
So I looked up the data. Crime committed by foreigners is down. In fact, foreign residents actually commit fewer crimes per capita than Japanese people.
No, that's crazy.
Regarding visa overstays, they're already extremely strict and the system seems to be working. So why did Japan increase immigration in the first place? I'm sure I don't need to remind you, their population is aging and shrinking. Elderly people made up 10% of the population in 1985, 20% in 2005, and now it's 30% and still climbing. Sectors like elder care and construction already heavily rely on foreign workers to keep services running. By 2040, Japan is projected to need 570,000 more care workers. Without them, millions of elderly Japanese people will end up underserved or outright neglected.
I actually have a theory, and I think it's literally just because their politics are so boring they have to make shit up. Oh, God. Yeah, keep in mind, most of this concentration of foreigners is in Tokyo and Okinawa because of the military base. I mean, low-key, the entirety of Japan is in fucking Tokyo at this point. Give it another decade. It's going to be 100% of the Japanese population living in the greater Tokyo area.
Foreign workers were Japan's solution to this glaring problem. Japan's tourism industry is also really important. It's one of the few bright spots in their shrinking economy. Today, around 8% of Japan's economy is tourism, an industry supported by over 6 million employees. And Nara is even more dependent on it. Their city's economy is over 12% tourism. So if Hezuma got his way, he would devastate Nara's economy.
1 in 3 Japanese people are Biden. No, true. Oh my God. I didn't really think about it like that. That's crazy. That's actually crazy when you put it like that. 1 in 3 Japanese is Brandonized, bro. You can't have a sustainable economy or a country like that. One day people are just going to get on boats and make their way to Japan and be like, all right, this is ours now, I guess, because everybody here fucking died because they were just too old. They were too racist to let other people in.
Before we wrap up, I have a word for my Japanese viewers who may support Hezuma. No judgment. Some of my friends support him too.
What? Bro, get new friends. Oh my God. I can't think of a more unlikable person than this fucking dipshit. This motherfucker saw Johnny Somali and was like, we need to do this Japanese style. No judgment. Please judge. What's up with fucking YouTubers, man? Every goddamn YouTuber, they have to be so nice. They have to be so nice to fucking assholes, dude, all the time, no matter what. You described that he stalked a 13-year-old. You can say judgment, okay? All judgment for a guy who stalks 13-year-olds. This is the maximalist fence-sitter position as a YouTuber. You're so scared of offending people and getting on people's bad sides that you're like, you know, guys, I know this guy stalks 13-year-olds, but honestly, no judgment if you're a fan of him. Anyway, like, don't shit on this guy for saying that, obviously. I mean, this is a great YouTube content creator. I really enjoyed this video. It was fantastic. Japan Analysis, we've watched some of his stuff in the past as well on this broadcast, but, like, it is kind of wild. The Hezuma situation is crazy.
They say Japan should put Japanese people first. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with wanting your government to take care of Japanese people. There's nothing wrong with wanting safety and security. You don't want immigration, you don't want tourists, that's your right. You can shut the door if you want. But the real question is that the right call? Will it actually make your life better? I mean, I get it. You're just going about your day and there are annoying tourists everywhere nowadays. But let's be honest. Will kicking out immigrants raise wages, fix the...
Bro. Japan's population has been declining for 16 consecutive years. The number of deaths reached a record high of approximately 1.59 million. And the number of births reached a record low of approximately 680,000. Okay? It's over. Like, it's literally over. What are you doing? It's cooked. The population is declining, and it is becoming increasingly aged out of the workforce. Anyway, this guy's awesome, though. Like I said, and he fixes it at the end after saying no judgment for Hezuma enjoyers, but like it's just... Like, overall, this is such a gigantic issue, and it's ironic because, like, you can always point to Japan. You can always, when you want to talk to, like, a fascist about, like, the Great Replacement, like, they're replacing us, and you know, Jews are doing unlimited population growth from the third world into this country, into this beautiful country I no longer recognize. It's like, first of all, the fuck are you talking about? This is the United States of America. There's never been a moment where there wasn't unlimited migration into this fucking country. Hello. That's number one. Number two, look at a country that didn't do that. Japan. It's so crazy to me that you would just, like, literally go, no, I would rather die than be around people that don't look like me. And yes, despite the aging population, there's still mass hysteria around mass migration. It is so laughable. It is so funny.
Yen boost birth rates or fill your labor gaps? Will it cut crime? Will it make your life even 1% better? Over 10 years ago, I visited Japan for the first time and fell in love with it. Fairness, kindness, politeness, those are the parts of Japanese culture that people admire. So if those are your values, do you think it's fair or kind to judge the 99% of immigrants who study, work?
Japan is not US, dude. No, dog. The reason why Japan is not the US, or the reason why the United States is the way it is as opposed to Japan, is because contrary to a bunch of fucking fascists, this country's history is comprised entirely of mass migration into it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Japan is the warning sign. Japan is what America would have looked like if the fascists actually were able to somehow maintain some semblance of like genetic purity, in air quotes. Why do you care? Japan is not the US, dude. Wait, what? Why do I care? I don't know. Why do I care about anything? Perhaps it's because it is a fundamental value that I have is as human beings are human beings, no matter where they're from, and should be treated equally, and that we will all prosper as long as we don't have these weird bigotries that hold us back. And Japan is such an extreme example of xenophobia that it's a perfect way to describe what happens when you have maximalist opinions on xenophobia, and it leads to your own demise. Call genetic purity what it is. Inbreeding is true. Yeah, speaking of, this is going to lead me into the Bernie segment today. But
pay
before
taxes
I do that, let's
and
finish
contribute
this.
to your society by the 1% who do stupid or harmful things. If you judge immigrants by the worst 1% you see on TikTok, how would you feel if the world judged Japan by the worst Japanese guy? For example, I don't know, Hezuma. Hezuma doesn't represent Japanese culture. He has no culture. He's uncultured. But he's Japanese, right? Do you want your whole country judged by his actions? Nobody would argue that people who go to Japan and do stupid stuff shouldn't be punished. If anyone, Korean, Chinese, or Japanese, abuses a deer on purpose, they're a psychopath and they should go to jail. I understand wanting to protect your country and your heritage, but don't do it for Hezuma. He's only in it for Hezuma. Do it for yourself. Make the choice.
I think it's a greater it's a greater stain on the entirety of Japan that this guy is roaming free and now has been elected in the office than his existence. Like, he's just one guy. But the very fact that this one guy is such a goddamn demon that he's caused international incidents, and instead of being thrown in permanent prison to literally save the Japanese population as well as all the tourists, they elected him into office.
Choices that you think will make your life better. All right, hey, we're at the end, and I really want to thank my subscribers. You guys might have noticed that recently I've been making longer videos.
Okay, all right, well, god damn it. I can't make that fucking argument ever, dude. God damn it, you're so fucking right. You're so right. I hate you for it. And you're so fucking right. Every day on this goddamn app, I am humiliated. Okay? Oh, so fucking true. God, we are literally a nation of Hezumas. Honestly, like, I'm over here talking shit about Hezuma, but like, we have Hezuma as the president, and a bunch of, like, we have millions of Hezumas all around that literally elected him. God, it's so dog shit. Anyway, your current leader is agnostic on the issue of Hitler. I'm just saying.
And taking longer to make them. These videos take a lot of work. It's not like I enjoy sitting here watching Hezuma for 5 weeks straight. The thing is, this is a one-man operation. I do all original research, translation, script writing, editing.
Stop saying so is ours. I know. I just wanted to fucking deflect. I wanted to deflect, okay? Let me have this moment. Guys, stop, okay? Stop. I know. I'm trying to deflect the attention away. We're just eating it right now. We are eating it. American leaders aren't agnostic on the issue of Hitler. It's even worse, Lamau. No, they've moved beyond a refusal to be agnostic on the issue of Hitler. They have become Hitler. We are led by the new version of Hitler. I can't say shit around these parts, man. God damn it. Fuck. Anyway, here's Bernie Sanders also leaning into it. I haven't seen this entire video. It's 24 seconds. So I assume he had more context associated with this, because there ain't no fucking way he just like straight up said this dumb shit. And breaking 9/11 is a very is a very right-wing outlet. So
if you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation, right? In a sense. So has historically the United States done well under Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no. Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border.
Bro, he doesn't have internet. He don't have internet. He don't have internet. He don't have internet. Stop. He's just Bernie. Don't do it. Don't do it, Bern. Don't do it, Bern dog. It has to be out of context, right? There's no shot.
And it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it.
Now we know why he fucking loves Grant Plattner, bro. He said no nations without borders. Get these goddamn Mexicans out of here, man. With their salsa hips, they're dancing and they're taking our jobs. He don't have internet. He don't have internet. Stop.
Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border, period. If you don't have any border.
All right, let's see the full vid. I don't even know how he could salvage what this statement is. It seems pretty captured. The essence is pretty captured. This may be the single worst thing Bernie has ever said. Now, this, by the way, used to be Bernie's position in like the night. He was anti-immigration back in the day. He said, I think open borders is a Koch brothers policy, all this stuff. Okay. He mad because we got better food. He got no bite rate. He got no bit rate. Come on. Someone send me the OG, please. He was on the Tim Dillon show. What the fuck is going on? He went on the Tim Dillon show to be like, open borders are a cancer on society. We must abolish all Guatemalans. What the fuck? We need to see what he actually fully said.
Mm-hmm. And that getting dragged. They're a position that the Democratic Party can take that is obviously anti-people getting dragged out of their houses, but recognizes that citizenship should mean something, that we should have a border, and that, having laws that protect workers is important, and that people employing...
Stalin will be fully vindicated in this interview? Oh, no. Social democracy. Oh, no. Social Democrats are social fascists. Oh, no.
Undocumented workers or illegal labor is driving down wages for Americans.
You've asked a lot of very important questions, good questions. Let's start off with the basic. So long as we have nation states, right, which we have, you got to have borders, right?
Yeah, Stalin deported no one. Okay, interior deportations is different. It's not a defense of Stalin. Okay, calm down.
Right. If you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation, right? In a sense. So has historically the United States done well?
We must take these Tatars all the way to Siberia.
The Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no. Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border. And it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border, period. I think most people in the Congress agree with that.
Why don't you think he did it, just out of curiosity?
Pardon me?
Why don't...
Bro, this is so dumb, okay? The reason why this is dumb is because the open border position is just right-wing framing, okay? There is no fucking, actual open border, okay? The notion that, everyone's coming in, everyone's rushing in the country, it's fucking stupid, okay? It's so idiotic. The best way to, quote-unquote, secure our borders is to make sure that people have a legal and expeditious process to come in, okay? When people talk about a more tolerant approach to migration, or when people talk about reforms in this vein, they're not saying all systems go, do whatever the fuck you want, okay? They're talking about having a fair and just process in which people can come, get their documentation, get their proper vetting, proper background checks, proper visas, and can just work within the U.S. boundaries. Okay? That's it. Yeah, it's I don't like this phrase, no matter who says it. It's ridiculous. The United States had mostly open borders until 1882, and it took until 2012 for the southern border to be secured enough that a majority of people crossing were caught. Were we not a nation until 13 years ago? Okay? As far as people also going in and out this hypothetical boundary that we've created, however, there is no reason to actually walk into the interior of the United States of America without proper documentation. If the proper documentation is open, is an easy process, a just process. You understand? Like as far as when people talk about open borders, they create this false reality. They create this complete false reality where people are just like walking in and out, all this shit. And are there some who do actually cross the border illegally? Absolutely. But the most effective solution for that is not increased militancy. The most effective solution to that is to ensure that people are properly vetted and walking into the country securely. When people always say, oh, why don't they come in the right way? A lot of people don't understand that there is no real right way. And that is by design, okay? There is no fast, effective, and secure way to come into the United States, quote unquote, the right way. The right way takes decades sometimes. And that's if you're immensely fortunate and immensely lucky at the same time. I'm not even in, I understand when people say the concept of a nation state didn't even exist until relatively recently, which is true, right? The idea that we have like nations with defined boundaries and defined borders, and that there's like a consistent guard at those borders that stop travel from happening. This is a ridiculous notion. For the longest for the longest time, that didn't happen. That was not a real thing. Okay, you just like kind of walk wherever the fuck you wanted to, or horse wherever the fuck you wanted to, okay? Or boat wherever the fuck you wanted to until not that long ago. And the reason why it was fine was because people are just people, okay? There's no, like, most people don't make this trek because they want to secretly destroy the United States, okay? That's not, or whatever the other, the other countries or kingdoms at the time before nation states existed. So it's stupid. But even with the new concept, the relatively new concept of a nation state with well-defined boundaries and borders, okay, what we fail to consider is that the human condition is still very much the same, okay? The human condition is still very much the same. People are not traveling into the United States. They're not horsing into the United States now, okay? But they're not walking into the United States to be like, oh, man, I'm from Guatemala and I really want to fuck shit up here in America. The idea that this is the reality is unfortunately a very commonly held position. It's very fucking stupid. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to people. So the fact that Bernard is hitting these fucking stupid ass lines is frustrating. That's why I said he don't got internet. I think that would be way more defensible phrase, not a secure nation, but my point was more that nationhood isn't toggled on or off depending on whether a border is more or less secure. We became a nation in 1776 when we declared our independence, not in 2012. The biggest development relevant to this question was a global framework regulating migration, including the invention of the modern passport, the creation of visas and formalized immigration systems and such, all of which post-date are distinct from nationhood. What happened between 1882 and 2012, Aaron? Any inventions made it easier for people to travel? The existence of geographic borders as a demarcation of state jurisdiction and sovereignty is an international law framework is separate and distinct from the question of border security. That's my point. Nationhood came into existence before the modern concept of a hard border. Your world would be what? Just taking a wild guess here. You don't like borders closed because that's how you made a slimy living over years as an immigration attorney. Aaron responds and says, Your wild guess would be extremely wrong. I don't practice immigration law currently, and when I did, I never charged a penny. And I'm also strongly in favor of border security, and I think it's very important, just not directly relevant to the question of being a nation or not. Ellis Island wasn't built until 1982, more than a century after we became a nation. The federal government did no immigration enforcement until restrictions on coolies in the Page Act of 1875. Before then, states had rules limiting some entries, but mostly you could just show up. Not exactly the same as showing up in a sailboat where you could die if... Is that a slur, by the way? The C word? I don't know. Like when people talk about like entries into the country, many Americans low-key understand that we are a nation of immigrants, because it's impossible not to decipher that. It's impossible not to recognize that when even white people, if you go back far enough in America, were fucking migrants, okay? They came here from different parts of the world where white people are, where white people were invented, in the continent of Europe. Okay? So everyone, if you go back far enough, is a fucking migrant in this goddamn country. It's a settler colonial enterprise. Of course. Of course everyone's a goddamn migrant. Unless you're Native American, okay? Don't call a person it. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Jakob's worst mistake. So it's deeply frustrating that, one, we act as though that's not the case. And two, because people still low-key recognize that in their own familiar lineage, in their own histories, Americans are, by and large, actually a lot more sympathetic to migration than other countries are. I would go so far as to say Americans are far more sympathetic broadly to migration than European countries are, as a matter of fact. Much more sympathetic. Okay? This is still true, even with like the anti-immigrant mania and the panic that has whipped up a lot of votes and a lot of support for Donald Trump in the last couple of years. It's still true, even with all of the anti-immigrant, white nativist, anti-immigrant sentiment that's all over the place. No, 100%, even as of 2025, okay? Even as of 2025, the United States of America is unironically still more pro-immigration than other European countries, for example. It's still true. The problem is, nobody ever talks about the other side of the story. Now, in the 90s and in the 80s, as I showed you, George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan were still talking about immigrants as though they're fucking people for a reason, okay? You're not being factual, Hassan. I am 100% being factual. This actually hurts people's feelings, but there's a reason why I'm saying this. It's because everyone in the last election cycle looked at one number. 60% of Americans want mass deportation, but they never looked at the second number, that an even larger percentage of Americans were in favor of amnesty. Americans, historically, have always been more in favor of mass amnesty over mass deportation. There's never been a history in the United States, there's never been a moment in the United States history where Americans haven't been more on board with mass amnesty over mass deportation. Okay? When presented as the only two options, as a matter of fact, they overwhelmingly choose mass amnesty over mass deportation. Okay? I'm not talking about the way the government is operated. I'm talking about the people who get pulled on this stuff. Now, this is partially because Americans are very weird and unique, and their political, their expressions of politics is is a sea of contradictions. That's why you'll sometimes hear from MAGA supporters who on the one hand say, build the wall, but then they're asked about like their parents' immigration status, and they're like, yeah, my parents are undocumented. And you're like, how the fuck is that possible? Okay. Or when you ask MAGA Trump supporters, as people used to all the time in Trump 1, when they'd be like, oh, they want to build the wall, they want to get the immigrants out, all this stuff. And then they'd be like, okay, would you be down for giving amnesty to people that have been here for like 5 years, for example? They'd be like, of course I would. Do you understand? I guess what I'm trying to say is Americans are stupid, okay? They're stupid. But even stupid people are kind of chill with the idea or with the notion that like there are a lot of immigrants around them, okay? Because it's fucking America. That's what this nation is about. It's like one of the few redeemable qualities of the United States of America is its diversity. That's it. So when Bernie Sanders concedes on this right-wing framing for no fucking reason, it pisses me off to no end, because it's like, first of all, the idea that, we have to have secure borders. Like, yeah, you know what makes the borders more secure? Ease of access into the fucking country through an expeditious process, okay? Through a just, fair, and expeditious process where you just quickly move people into the interior. Okay, that's it. That's how you secure the fucking border. Because guess what? Everybody always talks about cartels. Everybody always talks about the black market, right? Whether it be for drugs or whether it be for human trafficking or jackals that, engage in that get paid $10,000 a pop or whatever to like move people over the border or underneath the border. They would literally not exist if America had an expeditious process where they went through the coyotes, sorry, not jackals. Jackals is a different thing. Sorry. but you would destroy a major sector, a major part of the black market if there was no need for them. Same with drugs too.
You think Biden was more proactive with securing the border?
He did some things. He was not, I think by the end of his term, if my memory is correct, the number of illegal folks coming in had gone down. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that overall it was a good job. It was not. I
know for a fact that none of the younger Bernie-crat constituency or the younger Bernie aligned politicians in the Democratic Party agree with this sentiment at all. Okay? They do not. It's pure right-wing populism built around a bunch of faulty notions and immigrant panic and otherization of migrants and hysteria. The idea that people that are coming into the country, to do fuck shit is completely false. And the appropriate mechanism to deal with what has become a problem is to offer amnesty. And if you want to sell it to as broad a population as possible, it's fine. Call it conditional amnesty. Okay? By and large, out of the 12 million undocumented migrants that are currently working and living on U.S. soil, the government already has a pretty fair accountability over wherever the fuck they are. That's the reason why a lot of these people are getting arrested right now. We know already. It's almost like a handshake agreement. A lot of people don't understand this. Like ICE and the immigrant court system that currently exists is basically like a dial that people turn on and off, where they're like, we know where you are, we know where you work, you check in with ICE every now and then, and it's fucking fine. We're just going to look the other way, and we're just going to keep your immigration status in limbo, in perpetuity. Like, those people could very easily be processed and get the proper clearance, proper authorization to work towards a full-blown citizenship if they wanted to, okay? The only reason why they're considered illegal is because the government refuses to legalize them. That's it. They're not doing any fucking crimes. People love to say, oh, well, crossing the borders are a crime. Okay, it's a civil offense, dumbass. It's ridiculous. This shit pisses me off, unlike anything else.
All right. So that's point number one. You need a border, let's have a border. And we have certainly the technology and the manpower to make that happen. Number two, what is the appropriate response to, we think there are about 10 million undocumented people in the country today, less than 3% of our population.
Anyway, it's exceptionally fucked up that a self-described so-called socialist is making this argument, by the way. Okay? The socialist argument in this regard, this is just an old form of left-wing populism that's moved on while Bernie has not moved on. Anti-undocumented labor was an old left position for a long time. Even the original anti-Chinese migrant movement in the 1800s was led by the populist left with labor movements. But we realized years ago that this is bullshit. The older generation, Bernie's stuck in the days. Yeah, notice how you said in the fucking 1800s? And I know, you're right. His anti-NAFTA position was correct, but his anti-immigration, anti-undocumented immigration position was incorrect. It's so dumb. And it's very violent. And it's actually worse to do it now than at any other point. Holy fucking shitty. Did the new lighting for Tim's studio. I can officially say I gaffed Bernie. Let's fucking go. Hate to do this to you, brother, but this is the worst moment to be taking ownership over gaffing Bernie. Because Bernie's in the midst of a major gaff. How many watts are we using on Kai today? 17 quintillion watts. Lighting is good, though.
Okay.
Probably there are estimates that are higher, but let's say it's 10.
Those are the best estimates I've seen. Okay. Why did let's be clear, those people act? My father came to this country from Poland, came in legally. Yeah. They came in illegally, period. Okay? Yeah. It was illegal. What are most of those people doing right now? Are they
working hard?
Good.
All right, none of those people should be faulted for coming here.
Okay.
We should start faulting people like Steve Wynn, who run $1 billion hotel on
and exploit them, right?
On illegal labor. And why aren't we enforcing E-Verify?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so you got these folks who came to this country the same reason my dad came to this country. He grew up poor in Poland, came for a better life. And that's why they dragged their kids, from Mexico, Guatemala, thousands of miles. Yeah. They have a better life. They escape the violence and the poverty that they're in. They're here now. The truth of the matter is, and one of the things that I really, really dislike about Trump and what demagogues always do is this country, as we've discussed, has enormous problems. And what demagogues always do, instead of trying to deal with why we have those problems, what are the causes of the problem, what are the solutions, you blame a powerless minority. In Europe in the 30s, it was the Jews, it was gypsies. In this country, it was gays, it was blacks forever, with Latinos, always somebody to blame rather than dealing with the real issue. So anyhow, you got roughly 10 million people in this country, most of whom, by the way, work very hard. And according to a number of studies, the crime rate, Trump goes around, talking about, somebody commits a terrible, terrible murder. Trump is talking about all the lawless, disgusting, subhuman human beings. Look at this crime. Yeah.
Is that how I sound? Me and Bernard, dude. Me and Bernard just fucking demonstrating our anti-black tendencies all the time, baby.
Truth is that the crime rate in communities of undocumented people is lower than the general average. Do you know that?
Well, the crime rate should almost be none, right? If people are coming into America and they are, coming here for a better life and they're properly screened, the crime rate should almost be nothing.
Well, it is. It's low. All I'm saying is This is not like, it's not like that criminals, everyone's a drug addict.
I don't think anyone thinks everyone is a criminal, and I don't think that anyone...
Okay. The idea that, undocumented migrant crime is supposed to be at 0% is so fucking stupid. They're human beings, okay? Some of them are going to do bad shit. What are we... That's such a stupid argument, dude. What are you talking about? It's like, listen. If your kitchen is on fire and someone is lighting a match, you're probably not going to fucking focus on the dude who lit the match, okay? You're going to try to deal with the kitchen fire. One is a much smaller problem by comparison. It's still a fire. It's still the same fire, but you got to deal with the larger fire first. It's so dumb. It doesn't make any sense when people go, oh, well, okay, undocumented migrants are responsible for, migrants in general are responsible for far, far less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. But that's how we tackle the crime issue. That's stupid. That's so dumb. No, it's dumb because it implies all crime is planned. Yeah, that too, obviously. What about this undocumented crime? What is this? All this talk about Zines versus newspapers. Nobody has mentioned this kidnapping by the FBI in Denton, Texas, for allegedly transporting a box of Zines. It's been over 2 months since his arrest and detainment. He will also be likely facing deportation. Wait, what? Zines. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. All the punks. Zines. I'm sorry. Zines.
But we do have a ton of income inequality, as you've talked about. So assimilating people into this economic structure is difficult. It is inevitable that some people that cannot find work will turn to crime. And I mean, that's just inevitable.
But my only point is this, this is not a community that is, prone to large amounts of crime. All right. So what do we do? You got 10 million people here. Most of them are working hard. Your point, I think, is well taken.
Yeah.
A lot of employers exploit them.
Yeah.
And by the way, often these people are paying Social Security payroll tax, paying Medicare payroll tax, paying other taxes, and they don't get the benefits for what they pay, by the way.
Right.
All right.
But this has always been a Republican issue. This is why I don't understand why the Democratic Party allowed the issue to be kind of to demagogued, because even, yourself, you were out there advocating always for workers' rights.
Right.
And, when somebody talked about open borders, you rightly said that, this is something that Koch brothers would love.
That's right.
They were huge proponents of immigration. The Chamber of Commerce, huge proponents of immigration. A lot of, radical libertarians like the Kochs and others, huge proponents of immigration. So when they're bringing all these people in, and whether it's 10 million or more, I think there are credible estimates that are a bit more, but I don't think it's necessarily about the exact number. But why were Americans told at a certain point that they should not consider certain blue-collar jobs worthy of their time? They should take out student loans and go.
All jobs are the same. Wage labor works in the same exact fucking way. From the perspective of the wage laborer, obviously there's a different toll it takes on your body if you're working in the fields or if you're working in construction. I'm not making, there is a distinction there for sure. But ultimately, from the perspective of the wage laborer, aside from the actual tasks that you need to do, the major part The majorly consequential part is the wages, the benefits, and the autonomy that you have at your workplace. Okay? There is technically no distinction as far as wage labor goes between working at Starbucks as a fucking barista or working in the service sector of some sort or working as an Uber driver or working a white collar job in one of these like desktop jobs, these laptop jobs. Okay? The difference, however, is that we consider a lot of this type of labor to be replaceable. In the eyes of capital owners, labor is measured by how replaceable it is. Okay? And therefore, over many, many years at this point, it's not that the jobs have actually gotten at least less strenuous for the most part, but the pay has gotten worse. Your output's gotten higher. The profits have gone higher. Your productivity has increased dramatically due to technological innovation, and yet your wages have remained stagnant. That is the problem. This is what I was trying to explain to people when they were like, oh, well, what about like manufacturing jobs coming back to the United States of America? We have this like mythological false reality presented around the manufacturing jobs. The reason why people think about the heyday of American industry post-World War II industrial output is not because working in a factory is somehow more redeeming than working as a barista. It's because when you worked in a fucking assembly line, it was easier to organize and there was more union power and more labor power, and therefore the benefits and the compensation was enough to literally have a single earner household with a car and the GI Bill basically made up for the upward social mobility that you would get out of a paid for college education. Housing was far cheaper, but it was overall the benefits and the wages that you got from your job that make people look back at that point in time and go, oh man, why can't we return to a time like that? It's not because you were in a fucking factory floor and that's somehow more worthy of dignity and respect than being a fucking barista. It's still wage labor. Someone's still making money off of your productivity. Okay? Like right now, if magically people could work as a barista or as a Uber driver and be able to take care of a whole ass family and be able to actually purchase a home with one single Uber job or with one single Starbucks barista job, ain't nobody will be complaining. Okay? They wouldn't be like, no, I want to make sure my hands got calluses on them. They would be like, no, it's great. I love my life. It's awesome. Okay? It's the fucking wages and the benefits, or rather lack thereof, that matter. There was a point in time when you could be a taxi driver and have not one family, but a second fucking family that you could take care of on the side with neither family knowing that you were fucking two different ladies at the same damn time, sometimes in the same city. And you are going to tell me that shit's still the same. You could have a secret family on the side with one salary. It's so stupid. Now, even if you're working at a place for like 8 years, 10 years, you still need fucking roommates. People pair up not because they want to build a family. They pair up because they're like, well, I can't make rent with one single income. We need two. We need two people in here. The point is the wages. The wages are dog shit because the distribution of all of this economic output is just staying at the tippy top. It's not shaken down. You have to forcibly redistribute all of this output and give it back to the fucking workers. And unfortunately, in the absence of some magnanimous dictatorship, not dictatorship necessarily, but a magnanimous leader, a king, doing this by force, what you need to build is a robust mechanism of pushback and pressure. And you can only do that at the point of collective action, bargaining, labor unions. That's it. Ain't no other way. I said not a dictatorship because we already exist under a dictatorship of the capital owner class, and we must change that system to a dictatorship of the working class or democracy. Hit the play button, big dog. No, that'll be all for today. I'm going to fly out. I'll see you all in New York tomorrow. Okay? I love you all. And yeah, I still haven't figured out what the fuck I'm gonna do in New York. I might just do a regular ass chill stream. But on Sunday, I got the New Yorker Magazine Festival.
I was doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning.
And also, yeah, Sunday New Yorker Fest. And possibly the Bernie Zoran AOC rally as well. So, New York City, baby. See y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. And Kanye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. And plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin Show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord, friend gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization.